Chapter 38 The Spending Spree. Nick and his party arrived near the portal, and he willed the choice to end their run rather than enter the next floor. You have chosen Ordeal Exit. You completed the 15th floor boss, passing a major threshold. You also defeated the optional heroic test of might and finished numerous floors while properly testing yourself and your party. In the test of supremacy, your party utilized a wide array of skills to defeat the enemy kingdoms. Your party and kingdom's potential has been changed forever. The highest floor completed now, the 17th, within the Path of Kings. You may continue from the 18th floor in the future, if you so choose. The Noblefrost Kingdom's primary path, 15th floor, has now been completed. Because your class carries the Lord archetype, your convergence skill has now been enhanced. New features have also been unlocked in your Crown Sanctum. Final reward, 18,738 Path of Kings DP. Personal reward, Refined Demon Core. 10,235 Heroes Path DP awarded. Seeing the message about his convergence skill, he was a little shocked, but he understood the other parts of the message. Defeating the 10th floor on an unclaimed ordeal is enough to own it. But that was basically the bare minimum. The 15th floor was a far more major milestone. It wasn't until you reached that before you were considered a true Lord of Orion. To never reach the 15th floor would be seen as a major failure for any lord, and Samuel could not even reach it until his major betrayal of Irene. It was a massive gain in DP, which would allow Nick to upgrade his kingdom with special buildings. He was excited about looking into the extra options, especially for any kingdom-related buildings for his hero's path. He now should have more than enough for something special from it. The Demon Core was surprising. In a sense, it was the pooled reward for the 16th and 17th floor, having already received their reward for up to the 15th. The ordeal deemed this object worthwhile for him. It seemed he would really need to consider using them to cultivate in some way. Nick's party members received their personalized rewards with a similar focus, personal cultivation materials, and then they walked into the portal. They were all deposited in the plaza in front of his crown sanctum. A crowd had formed, the glyphs up and down the monolithic Path of Kings tower pulsing with a brilliant white light. Even the hero's path ordeal was giving off a light of its own because the heroic test of might had pushed the top floor of that higher as well. His understanding was there was probably a bright pulse of light or similar the moment they had completed it, but it would happen again now. The people clapped and cheered, the essence stirring around Nick. It was as if he could feel their gratitude as a physical thing. He had promised the varying groups that joined his city and became his followers prosperity in differing words, and now he had already delivered. The potential of each person in Frosthaven had just increased through their efforts, a change that would persist even into the next generation. Their children and perhaps their children's children would benefit, so long as Nick survived or did his duty to create a proper heir. Lothar and Agatha were waiting near where his party appeared, along with Renzu, his arm now fully restored. The many people on the outskirts of the plaza clapped in celebration, and the orc warriors, scouts, and shamans beat their weapons on the ground, the earth shaking from their efforts. The orc chieftain had a proud smile.
"So much progress! Amazing work, young lord. Now you should be more than a match for Elrash, or whatever trash they actually have over there now."
Nick nodded.
"I'll need to spend some time on my throne, but I'm feeling confident. It's nearly time for us to take on Shadowvale."
"The men are ready when you are. There's been a development, and it might be best we move out sooner rather than later."
Nick had hoped to have quite a bit more time before they moved out, to rest and finish consolidating their gains.
"What happened?"
Agatha answered.
"Jasmine's plot worked, but it seems the result might not all be good. Shadowvale received reinforcements some time ago, hundreds of bandits and mercenaries from the southwest. We learned their mayor was killed and replaced. The beastfolk also captured a few people planning on snooping around here."
She grinned.
"Their numbers have swelled quite a bit, thanks to our food and essence pearl offerings and letting a few join various groups in the ordeals."
Nick chuckled as Geoffrey seemed to buzz with pride. It wasn't great news, but most likely some level of reinforcements were expected as soon as the merchant reported his findings, as soon as he arrived at the next city, had he been left alone. They had paid the blood price, but that meant tons of mercenaries and bandits would have been sent to replace those lost, the money more than enough to replenish them.
"What kind of forces are we talking?"
Lothar replied with a grin.
"Our scouts have learned that this was a stronger mercenary band, many of which are actually far deeper in the second stratum. Nearly 300 of these higher-quality mercenaries and bandits arrived, but they've already split their efforts. It seems a few dozen of them headed towards Silverbrook, likely to learn the situation there and to hunt down the fictional uprising Jasmine created."
Agatha added.
"If we assault it before they return, we may leave Blackthorne the furthest in the dark. In the end, it probably won't make much of a difference. He will come with his army either way. But who knows? Our recommendation is to assault Shadowvale within a week. That will prevent them from learning anything about here or Silverbrook beforehand."
Lothar chuckled.
"Word is he's after these people called Outlanders, and even Elrash is a part of this chase. Most of his forces have been chasing them for months."
Sable chuckled.
"You got men close enough to hear rumours. Their security must have been poor." "It was,"
Agatha replied.
"In that fight near Silverbrook, we took out their first-string climbers. Their people with talent before they were reinforced was minimal. If we had attacked a few weeks ago, they would have only been capable of a token defence. The best time was a few weeks ago, and the next best time is now. If we wait too long, Elrash might return because his distraction has come to an end."
Lothar added.
"The conflict will be considered a trial equivalent, and will provide a commensurate reward. One that will increase the strength of our whole kingdom, including rewards for individual contribution and development points. Then, the sooner we conquer Shadowvale, the sooner you'll own another ordeal. It'll increase the number of climbing slots available to us, and the essence within our kingdom, allowing us to train up more warriors. Before long, it won't matter what army he shows up with, ours will more than be its match."
Nick was a bit surprised that they wanted to be so aggressive against the bandit warlord, taking the city so soon. They had talked before, but they were still under the assumption that they had a few more months before they would be forced to show themselves as enemies to Blackthorne. The Altar of Subordination, the essence-draining building, was not due for a few more months, and that was the deadline for Nick to become an exposed nail that must be hammered. He knew that Blackthorne would likely take a minimum of a month or two to arrive, as he would need to gather his army and travel the 1,000+ miles, perhaps even more than that. Even if he had some kind of mount that could make the trip much quicker, his army certainly didn't. Thinking about it further, Nick realized he was less worried about Blackthorne now than ever. He knew enough about the world now to understand that no matter how strong this man was in the third stratum, it was only that. There was a big difference in strength, but one man or party could not win a battle against an entire army. With Shadowvale taken, the entire north would be Nick's. He understood why Lothar was excited about taking Shadowvale. This was going to be a true test of his people, everything he'd ever worked for. The honorable fights his raiders would experience would establish them on this shard, and all he had to do was beat a bandit warlord later. They would be able to patrol the entire north once he was dead. Nick said,
I do believe I have some purchases to make, but I'll agree and move the plan we discussed forward. We'll finish our preparations and begin our assault in the next week. I might even have new options for the conflict, thanks to completing the 15th floor and becoming an ordained Lord of Serafera.
As Nick talked to Lothar, Lumos was standing off to the side, and those with spatial pouches in Nick's party worked to hand over much of the resources gained into waiting vehicles. But a special pouch containing the numerous, much more rare treasures was handed over separately from Irwin to Lumos. It turned out that the special pouches, now that they were out of the test, would only allow them to take items out, but not put them back in until empty. They had a week to empty them before they emptied themselves, and became simple spatial pouches like the one he kept in the breast pocket of his robes. They still had to hand over the objects from the other floors to empty out their bags, however, as only what was earned within was inside them. The automaton looked inside the pouch. Wow, this is quite the take. Our crafters will have much to work on for weeks, thanks to your many successes. Anything you'd like me to work on first? Irwin replied,
Anything that can be cultivation resources for each of us. The ordeal granted most of us weapons, and our armor is generally holding up still, thanks to Jasmine's petrosilk supplementing it. That'd be the second priority.
Lumos nodded. Got it. I'll work on these personally. It looks like we have a ton of high-essence meats and hides, as well as unique alchemical components. Looking at some of these, I think I am really going to need that special alchemy room. It'll be a valuable investment. Irwin replied,
I'll make it a priority. These resources are of the utmost importance, both for us but also for our diverse people. If we have enough, I'm sure we'll make the purchase.
Thanks. We won't let you down. What followed after was some promising reports from Renzu and Lothar about the training and success inside and outside of the ordeals for the orcs, monsterfolk, and the many people that arrived from Silverbrook. Many of Lothar's men had pushed through the samurai ordeal, even himself and Renzu. Renzu grinned.
We got to the 17th floor ourselves. Then the gains among the men and women that have been climbing has been substantial. Whether the orcs or the guard of Frosthaven, the training provided has been perfect.
Nick was a bit surprised.
17th floor? Damn, nice job.
Lothar chuckled.
I'm sure Kaya would have managed the same if she had the time. This man and I make a great team.
He clapped Renzu on the shoulder, and Renzu nodded in response, his grin becoming more proud. Agatha added,
Don't forget our son Zarog and Andros. With more slots opened up, they managed to reach the 14th themselves, along with many others. Many of the monsterfolk have taken to it, some heading through the samurai ordeal and others through the Path of Kings. We've filled every slot this week, and each has made personal progress.
Marissa cleared her throat.
We have good news as well, Lord Noblefrost. We managed to obtain the Faith Conduit. With your permission given previously, we've already installed it.
Irene gasped. Already? How? You were under halfway when we left. She floated to and hugged Marissa, stunning the taciturn woman. Marissa smiled.
We improved on the weekly challenges, and we also increased our numbers within the ordeal.
Thanks to the vast recruitment, we now have several new paladins and priestesses that completed their initial training and have subsequently completed their first runs through the ordeal. We even had a few priestesses become paladins, joining and training the new ones.
Rebecca smiled at her. That's amazing news. How far did the recruits manage?
None of the recruits were ready to take on the first boss. All were instructed to leave after the 4th floor, but we've more than doubled our numbers, returning us to where we were before Samuel's.
Seeing Irene's stilted expression, Nick changed the subject, not wanting to talk about the man for now.
That's good news, but we've got some good news of our own for you. We should be buying the Ancestral Archives right now.
Marissa gasped.
Oh, that's wonderful! I can't wait to see it.
After meeting with the various leaders and receiving updates, they headed inside their crown sanctum, minus Jeffrey, Jasper, and Birdie, the latter two heading out to hunt in the north. Jeffrey was heading home to meet with his beastfolk brethren, hand over the special food, and show off his gains. Thanks to the last run, Nick imagined he was now stronger than their king and queen. Nick's wolfen girls were quick to gather around the couch, happy to be home at last. They settled in for a couple of minutes and relaxed, turning on the music and just enjoying finally being back. But eventually, Nick spotted how restless Rebecca and Irene were. They wanted to see the archives badly. Nick asked,
Vi, how much DP do we have currently?
You now have 32,238 Path of Kings DP, 21,227 Path of the Samurai, and 19,142 Heroes Path. Installing the Faith Conduit had wiped out much of the Serafera ordeal, leaving only 8,248.
Kaya was shocked.
Our climbers earned nearly as much as us. They must really be getting tested.
The more risk and difficulty experienced, the more DP the kingdom would earn. There was a level and party size sort of multiplier, and all the other influences such as essence that increased this, but the first two were the largest factors. Vi responded, When you completed the 15th floor boss, the number of climbing slots immediately increased. For the last 3 weeks you were inside, mixtures of parties of 5 and 10, a total of 40 climbers attempted the first stratum. There was even a party that attempted the second stratum, making it to the 13th floor on their first run.
Okay, Vi, go ahead and purchase the Ancestral Archives. I'd like to place an underground path between the church and it, allowing Serafera's faithful to come and go as they please. Just restrict the entry into our home, please.
Yes, my lord. Processing. A wave of golden light went out, and the hallway shifted. The entry was added near the secondary entrance of Nick's personal study. The party eagerly moved to see the new room from Nick's heritage. They entered the room, and the view was not like any library he'd ever seen. Like most of his crown sanctum's rooms, the room was mostly white on black. There were numerous white cubes stacked vertically on one another, with a black tablet in the front of them. Almost like filing cabinets, Nick realized. Irene floated over and began to tap the tablets.
They don't do anything, and there are no books. What gives?
Vi replied. The Ancestral Archives requires an archivist in order to function. Assign one, and they can interface with the tablets and the records stored.
Oh, that's me,
Irwin asked.
What does the archivist role entail?
Vi answered. The archives will be bound to the archivist, allowing them to interface with the knowledge and resources contained within the archives. With effort, they can then produce knowledge crystals, transcribing the information in a way that is easier to consume, among other options that can be made available once unlocked.
Rebecca asked. Bound? What do you mean?
Nothing other than creating a special connection between the archivist and the archives. It has no real detriments to the individual. However, the Ancestral Archives cannot be used without a bound archivist, and the stronger their capabilities, the better and faster they can interface.
Binding a new archivist will take time and essence to establish the connection, so do make sure this person is willing to spend much of their time managing this role and that they have sufficient mental capacity. New slots for archivists will take some time and resources to unlock.
Irene gasped. That sounds remarkable. I'm a little down that there are no books, but I guess I'm ready. How long would it take?
It can take up to 3 days, depending on the archivist's compatibility and level. Irene is detected to be highly compatible and capable, so it should not take more than a few hours.
Irene beamed with pride, and Nick chuckled at how happy and excited she looked. He realized that she was possibly the most qualified on this shard, minus some third stratum administrators from the core kingdoms.
All right, that's pretty good news. Assign Irene to the role.
Lights gathered, and then a tether formed between Irene and the wall. Her eyes turned white, and she seemed to just stare into the distance as she began to float into the air, a few inches from the ground. Nick waved his hand in front of her face, and she was just floating there, her eyes blank.
Huh. Well, all right then. Let's head out, and then come back later. We'll check the Crown Sanctum for our new options.
They walked out the hallway and headed to the modern conference room. Irwin tapped the tablets as everyone sat down in the swivel office chairs, navigating the menu.
Okay, wow, lots more options now.
Path building options. Path of Kings. City Guard Garrison. 10,000 DP. Adventurers Guild. Owned. Enhancements available. Royal Guard Pavilion. 7,500 DP. Establish Knight Order. 20,000 DP. Discounted. Interpath options available. Establish Crafting Quarter. 20,000 DP. Defensive Barrier. 3rd Stratum. 50,000 DP. There were a number of different options that had been filtered from view that were related to his heritage having superior options.
The crafting quarter sounds useful. What does that entail?
Crafting Quarter. This allows you to designate an area of the city to receive bonuses. Increases the essence in this area, grants a small bonus to essence gain from craft completion, and provides weekly quests to crafters to push their trade and increase their level. These quests will be slightly more lucrative in essence and can be used in conjunction with the quests that mayors or other administrative classes can provide, even when specialized. Nick was interested in this crafting quarter, and he had enough to get it at the moment. However, he definitely wanted to wait to see what options were available for the ancestral archives before spending anything else of his Path of Kings DP. Irwin went back to the heritage menu and pointed at what she saw.
It looks like if you buy some of the heritage crafting stuff, this cost will decrease.
It was something to keep in mind.
Okay. And how about that Knight Order and the barrier?
Establish Knight Order. This creates a special building with an armory, garrison, training grounds, and charter. Those that can join must follow the charter's path. Knights receive bonuses and rewards for fighting and working together, along with maintaining order and protecting the lands. Helps build loyalty among those that join the Knight Order. Charters that follow the Path of Kings, Samurai, and Heroes, and combinations thereof, are available. Depending on their charter, they may experience alterations within their respective ordeal runs. Defensive Barrier. 3rd Stratum. This barrier is meant to protect the city and its populace against an invasion. Drastically increases security, as only those who enter the gates under the watch of your guard may enter. Essence from ordeal is supplied to protect the city from a siege, enabling the ordeal owner time to prepare, return, and defend.
Damn, that barrier sure would be nice. No bad guys getting in, and even if Blackthorne showed up while we were in the ordeal or away, we could feel confident that it could protect our people until we returned. But 50,000 DP is just too rich for our blood.
The discount on the night order appeared to be due to the fact they already had a training grounds, and it could instead be merged with it. Irwin agreed, but it was clear everyone was excited about this particular building. She brought up the Heroes Path special buildings next. Path building options: Heroes Path, Adventurers Guild, owned, enhancement available, Beacon of Heroism, 10,000 DP, Orphanage, owned, enhancement available, Soup Kitchen, owned, enhancement available, Heroes Tavern, 3,500 DP. Nick spotted the one that stood out the most.
A beacon, huh? What's that do?
Irwin brought up the entry, the party reading it on their own. Beacon of Heroism. This establishes a monument that influences the essence of Frosthaven in subtle ways, even other path buildings. Through the monument and the essence, virtue is venerated, inspiring people to be better, to want to change the world for the betterment of it. As long as the leader is virtuous and stands firmly on the hero's path, people will be influenced to see them in a better light. Increases the likelihood that a true hero will be born in, attracted to, and take up home in Frosthaven and walk the hero's path. That sounded a little strange to Nick, having no direct benefits like the other buildings. Nick arched his brow at that.
That's odd, but I don't really have that much else to spend my hero DP on. I suppose I could just spend it on heritage stuff, but it's also harder to obtain until we have more heroes.
Kaya frowned.
I can kinda see the orphanage and soup kitchen as being heroic, maybe. But why a tavern? That's a little strange.
Irwin cleared her throat.
It appears it's more about the bard telling tales of heroes to inspire people to commit virtuous acts. It also grants bonuses to recovery and relaxation and attracts people from afar.
How the hell can it do that?
Nick thought the last part was crazy. Rebecca chuckled.
Orion can move in subtle ways at times, but more overt ways in others. It could be as simple as adding a listing about this tavern at buildings at your Adventurers Guild or Silverbrook's Merchant Guild throughout the Shard, enticing travel. However, it's easy for me to see that the feature of magical rest and relaxation will spread far and wide over time and draw in people who want to visit and stay there. Climbers might have access to these kinds of amenities, but the average person on this Shard does not.
Nick could see that now.
That's true. Some of these options feel a little strange. I understand how the essence of Orion can feel, but it almost sounds or feels like mind control. The word influence is worrying to me, and I can't help but question my previous moments where I felt the essence strongly. I don't like being influenced.
Rebecca nodded.
I can understand how one might think that, but it's probably better to think of it as an emotion enhancer. It won't make someone venerate heroes. It will only heighten the feelings and motivations they might already have, drawing them to feel more strongly about them. It won't make an evil person good, nor will it make a good person a hero. In a subtle way, it will help someone who already values heroism to value it more.
Nick could see that, and he knew that the mind could work in strange ways. Smells could incite lost memories, and errant thoughts could trigger a connection, causing one to remember something as well. Perhaps the essence was a little like that. The feelings it gave him had been moving more than once. It helped make those obscure references in one's mind come to the fore.
I'm not so sure that sounds much better, but I kind of see what you mean.
He looked back to the tablet.
I noticed the enhancements to the building we gained from Serafera's ordeal merely improve the effect of the beacon, the orphanage, and soup kitchen of Serafera, and the Adventurers Guild benefits to the quests besides. So we need the beacon before anything else. Might as well get it.
Irwin smiled and made the selection, and then a white light roamed over Nick before disappearing. Nick frowned, looking over himself.
What the hell was that?
Vi replied. That was Orion scanning your appearance for the beacon. It's now placed at the top of the Hero's Path Tower. Nick got a bad feeling and quickly moved the map around by tapping and dragging, zooming in on the tablet on the table. It had a 3-dimensional representation, and he spotted it near the center of the city almost right away. At the very top of the Hero's Path ordeal was a statue of him holding a white blade of light at the apex of his downward swing. He was wearing his martial robes with his cloak of twilight spread out wide, billowing behind him. Kaya immediately burst into laughter, and Fang, Luna, and Sable immediately began clapping and wooing. Fang pointed at his statue. Yay, it's the boss! Now everyone can see how awesome he is all the time! Luna nodded, looking at the statue and him dreamily.
It's a great pose, showing our alpha at his strongest.
He groaned, sinking back into his chair. He might be a little full of himself, but a statue was a little much.
Sable smirked. What's the matter, boss? You know, there are a few statues of you already in the forest. Some of the monsterfolk have been making some carvings as they learn to make their totems. Only a few of them actually have Luna's talent, but that hasn't stopped many of them from trying and leaving them scattered about.
Jasmine was also amused. He could feel it over their connection.
I love it. And I know your mother would love it too. She had many statues of your father placed throughout their kingdom. Don't forget, it's not all a vanity thing. This will be a focal point for people to direct their loyalty and devotion to you.
Irwin giggled, her ears wiggling.
That's funny. But it looks cool. I can't wait to see what it looks like in person. It looks like the Adventurers Guild add-on, Soup Kitchen, and Orphanage are all affordable, leaving only the tavern that we'd need to save up for. Should we get those?
Nick was still staring at the statue, annoyed.
Yeah, sure.
Irwin made the selections, spending the last of the Path of Heroes DP.
Oh, there are also some nice options for the Path of the Samurai.
She brought up the next menu. Path building options. Path of the Samurai. Training grounds. Owned. Enhancements available. Officers Academy. 20,000 DP. Defensive Castle. 30,000 DP. Training ground enhancement options. Bushido Dojo. 5,000 DP. Pagoda of Martial Wisdom. Discounted. 5,000 DP. Cherry Blossom Garden of Reflection. 5,000 DP. Archery Sanctum. 5,000 DP. The Officers' Academy was something that would only see much value as Nick's kingdom began to sprawl, and he became more like an emperor. Confined to a singular city and one major army, he didn't see the need for this building. Perhaps one day, however. The training ground enhancements all looked useful, as they would enhance the essence within to be fitting for their purposes. With a trainer like Renzu, people could build their capabilities far more rapidly. Kaya noticed that one item was different.
Why's the pagoda discounted?
Irwin clicked on it, looking.
It looks like the pagoda actually includes knowledge on the samurai-related disciplines, and it's discounted thanks to our ancestral archives. It has ideals, skills, and even scrolls for knowledge that helps one form related concepts.
Rebecca looked over the details with Irwin.
It really looks like a complete package for establishing elites of the path, much like our cathedral. The Bushido Dojo is not much different from the current training grounds, granting awarded essence for training and duels, but there's also a benefit of aiding people establishing their concepts related to the path, and it's the same for the garden and the sanctum.
Nick had been shocked at the amount of DP that the samurai ordeal had stored. They had truly gained a lot in the past month or so, the orcs and monsterfolks taking advantage of all the climbing slots each week.
I guess we'll get the pagoda, dojo, garden, and sanctum for now. The garden sounds interesting, but I gotta say, I'm not so sure I can see Kaya, Fang, the monsterfolk, or orcs sitting cross-legged in some garden pondering concepts for hours on end when the dojo's right there.
That might be true.
Kaya tried and failed to refute the truth, her arcane nature making her unable to.
But I think in the long run it could be helpful. Perhaps the pagoda might contain wisdom on an ideal that might help with meditation, like what Marissa taught us.
Fang added, I think I can do it if it's for boss, or at least for one of his rewards. Luna patted her head.
Of course you could. You're such a hard worker. Boss knows you're a good girl.
Fang looked at him with big eyes, and then he had to affirm that she was, in fact, a good girl before they could continue. He looked over the DP earnings.
At the rate we're going, we'll actually be able to build things like that castle within a month or two. Lothar and Renzu getting to the 17th now has enough slots that progress is rapid. Actually, our earnings feel almost exponential. Won't we have everything in under a year at this rate?
Irwin chuckled and shook her head.
Don't forget things like the road construction. There's a lot of buildings that aren't path-related, and then each of these path-related buildings have their own potential upgrades. But also, each costs a percentage of the kingdom's income and essence, so we can't just build everything or we'd have to shut other buildings off. Here, take a look at this.
She brought up more options in the menu, showing that things were filtered. In addition to these special buildings, there were also numerous general buildings that he could purchase not aligned to any path, such as the guard towers Lothar had made. Things like armories and warehouses existed as well, but his artisans could just build these on their own. With the right materials and enhancements, they could even surpass the generalized buildings. Aside from the battle or combat-related buildings, the things provided by Orion were basic. Then there were also lesser versions of buildings associated with other paths available to Nick, such as the Merchants Guild they saw in Silverbrook. These were largely known to be a waste of DP, however, as their bonuses were too minor in comparison to the specialized path buildings. Rebecca added, In the third stratum, there will be more options for spending DP. You can pay for an event, even a tribulation if you want. You can spend to have something like your Frostspire mines created within a few points of the map. You can convert DP into gold or other valuable resources. It's a waste, but I doubt we'll ever have too much DP. The reason we are gaining a lot right now is because we are constantly being tested, all climbers progressing routinely. But eventually, people will reach their peak potential and their earnings will drastically decrease. Irwin nodded.
Don't forget that when people are truly challenged, there is a chance for death. You protect their lives, but this limits their earnings both in DP and also their gains in potential. If they choose that you can resurrect them on death when they enter, then the potential they earn in the test of supremacy, for example, would be less. For example, if it were us on the last run, we'd have arrived in the center to find the spring, but not the fruit, possibly.
It was something Nick would need to eventually keep in mind. That his strong performers today may ultimately end up stagnating in the future, hurting his kingdom if he allowed them to continue climbing over others. Progress was fast right now, but there was actually going to be a bottleneck too. People moved through the first stratum fast, but the second stratum would take quite some time, take several runs to do it safely, and for fewer slots that refreshed slower. Eventually, the waiting list in the second stratum would be a huge bottleneck, despite how many slots were added. In their recent Path of the Samurai run, Nick knew that Andros and Zarog probably only barely backed down without taking on the boss, and the reason was because of safety. Despite the two men seeking good fights and dangers, they still managed their risk. Their wives were with them, after all, and they weren't about to orphan their children because they wanted to gain more. For now, his people were driven. They had faced hardships until they were rescued by Nick and his family. They endured and finally found their slice of heaven, their opportunity for a bright future. His people had now gotten a taste of it, and many of them would fight tooth and nail to get another bite. The DP earnings would certainly decrease when people either reached their maximum potential or stopped pushing themselves and taking risks. Nick was lucky in that he had the orcs with excellent foundations, that each had a lot of upward growth available to them in the second stratum, and then all of these monsterfolk who sought to become more and would be willing to die for their alpha.
I know we don't have much, but how about the Serafera buildings? Anything good for us?
Winnie looked over them, then shook her head.
They already grabbed most of the low-hanging fruit, and there's nothing available at all other than generic faith buildings. Everything else has already been purchased, though it's weird because it's not that much. The cathedral has some upgrades, but it's kind of sparse.
Nick asked.
Why is that, Becca?
Rebecca sighed.
The truth is, we lack many of the blueprints. It seems the reason you have so many options available in the Path of Kings and Samurai is likely thanks to your heritage. It must have included many of these options.
Nick did remember that when he tried to pull up the available paths he could change to, there were countless for him to choose from. And yet, Lothar hadn't chosen something like Path of the Honorable Raider or something like that before he met him. The reason was simple. It was because he didn't have the option. Forming an ordeal based on one's personal concept or what they considered was their path was possible, but it had an associated cost. Orion did not make a customized ordeal for free.
How do we get more? Is it related to those path books?
Rebecca nodded.
It's rare, but those path books do drop in the ordeals, and so do blueprints. Not only that, but people can even make them. I'm kind of surprised we didn't find one yet, but they are often found after the 15th floor. Perhaps as we progress in Serafera's ordeal, they will grant them to us.
Nick arched his brow at that. Perhaps they hadn't found one yet because they already had them all.
All right, so we got some new buildings now, but let's look at our conflict options for Shadowvale. We won't trigger it today, but it's good to know what we have for options.
Conflict options available. Shadowvale. Case for war. Known climber attacked your caravan. Land skirmish. Your control radius overlaps Shadowvale's. Cost 5,000 DP. Unavailable. Honorable raid. Dark Kingdom judgment. Heroic justice. Irwin briefly checked the first two options.
It looks like the first option would give us the ability to attack Shadowvale, but it allows them to choose the battle option. Orion decides what they would give up, but for conquering the city, that alone might not be enough. It looks like we'd need to win a series of conflicts to decide ownership, such as the land skirmish, and we can't just do one after another. Why's Honorable Raid crossed out?
Kaya asked. Irwin tapped on it, reading the details.
It looks like it's incompatible with your hero's path. It has a plunder involved. Raiding their city and looting it is fair game, since Lothar confirmed Shadowvale was behind the attack, it says. But a hero who walks the path shouldn't indiscriminately plunder, even if it's fair or justified.
It was easy to forget that while honorable, the orcs weren't all that heroic. They sought good fights and plunder above all else, and sometimes doing good by killing bandits was just a side effect, rather than their goal. Lothar would be happy ransacking the town, taking the plunder as payment for killing the bandits.
So that's a wash, but there are two other options.
Irwin brought up the first. Serafera's Inquisition, Dark Kingdom Judgment. You have gathered enough information and testimony from your interrogations that you can testify to Orion that the Kingdom of Shadowvale is not acting as a lawful kingdom, working together with a bandit warlord. You even have testimonies from your subordinates that can be used to hide this capability. In doing so, you have earned the right to mark this kingdom for Orion-sanctioned destruction. But the people of Shadowvale are not all complicit, and you know this, as you've spoken with Turon. You have several choices for how to decide the fate of Shadowvale and its owner, but the battle option for siege has been removed due to your nature as a hero. If the lawful kingdom loses the conflict, the Dark Kingdom's secret will be kept, and a large parcel of land ownership and resources will be forfeited. Often, this will also lead to the hidden Dark Kingdom gaining means to retaliate. If the lawful kingdom wins the conflict or the lord surrenders, ordeal ownership will be granted, and imprisonment and enslavement of the criminal members of the kingdom can be decided by the Inquisition. This will be a sanctioned conflict of Orion between two kingdoms, considered equivalent to a trial. The rewards for the victorious kingdom and individuals involved will be commensurate. Nick said.
It's a lot to take in. Feels a little weird how Orion, knows our... and even my personal situation in such a precise manner, though.
Rebecca replied.
Orion is all-seeing and all-knowing within its bounds. As a lord of Orion, it takes special interest in you. There exists worlds outside of it, but within it is capable of anything, within its rules and laws. I like this conflict option, but how about the last one?
Irwin brought up the other available one. Heroic justice, liberation from tyrant. You have learned that a dark kingdom rules Shadowvale, and that its leader is complicit and supporting the bandit warlord, carrying out his will and selling their own citizens into slavery and larger crimes. Sneak into Shadowvale alone or with an elite party and find Elrash, harming as few innocents as possible. Once within 30 yards, Orion will sanction his defeat by establishing a trial barrier and allow ownership of Shadowvale to be claimed should he be defeated. This is a hidden conflict option, which will allow you as a lord to sneak in and only broadcasts the completion to the kingdom and its citizens. Kaya said.
But wasn't Elrash not around? We can't use that option, even if it sounds great. It won't announce when you enter their control radius and let you just bust into the city and kill and judge him, bringing him to justice.
Nick had to agree with that. It was a neat option, but not the best for them right now.
All right, so it sounds like the Dark Kingdom judgment is our choice. What are our battle options? It mentioned siege was disabled.
Inquisition conflict battle options. 1. Honorable duels. 1-on-1 battles between leaders and climbers. Best of 5 or 9. Single elimination. Melee. This option reduces collateral damage to lawful citizens. 2. Field of battle. This option allows you to pick a location on neutral ground and forces the two kingdoms to meet in combat within a trial barrier. The victor is granted ownership of the ordeal, and any unlawful enemies that escape the field or avoid it can be imprisoned and enslaved. This option would normally risk innocents being used in the field of battle, but the clergy of Serafera promise the lawful citizens protection and succor, and their inquisition will determine innocence. Orion will assist those who wish to surrender and flee from their ruler's tyranny. 3. Lord versus Lord. The lords will be the sole decider of this conflict, the victor winning the kingdom's ownership. Note: the defender of the conflict normally chooses the battle option and can even present those available from their respective path, but dark kingdoms parading as a lawful kingdom revealed in this way are forced into a distinct disadvantage. Select a battle option and enter Shadowvale's control radius to begin the conflict. Kaya noted.
I like the duels as a means of battle. I get single elimination, but what does the melee thing mean?
Irwin tapped it on the menu.
It looks like it means that someone who wins can choose to fight again, though there won't be much time for recovery. In theory, they can place their strongest at the final loss and still win against the rest if the person is strong enough.
Nick nodded at the implications.
A lord can dig his people out from a complete loss, but it won't be easy. It means facing the enemy lord fatigued, injured, and drained of essence.
Reading the details, he knew that this Inquisition conflict was the right one. Nick certainly liked the Lord versus Lord option, but he realized this was not the best choice. His people needed the experience. They were all excited about the big battle, and unless they participated in it, they would not gain anything. Nick was all about investing in his people, as he believed that He looked at his wives, none of which were human. That is, people resources were the greatest resource one could have. This was the mantra instilled in him by his father, and he couldn't help but agree with that sentiment, even thinking back to his life on Earth, even without some magical essence reinforcing this. Thinking over how his people had grown and how they would grow, he knew this would be the right choice. He grinned.
All right, we'll meet him on the field of battle.
Chapter 39. The Ancestral Archives. The party spent a little more time planning out their purchases and took a small break. Eventually, they received a notification from Vi that Irene had finished the binding process and was ready. The party returned to the Ancestral Archives, and Irene was flying to each of the stacked cubes, fluttering about like some sort of pixie as she interacted with each one. Amazing! Truly amazing! So much knowledge, and it's all available to me!
Nick chuckled.
I see you're having a good time already.
Oh, hero!
Irene's smile had already been beaming, but it became wider at his return.
I already learned some of it, the Archaeans' history. Your people, they were truly special. Their history, I'm still delving into it, but there's just so many other interesting things available too.
So, there was a lot included? Feels like half of these heritage buildings, it's just unlocking more paywalls.
Ah, yes. There was much included. So much. Your people's history was just one aspect. Then, there are many first stratum ideals and training methods, magics, compendiums on trade skills, and more available. It's when things are rated at the second stratum or higher that knowledge must be earned.
She spread her arms as wide as her wings, motioning to the cubes.
But you have already earned a fair amount. You've been doing something called heritage quests, and these have accumulated as a side effect of that. You've been tasked to find followers and wives, create heirs, and unlock aspects of the barrows. Each of these has granted you strength, but it also grants you wisdom here in the archives. I see that you have done very well, except in one of these aspects.
Nick frowned as he thought for a moment, but then he coughed.
There just hasn't been any downtime, and my wives all fight by my side.
Irene floated over to him and grabbed his palm, her eyes shimmering and her beautiful face laced with concern.
But, hero, it's so important, so very important. You must make heirs as soon as possible, you must.
Kaya arched her eyebrow and smiled, amused.
For the knowledge, you're saying?
There's that, but that's not the most important thing. Hero is missing out on potential for strength, and it's of dire importance he secures his bloodline. The Archaeans must not fade away, no matter the cost.
Everyone sucked in their breath at that, especially Rebecca. Irene truly believed what she had just said, that the knowledge she valued was actually secondary to her. Irwin asked,
What have you learned?
I'm still interfacing with the archives, but their history is a tragedy.
They were progenitors during the turning of the ages when Orion introduced the ordeals to accomplish its goals, but the forces of good villainized them and fought them to extinction. A genocide like this, none have since happened with such fervor in recorded history. Chased across shards, even known good, lawful kingdoms were destroyed for harboring any of your people. Nick nodded.
We're aware of that. It's part of my memories and what we've learned. These guys were envious that my people were badass.
Yes, but I know what happened after. The many enemies of good were what caused it. After the Archaeans were wiped out, there was even more turmoil, war across the shards. Eventually, it was revealed that another powerful race of progenitors was pulling the strings of the forces for good. A true dark empire, one that spans a multitude of shards. The Ravagers. They were the Archaeans' true enemies.
Ravagers?
Nick looked over at Rebecca and Irwin, wondering if they knew. They both shook their heads. Irene replied, Yes, the Ravagers. They have a shared heritage for your people. And the reason they are called that is because they use their powers of the mind and soul to conquer and destroy everything. Through the darkness, they have themselves become twisted and vicious, discarding much of what made them folk, and have become terrifying parasites. Their powers resemble necromancy, but are often so much worse, for they don't just enslave, they consume, destroying and devouring their victims' minds and souls and empowering themselves. And they often hide in plain sight, controlling both the living and the dead to carry out their horrible goals. Parasite. When Nick had defeated the bishop, something was drawn in with his and Irene's soul. It was a concept, but it also contained some sort of parasite. Thinking back, it was a little strange that he had drawn in a concept with his judgment at all. Could it be related? Then again, Nick had never judged anyone else who had a concept at the level of the bishop, or someone that owned an ordeal, now that he thought of it. Irene continued, unaware of Nick's thoughts. Only the Archaeans have the necessary mastery of the soul, while being unassailable by the Ravagers. It turned out that their reasons behind creating Archaean law was to protect, detect, and defeat these insidious things, and that was why they were hunted. They had warned us, but their warnings fell on deaf ears.
That sounds like a horrifying enemy. Well, that's a problem for future us. Maybe. Until we establish the open relay, the Ravagers aren't really a threat.
Irene nodded. It's possible the Ravagers have some means of invading a frontier shard, but it's currently unknown. The truth is that the changes to them as they've moved away from being folk probably limits how they can invade. For now, they are a very active, persistent threat to all good on Orion. War is waged against them, but success has been hard fought. Irwin said,
So, you said there's a lot of included knowledge. What about what isn't?
That's right. Here are the modules that can be purchased. Some are not exactly knowledge-related at all. Irene tapped a tablet, and it displayed a menu. Spirit Vault, 10,000 DP. Extended Cultivation Codex, 50,000 DP. Skill Cache, 20,000 DP. Racial Codex, Genesis Chamber, 5,000 DP. Nick groaned.
More DP expenditures? I think most of these are at least somewhat self-explanatory, but what's the Spirit Vault?
I think you'll still be surprised. All of these repositories come stocked with tons of goodies, but the Spirit Vault is something that I think you, Irvin, and possibly Luna will find quite valuable. It's a storage of souls from your heritage. Within it, many followers of your family, elementals, untamed monster spirits, and more are available. This is like An ark your family created, with thousands of souls, including people in the 4th stratum, just waiting to be claimed."
Nick's eyes widened. He was absolutely shocked at how amazing that sounded.
Why is that so cheap, then? This sounds too good to be true.
"You're right. It's not like we just got a huge list of extremely powerful allies. The reason is because Orion has deemed the vault cheap due to the restrictions in the spirit's usage. Sure, there are some 4th stratum people's souls in here. Those would be insanely powerful and valuable normally. However, we're on a frontier shard. They have to follow the same rules as everyone else that comes to this shard."
Rebecca gasped.
"They have to start over and be reborn, like you, Mother."
Irene nodded.
"That's right, and because a payment wasn't made to enter, like with me, they get additional restrictions. Many of them would have much of their memories sealed to be reborn here at all, even using your Genesis chamber. The truth is, much of my knowledge required sealing as well, but I was allowed to keep my memories and much of my concept work. I was young and only in the 2nd stratum before I was reborn anyway. I had formed Mother's concepts, and then I was sent off on my journey here."
Nick looked over to Jasmine.
Why didn't you have your memory sealed?
"Because I am a part of you, and you were reborn. Plus, I don't have anything useful in here to be sealed."
She tapped her temple with her finger. Irene chuckled.
"It's true. Orion mostly doesn't like unfair advantages. On a frontier shard, it wants as close to an even playing field as it can get. Entering the frontier shard with deep knowledge of ideals and mana, aura, and concept mastery from someone in the 4th or 5th stratum would just be unfair, enabling them to easily progress and conquer this shard. And without paying the price to enter, too. You had to build Jasmine a body besides, so everything about her truly had to be earned on your own."
Nick was still a bit shocked about what was in the spirit vault, but understood that it wasn't as overpowered as it originally sounded. He could envision a high-stratum person being reborn with all the knowledge necessary to create tons of elites, resulting in them just opening up shop and getting a ton of loyal subordinates and conquering the entire shard with ease. Nick was essentially doing the same thing, but with lesser knowledge. His people were already leapfrogging over most of those that existed on this shard, from what he could tell in terms of capability.
Huh. Does it say what kind of followers and people it left behind? Are there any in my family?
Irene shook her head.
"It says there are some extended family in here, but certainly no Archaeans. Not even your ancestors or any of your other mothers, or your family's most loyal followers. All those entered with your family into the Tower of Eternity. These are mostly people that had willingly entered the vault in hopes to be reborn during a shard opening, tribulation, or for war."
Nick frowned.
I get the shard opening, since I know about the frontier shards, being on one. But why would someone want to be reborn during a tribulation, or war? It sounds like a terrible time to be reborn.
"In a kingdom that has matured beyond having the open relay, a tribulation or war is an extensive event. People of all levels must be tested, and the events can last decades. If someone is reborn during this time, there are countless opportunities for trials, tests, and other special events, such as what we saw in that test of supremacy. And then monster kingdoms, additional ordeals, and more will spawn. War and tribulation are each an opportunity to become a lord by claiming new ordeals, or at least become someone's subordinate and become a climber there."
That made a bit of sense to Nick. He had learned that due to nepotism and stagnation, a lot of older shards would have most slots full for generations. And with immortals, people that could live forever, that could be even worse.
People would dream of finding slots, and this was why many hoped to join a frontier shard, to have a shot on their own. Then, trials and other events often granted special traits and tempering and enlightenment, rare rewards that were hard to come by without having an ordeal like the Path of Kings. Thinking on it from a game master's perspective, simply adding an ordeal to a mature shard would likely just result in more nepotism 99 times out of 100. The top kingdom on the shard would just muscle all the other kingdoms out of the way and snatch it. It would require additional difficulties to prevent someone from gaming the system and just claiming it. Hence, the need for these tribulations, or other events, to keep them busy and ensure that the special resource was earned.
"There's one more reason," Irene added, interrupting his thoughts. "And this will be common for those that are in the 3rd and 4th stratum especially. There are those that failed to obtain immortality and are hoping to start over in hopes of reaching it on their next attempt."
Irwin frowned. "I thought anyone who reached the 4th stratum was immortal. Otherwise they'd never be able to reach it anyway."
Irene nodded. "If they follow Orion's rules, then they would normally, but some can cheat or use methods from outside of Orion. Also, there are a few other exceptions, like monsters. Monsterfolk that straddle the line between folk and monster can often reach the 4th stratum, but not have the immortality granted by Orion. One must walk a path that is ordained by Orion to accomplish it as well."
Rebecca said,
"For the methods outside of Orion, are you talking about Outlander methods, Mother?"
"I am! So, ultimately, the few that are in the archive here, they are likely more monstrous or used some Outlander method, then probably reached the edge of their lifespan. Their only choice is to be reborn, or to die of old age, as Outlanders don't really achieve immortality until the true peak. If they're in the 3rd stratum, they might just be walking a path not ordained by Orion, or perhaps they didn't ascend to the 3rd stratum properly, did not have sturdy enough foundations by establishing their concept."
Well, it sucks that I might have access to loyal people, but that I can't really make use of them. But you said Irwin and Luna might be able to use this?
"That's right! You see, Luna and Irwin can enter the vault and call for spirits and elementals that can work with their spells and skills. Part of the vault's capabilities is that if the spirit is powerful enough, it might require a test or trial to claim ownership and make their bond."
Irwin's eyes lit up. "So I can finally find a spirit for my skill. And you can still probably make use of it too, hubby. With the racial codex and the Genesis chamber, you can find perfect soul servants and followers of all kinds."
Damn, that is kinda cool. Expensive for soul servants because the Genesis chamber would have to work hard to make any bodies that would be useful. But getting some additional followers even if they have to start at level 1 would be great. It looks like I'm gonna have to expand the Genesis chamber too.
Irwin asked, "Is there a cost associated with the spirits? You mentioned tests or trials for powerful ones."
Irene nodded. "There is no cost, but for the tests or trials, it depends on how they are used. Subordinating powerful spirits, for example in a totem for Luna or for your skill, even with restricted memories, is like granting you a power that you didn't earn. But also it's very dangerous. A 4th stratum person's soul can contain powerful concepts, and they could potentially obliterate your soul core. So, Orion makes you enter a test or trial, depending on the spirit's strength, to earn its protection against said spirit. For weaker ones, you simply must defeat a facsimile of it."
"All right. So, what can we access from the archives right now?"
"What is it that you would like, hero?" Nick thought about it for a moment, and realized he kind of wanted a bunch of things.
What? You want like my laundry list?
Irene chuckled. "Laundry? I wouldn't
mind that, but I'm sure you mean a list of what you need help with. Think of me like a librarian of this fine library, the archives. Just let me know what you want, and I'll see if anything I have can help. I want to find the perfect books for you."
Rebecca smiled at her mother fondly.
"Just like in Sarah Farrah's library."
Irene nodded enthusiastically.
"Yes, but only even better. I'm reading so many things at once right now, interfacing with the archives."
Nick snorted.
Fine. I needed some guidance on soul magic. Since I'm stuck, I need to know what's even possible for me to do. Then I could use some guidance on my ideal. It involves speaking in Archaean. Then lastly, I need some cultivation methods compatible with me utilizing demon cores. It seems I need to supplement the light I've been gaining in me from Sarah Farrah's tithed faith essence with some darkness. Even the ordeal granted me one, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it.
Irene's eyes lit up.
"Wow, you're right, that is quite the list."
She paused for a moment, then hummed.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid precise answers to the last two would require the codex, the expensive one. But let me see what I can do."
Her eyes went white for a moment, and several of the cubes behind her lit up. Eventually, she smiled, flew over, and held out her hand near the cube, before moving on to the next one. 5 crystals were created in her hands, looking a lot like skill crystals, but they were white.
"Ta-da! Here you go, hero. I think these should help."
Irene handed Nick the crystals with a beaming smile.
Skill crystals?
Nick held and moved them around in his hands, looking over them.
"Nope. Knowledge crystals. Send some of your aura inside and you can scan the text and diagrams within. It's like reading a book, but so much better. It's almost like how us clergy use our reading spell, as a matter of fact. This technology is truly spectacular. It must have been inspired by or devised by an Outlander method."
Nick did as he was told, and sent some aura into one of the crystals. When he did, it lit up in his hand, and he was a bit surprised at how quickly the words or thoughts appeared in his mind. It was difficult at first, but it didn't take him long to scan the crystal and read successfully. Because his eyes didn't need to move to read, there was no lag between the words arriving in his mind as he scanned it with his aura. There was also some additional thoughts transmitted that helped him understand the information, almost like they were not words at all. When reading a technical manual, a lot of time spent reading was really digesting the information presented. In any given paragraph read in a book like that, there might be several technical terms used that one would potentially have to spend time thinking about the definition of the words and how they all might interact. Perhaps one would have to spend time looking them up normally. The need for knowledge and understanding to even begin to grasp any new information at all. But these words popping into his mind as he scanned it gave him additional impressions and came with more understanding beyond mere words themselves should contain. Combined with his Archaean mind, he was able to work through the knowledge quickly. There were even diagrams contained within, giving him a mental image just like the words did. He quickly got the gist of the first crystal. It was a primer on soul magic, based around the second stratum. After a minute, he already felt foolish. There were several ways for him to use his mana aura combined with his soul magic that he could both attack and defend. If he knew this, he'd have defeated the bishop much sooner with his judgment. Previously, he needed to bring him low enough by using his essence burst, and only just barely reached Irene for the pact before judging him. With what he knew now, he could have weakened him a small amount with a distraction, then pierced the darkness protecting Samuel's soul core and locking onto Irene's soul. He'd have been able to make the pact with Irene without an issue, preventing him from using his concept much, if at all, and then judged him. He wouldn't have needed to bring him an inch from death first, like he did before. The crystal had so much more, but it would take him many hours to digest all the information contained within and then practice with it. He moved on to the next of the 5. The second crystal was about the arcane language and its use in magic, and the third was a much more detailed manual on the ideal that Nick had been calling the arcane monstrous swordsman ideal. The last 2 were about making your own ideal, and a primer on the methods and effects of absorbing demon cores on an archaean's body. It wouldn't give him a cultivation technique, but it could give him a basis for making one that would work for now. It would be less effective than one devised by a true expert, but it was better than nothing. Nick knew that his balance of light and darkness was about to get pushed even further off after his next throne session, making his concept strangely weaker if he didn't find a way to balance it. Irene had been smiling as she watched him inspect the crystals.
So, how is it, hero? Did I get you the perfect books or what?
Nick chuckled.
Looks like I got my work cut out for me. But I can tell already you've really helped me out. This is plenty to get started. Thanks a lot, Irene.
Irene spun around, floating in place.
It's no problem at all. There is no need to thank me. This is the knowledge that your people left behind for you, but also that you earn, hero. If you want more, simply find more wives and followers, raise heirs, and conquer more of the barrows.
Irwin cleared her throat, her tail flicking behind her.
We could all use some knowledge crystals, too.
Irene smiled as she floated over to Irwin and held her hands with a wide smile.
Of course, give me your laundry lists, as our hero put it, and I'll do my best to provide all the perfect books I can.
The girls lined up, and they each got a few crystals containing things to work on. As it turned out, all of them would value the soul magic primer. They could benefit from learning and understanding soul magic, utilizing their gained affinities for this purpose. It wasn't that Nick hadn't wanted to teach them soul magic. It was that nearly all he knew, aside from his soul mend, interacted with arcane law. That required them to be full-blood archaeans, or required them to speak archaean to use. In most of the requests, Irene wasn't able to provide a direct topic for what they wanted, but she was often able to provide something adjacent, and usually fully fulfill at least one of their requests. He had earned a lot of second stratum value knowledge from his quests, but it wasn't everything. The 50,000 DP Codex would actually include some third stratum knowledge, so he knew that was going to be a priority as he neared it. So now all the girls held knowledge crystals, ready to improve themselves and fill in the gaps of what they had been missing instruction on. It would take some time for these seeds of knowledge to bear fruit, likely after their conquest of Shadowvale, but it was good that they would soon be planted. The knowledge in the prince's study was largely introductory, and had gotten them to the point where they were now, mostly first stratum methods, building their foundational knowledge. But the knowledge contained in the archives would bring them up to the expert second stratum levels, and perhaps a little beyond with some of their own efforts. Winnie smiled at Irene.
Thanks a lot, Irene. Thanks to you, we're ready to prepare for this conflict now.
Kaya groaned.
Ugh, more training? But we just got back. I know it's important, but we'll get some rest, too, right?
Fang smiled and perked up from her confused look. She had been frowning down at her crystals. Her tail also began wagging.
Yeah, that's right. We need belly rubs, and we should play a little. We should go back to the mall.
Luna smiled at her fondly.
I'm sure we'll find some time for those things, but our time is limited. Boss has a lot to do too, you know.
Fang's ears went flat on her head. Oh, okay. Nick patted her head and scratched her ears.
It's all right, Fang. We definitely earned a small break. Let's work a little harder for a bit, And then with our remaining time, we'll have a good time together just before we go.
Fang pumped her fist.
Yes! I'll do it! I'll work hard and get all the belly—
The doorbell suddenly rang, the soft chime echoing in the chamber. Vi said, "It's Lumos in front. Should I allow them entry?" Nick nodded.
Go ahead. We'll meet her in the living room.
Irene said, "I'll stay here. I got a lot more to read here. I can already feel my wisdom concept progressing just from the immense amount of knowledge contained here. It is so vast, and much of it is new for me. Likely for Mother, too. This must be why I was sent here. Thank you so much, hero."
Rebecca sighed.
I knew this would happen, but at least it's not improper for you to be here anymore.
Most of the girls decided they weren't all that interested in meeting with Lumos, breaking off and heading into the princely chambers. They had a lot to digest with their new knowledge crystals, and the small dojo there, combined with the special essence within, would help them relax. Lumos was waiting in the living room, standing at the entrance when Nick, Jasmine, Irwin, and Rebecca arrived. She was wearing a spatial backpack and several of the spatial sacks around her waist. Rebecca asked,
"What is it, Lumos?"
Lumos smiled, then handed over some pouches to Irwin. "Hey, everyone! I'm here to deliver some stuff for you already, and let you know I'm in big need of that alchemy unit sooner rather than later." Irwin frowned, looking through the pouches.
What's going on?
"Despite my efforts to make suitable tools, some of these special materials you brought are going to need extra attention. According to Vi, the Heritage Alchemy Room with the add-ons I need should be able to handle everything." Nick groaned.
We're pretty much broke now since we need that spirit vault, though.
Lumos replied. "It's pricey, but it'll be worth it, I promise. In fact, with the tools provided, I'll be able to transform that harmony crystal into something that will help your beastfolk become Noblefrost beastfolk. I just need you to approve the purchase and then I'll get right to work."
There's enough, Vi?
"Just enough, my lord, thanks to Lumos' efforts. In crafting all the special tools, she reduced the costs. And soon, the slots in the ordeals will refresh, allowing additional parties to earn more. The first stratum slots refresh tomorrow. Lothar's plan is prioritizing those that aren't joining the assault on Shadowvale, so that all can be rested and ready to go. There should be some minor earnings in the barrows soon as those refresh as well." Nick sighed.
That's another thing we need to work on. Those special events in the mall. Go ahead and approve the purchase, Vi, and place the Heritage Alchemy Room at the edge of their hidden crafting area. Then purchase the Spirit Vault as soon as we've enough.
Vi replied, "As you will it." "Thanks, boss. I'll get things going for you ASAP." Lumos left through the front door in a hurry. Irwin said,
Should we try to give one of the barrows challenges a go before the assault? I think our party more or less meets the requirements of one now.
Nick thought about it, then shook his head.
I'd rather wait until we're back. For now, we'll get a lot more out of focusing on what's in the knowledge crystals, and what Lumos here will refine for us. When we get back from the assault, we'll focus on all that.
Rebecca added,
"And supposedly that will help how much knowledge will become available as well. Some of our requests might be fulfilled as a result."
Irwin smirked.
There was one other thing Nick could do to get even more of this knowledge, too, and maybe a power-up besides.
Nick arched his brow.
And just who am I supposed to knock up? They must be wives or bound to me like Jasmine. My race won't accept anything less. And now is just not a good time for you girls, with this Blackthorne maybe busting down our gates in the next few months.
Rebecca blushed.
"Well, I know a few women that are interested and willing, if you'll accept them. They have waited to make their move out of respect for me, but I will let them know that it's fine now."
She smiled at Nick.
Are you sure, Becca? I would rather not take away from you. We were only just married a little over a month ago, and I know in your community it'll be abnormal for me to seek more women for some time. Goddess approved or not.
"I'm sure. There's a consensus among us, whether it's the clergy or her faithful. The community is behind you courting and marrying more of us. It's Seraphera's will, and many of them have fondness in their hearts for you.
She cleared her throat, blushing.
If you don't mind, I would like a little more time alone with you to, connect.
Nick chuckled and embraced her in a warm hug.
You got it, Becca. I'll be sure to spend some time with each of my girls over the next few days. We had to go without for the most part in the last month of the ordeal, after all. We'll train and get some other time together, I promise.
He had several goals for the upcoming days, and his wives were the same. When he faced this trial-equivalent conflict, the conquest of Shadowvale, he would be ready.
Chapter 40 The Spirit Champion.
Nick hammered away at his soul blade, his soul core thrumming in response to his actions. He was in his blade soul forge, the spherical chamber giving off its luminescent glow. The refined elemental elite, the Ice Wallywampus core, sank into his focus with each blow, and his blade started to give off a feeling of powerful cold. After the first tempering and subsequent ones, if he used his expert arcane swordsmanship, he could create a blade of white light that had amazing cutting power. This was pretty much his default, as he could do this endlessly, so long as the blade stole essence from his targets. The mana cost wasn't significant. Since he used his blade soul forge to switch his focus to ice, the blade of white light now had blue frost coursing through it too, and it gave off a bit of cold. It was not a lot. When he infused his mana and essence to form the white blade of light, it primarily increased his cutting power, which was, of course, valuable. However, he wanted it to do more. He wanted enemies he struck and sliced through to be slowed and weakened more significantly, to make it a part of his fighting style focused on control. The resource half depleted, Nick took a break. The dome around him receded as he twisted his soul blade with a click. With a smile, Jasmine once again was ready to take care of her master. She handed him a cup and held out a plate of essence fruits, the recliner brought out for him to sit down and relax. Jasmine was wearing her sexy maid costume, her four-armed form looking mostly human or elven, aside from the stone-gray skin.
"Aren't you going to try the new function, the Spirit Forge, Master?"
Sitting down, Nick took a drink of the energy whiskey and felt his body and soul getting revitalized. He took a bite of the fruit, the refreshing taste of essence filling him, as he pondered the answer to his question.
I'm still thinking about what I want in a partner. My father had called him a spirit champion. Then, how I want them to fight, and how I want to shift my blade. He'd made his into more of a rapier. I've already started to shift mine thanks to my soul blade connection, but I feel like it's not at the level he had done.
Yeah, your father and that big elf woman, Artura, were really something else. They made a great team. I'm sure your father put a lot of thought into her.
Nick let out a breath.
That's another weird part I'm having trouble with, too. I'm going to make someone. I don't think I like that.
Oh, I can see that's a little weird for you. Why don't you just make a monster, then? It doesn't need to be a person. They don't need to be a swordsman besides. Your dad had those too.
But it should be someone or something that resonates with my path. What monster resonates with the path of kings? Or heroes, for that matter.
That does sound kinda hard. Well, I'm sure you'll figure something out, Master. Here, have another essence fruit.
Nick chuckled as he took a bite of the offered fruit as he pondered. Among his wives, Jasmine and Fang were definitely not the thinking type.
Ultimately, he only had his concepts to infuse into the focus, at least for now, as those had the most influence over his blade. Once someone reached the third or fourth stratum, their understanding of numerous concepts could reach the early stages without necessarily making it a part of them. This was common for those with crafting classes, to allow them to imbue concepts that weren't a part of them into equipment and other items. Prior to then, it was extremely rare for a crafter to have a concept not related to their crafting profession. Thinking back to his spirit for his soul blade, it was easiest for him to envision his dominion of frost and fealty in relation to the biting cold. It was certainly true that he didn't have a concept relating to swords, so why would the spirit need to be a swordsman? But he was considering it, establishing a third concept relating to swordsmanship, or the sword itself. It had been present in both of his lives, a drive to be great at it. The blade was how he enacted his will on the world, a tool that carried his power. And it was more than just a tool. It was the weapon of nobility, a hallmark of civilization. He was familiar and well-versed with a wide array of weaponry, and all of them had advantages and disadvantages. Nick did not truly believe the sword was the best, or anything like that. If there wasn't the magical bullshit of these concepts and essence, and he was only allowed to use one weapon his entire life, he would pick some kind of polearm weapon, something with a little more reach. He was fighting behemoth-sized monsters more often than not, after all. However, in the world of Orion, the essence of something and all of the beliefs and even history surrounding it might matter just as much as the cold, hard facts, the science about something. The will of the world was as important as the truths, and it was only by combining them that you could make them a part of yourself and change or replace reality. To create a bullshit magic that could make even a needle that could destroy a mountain. And the sword was the weapon of kings and heroes. When facing another human or dragon, the weapon one would picture in a hero or king's hands was definitely a sword. On Orion, that imagery and connection mattered. Thinking on it further, perhaps, the sword was the perfect thing to tie his hero and king paths and concepts together into a singular fighting style. More importantly, it was something that fit and was true to Nick and who he was. It resonated with him, both in this life and in his last. He would come back to that or consider it later, but for now, Jasmine was right. He didn't have to focus on a swordsman partner. Nick could concentrate on a monster that could complete him, and even one that matched his dominion of frost and fealty. There were a few mythological creatures that came to mind, and he wondered if it would be possible. He knew that the more ambitious it was, the more essence it would cost to trigger the awakening, both to establish the spirit and awaken it, but also the cost to manifest it in battle. That was just fine for Nick. Right now, aside from only being able to use it once per several hours, he could really fire essence burst at will, as he had plenty of essence to power the ability ever since he had reached the second stratum. He was willing to go back to charging his soul blade to accomplish the manifestation, if it meant that it had a greater influence on his chances of victory in any battle. After finishing his recovery and taking some hot and heavy kisses from Jasmine first, he returned to the forge. With a twist and a click, the dome covered him once again, retracting the cutting light of the soul blade as Jasmine went back to making more stone cloth. Activating the spirit forge, the light in the room changed. A door opened underneath and next to the pedestal, and a blast of essence that looked like a flame struck the soul blade from it. Nick noticed it drew the essence partially from the material he provided, the Wollywampus core once again being used. The blade ready for special tempering, he began to swing his spirit hammer, striking the blade. With every swing, he pictured his future ally and what it stood for. A creature that could breathe frost as a weapon, able to attack with ice magic at distances far greater than his own. A large, sturdy body, covered in thick and hard scales. A being that was well known for its dominion, a veritable king of monsters. Monsters and races of all types would bend the knee to its superiority, providing tribute for its protection, or to avoid its hungering gaze. With every blow, the elemental elite beast core suffused his soul blade's focus, and a silhouette of a creature began to form around it. Small ice crystals like teeth and deadly claws began to form along the hilt and blade, a manifestation of the monster's nature, the essence of Orion reacting to his desire. The changes were subtle, to the point where he had to squint to even see them. He knew this would take dozens of sessions in total, and perhaps require even better, rarer materials for the spirit to be ready for awakening. Since he had been so ambitious, he had doubts he'd accomplish this before the third stratum at all. However, as he felt exhaustion and finished using the material and retracted the blade from the forge, he could already feel the shift. The blade was now colder, deadlier. The spirit forge was truly something special, having a larger impact than the soul forge on its own. The downside was that it required far more materials, nearly double for the same result. He had been busy working on the blade, and he was forced to add clumps of refined frost iron ore from the mines before it ran out, as he wasn't yet done. The forge quickly blew through them until he had consumed 4 of them, but he managed to reach a point he was satisfied with before stopping. He could already feel the spirit taking shape within. Even though it was just born, in a sense, it already felt domineering and powerful. Jasmine had watched everything.
An ice dragon for a partner, Master? How ambitious! I do believe your father had a few dragon allies as well, but those aren't even considered adults until they reach the 3rd stratum.
Nick nodded.
I doubt the blade will be ready to awaken before I reach that anyhow. I'm level 18 as it is.
You never know, Master, but you might be right. So what's next?
As expected, I'm a bit beat. I'll rest a bit and work on my soul magic. Then it'll be time to...
He grimaced.
Eat some demon cores, I guess.
Jasmine laughed.
Just like Birdie. It's not that surprising. Monsters consume essence rather than cultivate, making them more like what they eat. And you're part monster. But to think it was that simple.
Nick was a little affronted, being compared to the demon bird.
It's with Lumos's precautions and cleansers she made for me. And after she refined the cores in the first place.
He changed the subject.
Also, Winnie will probably call for help with her spiritual guide in the spirit vault soon.
Jasmine giggled at his attitude.
Of course, Master. Not like the bird at all.
He narrowed his eyes at her, and she quickly returned to his choice of subject.
Binding that spirit should be exciting. I know Winnie has been looking forward to it for a long time. But first, how about you let me help you relax a little? I know just the thing.
Nick quickly found his butt landing into the recliner, and his soul blade and its harness stowed away. All the while his belt was unfastened and his robes opened, her 4 hands working in concert to get him ready to relax in a near instant. Nick arched his brow.
Well, since you're offering...
Jasmine gave him a sultry chuckle as she kissed his lips and started trailing kisses down his chest. Her red eyes glowed, blazing with intensity.
Anytime you like, Master. Your wish is my command.
Chapter 41. The Maid's Service. Jasmine's large, soft, and red lips slowly kissed down his abs, her red eyes meeting his worshipfully. 2 hands ran fingernails up and down his thighs, while the others lowered her maid outfit's bra-like top, revealing her generous breasts. Her white hair was currently done up in a ponytail. The girl would occasionally mix it up with her straight hair. Her stone-gray skin contrasted her light gray nipples, the large areolas matching their size. She was on her knees in front of the throne, the height of her large body making it easy for her to position herself so that her mouth was at the perfect level for his cock. Lifting him for a moment, she removed his boxers as well. Nick's cock stood proudly, and she licked her lips with anticipation.
"Master."
She said the word with love, her expression soft and full of tender affection. She began kissing his tip, licking and sucking him slow and lovingly. Jasmine lavished his cock with her attention, her eyes never leaving his. Her nails from 2 of her hands ran along his chest, and another hand cupped his balls. Jasmine took him into her large mouth, having no issues with his girth. Her big lips wrapped around him tightly, and her tongue swirled around his tip before she took him in slowly. She bobbed on his cock as another hand began to stroke him, twisting her grip as she jerked and sucked him. Jasmine took her time, slowly driving his pleasure and lust up gradually. His loving maid continued to smother him with attention, her 4 hands touching and caressing him lovingly. Deep-throating his large cock, the sensations as she alternated her attentions eventually caused his balls to boil and bring him to his peak. He filled her mouth with his seed, and she drank it with a look of absolute delight on her face. She cleaned his cock with love, and this moment reminded him of how Luna had made him feel, their connection giving him a feeling of warmth and love, a slight fire of passion burning in her chest.
Again.
A shiver went down her spine at his order, and she immediately took him into her mouth and reached all the way to the base. He grunted at the sudden insertion, the tight wetness that was her throat feeling amazing along his length. She began bobbing even faster, moaning with excitement as she sucked him off, the same affection still in her eyes as she met his as before. She worshipfully sucked and stimulated him, her fingernails running along his chest and arms, and his balls fondled by her loving hands. It didn't take that long with her loving, more lustful attention that he eventually reached his peak once more. He filled her mouth again, pleasure and vibrations running up his spine. She chuckled sultrily, her smile full of enjoyment and pride. Once again she kissed and licked his cock, and her red eyes were filled with even more fervor, meeting his own as she cleaned it.
You said you'd do 1,000 times, no? 10,000 times? Is that right?
Jasmine's smile was wide, her lips letting go of his cock.
"Yes, anything you desire, master. I want you to use me however you please. It is what I live for."
As always, Nick could feel the truth of her words, and his soul core vibrated in pleasure from her mere response.
Again.
She let out a breath, her whole face lighting up as her body trembled, her eyes closing for a moment in pleasure. She opened them and met his eyes again, before she kissed and licked his tip. Then she took him in, and her lips met the base of his cock in a mere moment, her fervor only having increased from before as she began to bob and suck once more. Her devotion was more than proven to him, and his lust was rising even further. It was like a slow fire was building in his chest, his desire to rule and dominate, to have such faithful and loving servants.
He stood, and she moved at his motion, keeping her mouth connected and at the right height by bringing her legs together. Nick grabbed her ponytail tightly, getting a good grip on the back of her head.
I give you permission. I want you to enjoy this as much as you can.
Jasmine moaned, and she tried to say thank you, master, around his cock, but had difficulty with her mouth so full. Holding her ponytail, he fucked her face roughly. Her throat had no issues taking his cock all the way to the base with every movement, his hips and her head moving in tandem. One of her hands moved down to her waist to finger her clit, and her moans filled the room. The rest of her hands still roamed Nick's chest and waist, her focus completely on her master as she met his eyes. His cock never left her throat for breath, the girl not needing to breathe for several minutes. Her suction only increased with her pleasure, and other than a small stutter from when she eventually came, she never slowed down, pushing herself against his length to help his movements as she bobbed in tandem. She alternated sucking hard and then moving her tongue what little she could inside her mouth to stimulate him, her hand still fondling his balls as she continued to meet his eyes, focused on him. He quickly reached his peak from dominating her mouth, and he groaned as he filled her throat with cum for a third time, her eyes meeting his and full of reverence. But as he filled her mouth with his cum, Nick didn't even slow down, thanks to the power of his race. He kept fucking her face as her eyes rolled up and into the back of her head, as one orgasm rolled into the next for her, their pleasures combined. She loved it when he used her, and using her face as his own personal cum-dump filled her with even more elation. After the fourth time he came, her satisfaction that he felt over their bond became even higher. He didn't know how many times she came, but with her focused on his sensations in addition to her own, he knew that it was many. Pulling her hair, he lifted her head until her lips disconnected from his cock. She took heavy breaths to restore her air, her mouth open and her tongue lolling out. He had almost never seen her so happy, her smile wide and her eyes unfocused.
"Thank you, master."
Bend over the throne.
Nick moved aside. She was still breathless, her chest heaving.
"Yes, master."
She stood, her height towering over him before she bent over. 2 hands gripped the armrests, while 2 hands snaked behind her and lifted her skirt, lowered her panties, and then spread her ass cheeks. Her round cheeks were perfect orbs, her ass flesh in a perfect shape. Her thin waist was waspish, though the furry spider legs lined with light almost like LEDs coming out at diagonal angles were a little strange, but easy for him to ignore. Grabbing her ass, he felt them to be firm and pliant. Moving forward, he noticed that her long legs had spread themselves just enough apart for her pussy to be at the exact perfect height and angle for him to enter. Her legs were a statuesque work of art, and he lived her thick thighs and ass that matched that. He pushed into her wet pussy, the lips spread wide for his entry. He grunted from the sensation, her pussy immediately gripping him tightly.
"Oh, master, thank you. Thank you so much for using this one."
Starting out with slow strokes, he filled her sopping pussy with his thick cock. She pushed her waist back in time to his movements, allowing each stroke to hit her cervix and stretch her.
"Oh, God, your cock is so good, master. Please use me again and again to your heart's content."
His hands gripped her thin waist for leverage, and he began to pound her pussy harshly. Her body took every thrust,
and even though he used much of his strength to fuck her hard, it only drove her wilder as she moaned and came.
Oh, yes! Fuck! So good!
His hips became a blur as he pounded her pussy convulsing and gripping along his length. Her moans picked up as he fucked her, and it didn't take long until he reached his peak. Jasmine's voice was music to his ears.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
He filled her with seed once more, and her whole body shook and trembled. Her spider legs also shook, opening and closing like a fan in front of him. His soul core vibrated in his chest, a feeling of contentment and fulfillment filling him. Pulling out of her with a grunt, he staggered and nearly fell.
Master!
In a blur, she caught him in her arms, her body still twitching in aftershocks from her orgasm.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Master. I let you get carried away.
Let me.
She blushed.
I mean, you should really relax. That was hardly relaxing at the end, anyway. I enjoyed it so much, but...
Nick smiled at her.
I love you, Jazz. I don't thank you enough, but I'm so glad my parents gave me you. You're so amazing.
She squealed, hugging him tightly, her cheeks meeting his.
I love you so much too, Master. Thank you so much for your affection. It was really wonderful. I'll treasure it, but let's head back to the room and I'll take care of you. Maid's orders.
Nick chuckled.
I take it that maid's orders might include me getting wrapped up in some webbing?
Jasmine pouted.
Only if you want to, Master.
It's fine. I need to rest, don't I? Just tell Winnie where to find me.
Of course, Master, and you definitely do. And I'm sure the webbing will help. Maybe.
It was a partial lie, but it wasn't one that Nick was going to call out or argue with, as she carried him out of the room and took him back to his prince's chambers. Chapter 42. The Ancestral Guide.
All right, Winnie, you've prepared for days now. Let's do this.
Winnie nodded, sitting in his lap with her armor on and her bow strapped to her back, ready for battle.
Luna was already successful with her new totem, which was a surprise. It's very useful.
Nick chuckled.
She'd be a beast if she could replace all her elemental spirits with ones of that quality. But it seems there are limits to how many of that strength she can bond and connect with. Still, as useful as they all are, all of them could use some upgrading.
They were sitting in the Spirit Vault, which reminded Nick more of a prison than anything else. They sat on a prayer mat in a cylindrical room that reached several stories high, and small metallic cubes the size of basketballs lined every level of the room. Chains ran around and between each of the cubes, and they floated mysteriously in the large room. The wall was lined with special cages, which Nick imagined being some of the more powerful spirits contained within. Irwin closed her eyes.
All right, I'm ready. Here it goes.
She formed the connection to Nick and made the call to bind a spirit to her. On the mat was a diagram she had created, which contained her requests for a spirit, as per the instructions of the Spirit Vault. Numerous cubes lit up, and even some of the cages. Looking over them, Nick got a feel for the spirits inside. Among them, many were desperate, but all of them matched what Nick was hoping for, the desire to continue to serve the Noblefrost Kingdom. Focusing on the ones with cages, he got an odd, uneasy feeling from several of them, even the one that he felt a light familiarity with, like the feeling he got when meeting the elves in Silverbrook.
He wasn't sure what the uneasy feeling was, but he felt it best to avoid them for the moment. However, one stood out as feeling wise and strong. Irwin opened her eyes and did her best to feel things out, but she accepted his assessment and called upon the spirit. A small spirit appeared in front of them, looking like a tiny green silhouette of someone that had burst into flame. The body was insubstantial, soul essence drifting off of it like a fiery haze. Someone else wouldn't visibly be able to see this creature, and would instead only be able to sense it with their magical ones. The small person looked like they had long limbs, sitting cross-legged and with their hands folded or clasped in front of them. Their hair almost looked like it was styled like a mohawk, and what looked like a bone piercing their nose. They had long ears like an elf, but their facial structure was definitely more square and what Nick would call handsome rather than beautiful. He had only met the teen at the orphanage and seen a handful in Silverbrook, but he was pretty certain this spirit was a troll. A woman's voice came from the spirit. "A sheep beastfolk called me. What a surprise most I've known have been. Well, that's not important. I see you are not so meek, prepared for battle as you are." Irwin frowned.
"If you don't like it, I can always call another spirit instead."
The spirit gasped and bowed her head. "My apologies for my poor manners, young Archaean lady, but, you know..." She raised her head and grinned. "I'm a troll, after all. It's in my people's nature to say what's on our minds. My name is Shaktera, and I served the noble..." The woman froze, frowning for a moment. "I see. Orion has restricted me, and what I can say here. An Archaean's wife needs my assistant to be your bound spirit. When I willingly entered the Ark, I wished to be reborn for war or tribulation to earn a slot in an ordeal, not to be someone's spiritual guide. Since you called me, I take it our kingdom did not fare too well in the calamities that befell..." A weight descended, and she coughed. "Never mind that." Nick asked,
"You wanted to fight in the war? We saw you came from one of those larger vaults. I take it you were someone special?"
Shaktera chuckled and shook her head. "Just the second or third string follower level, I'm afraid, or I would have been reborn and died fighting before they had to cut and run, no doubt. But make no mistake, for someone like you in the second stratum, my guidance will be very useful, and I will complement your shamanic powers well. I can sense your budding concepts, though they are a little odd, not very shaman-like, but I can see they likely supplement your role in a climber's party well. I wonder what your class is." Nick noticed that she seemed eager, and was definitely trying to sell herself. At the same time, her words were all truth. Irwin shared his thoughts.
"My current class is Ordeal Supporter, but I've learned shamanic magic and was hoping to unlock the Ancestral Guide class by binding a spirit. You can sense the nature of my concepts?"
Shaktera grinned, exposing a large fang-like tooth on her tiny lips. "Not bad at all, and of course I can, young lady. Some kind of starlight and wishes, right? I am a powerful shamaness after all, but my skills focus on using spirits to gather information, but also curse and weaken enemies." She paused, thinking. "As an ancestral guide, you will find value in how I can assist you, as while some might not be my specialty, I am knowledgeable in all the shamanic arts, and even some sorcery and wizardry. I also have vast experience, so few should get an advantage over you under my watch." Nick was more than a little impressed. Sorcery on Orion often involved prepared magic through things like formations and stored energies, as he learned from the Serafera ordeal. Wizardry was more like what Jasmine was accomplishing, but more focused on powerful individual spells. And, of course, the average wizard was a lot less monstrous than her. He himself would be focused on learning some wizardry if his soul blade and soul servants didn't take up such a substantial reserve of his potential magical might. Nick asked,
"Can you tell us anything about the options we have? You're the first we've met so far."
She smirked. "Wanting some free information about my competitors, young Noblefrost. I don't mind it for you, but we don't have a lot of time to make this contract. The power any contracted spirit can bring about is going to be magical or guidance-focused, as we have no body to influence the world directly, or cores to store essence and mana. We all must use you as a conduit to accomplish anything. Because of your strange choice of core that I have a hard time understanding," Shakterra continued, "your mana and elemental stores are weaker than most. So, a more elemental-focused shaman, a more specialized sorcerer or wizard, or even an elemental spirit on its own is a poor choice for you. Obviously, a chieftain or warlord, a melee combatant's spirit, would be silly for you. I admit, when it comes to scouting or even doing direct damage, a more exotic, monstrous spirit might have me beat. But in terms of guidance and magical superiority, few will be my match. I promise you that." She raised her index finger, adding, "Outside the first string of the Noblefrost Kingdom, of course. Those would have even deeper foundations, their talents unique and their fates special. I worked hard for myself, and was at the peak of the third stratum for over 100 years, but I could never obtain a slot in an ordeal to properly walk a path. I've faced roaming trials, a smaller kingdom's tribulation, and several conflicts, so my experience is deep outside of them." That made a bit of sense to Nick. A true mage or elemental shaman like Agatha and her lightning core would usually have a core focused on creating either aspected mana or storing much more mana overall to increase their effectiveness at their role. Irwin had created her devotion core instead, which had less individual utility, all in hopes that she could empower her husband. She could still form a second specialized core, but it was actually quite challenging to find the right materials, they had learned. Most wouldn't even imagine trying until the third stratum. It was because the material required had to be that much rarer, and often the cultivation method that much more complicated to be successful. Rebecca was lucky that the material provided for the devotion core was good enough, and that her faith core was so compatible. Perhaps it would just work out if they found the right materials, as this seemed to be a unique trait for Archaeans. But Nick wasn't so sure they could just hope for the best from the 20th floor Path of Kings, not unless he cranked the difficulty up again before they entered. And while they could hope to land a 4th stratum spirit instead of this troll, Nick was actually thinking this woman was exactly what they needed. It might require a full-blown trial for someone in the 4th, as they would have even more restricted knowledge. Worse, they might be a little crazy from whatever odd method they might have used to reach it. He was pretty sure the uneasy feeling he felt was that they were, and Irwin got the same feeling. They both had a good feeling about this woman from the very beginning, when they selected her. As for a unique monster's spirit, that wouldn't work for the class she wanted. She could turn it into a bound spirit, but she would have to ditch her ordeal supporter class entirely, it appeared. The ancestral class guide being a kind of side upgrade, she would keep most of her traits and perhaps even gain upgrades or enhanced versions of them. Nick shared his thoughts, and Irwin agreed that this person was probably the right choice. Because, through their soul sense, Nick and Irwin could both tell she believed what she said. She seemed like a good fit, so Irwin would get just a little more information first. Irwin asked,
"Are spirits like you able to bring about the power of your concepts?"
The spirit snorted. "Of course. I'd be awfully useless if I couldn't. Why, if your enemy had a domain, it'd be like slamming my fists against a castle wall. The mana and essence you must supply to manifest my concept is expensive, of course, but my many afflictions will render most enemies useless and eventually dead, given enough time. It'll be worth it."
Nick could see how that would be very useful, and his party didn't have anyone that could accomplish anything similar, aside from how his party's frost would eventually freeze something dead. Between her archery, shaman buffing, elemental and healing spells, her spirit magic and dream magic, Irwin was able to do so much already. That she could also do what this troll could do would give her even more options and make her valuable in even more situations. Nick asked,
"So, what is it that you want? To become Irwin's spirit? You said you wanted to be reborn in a war or tribulation."
Shakterra sighed.
"I did, but I'll take becoming a bound spirit for an Archaean wife over the abyss. Quite a bit of time must have passed already, I can tell. I bet the other spirits were quite desperate too, weren't they? Since you are here, young lord, and it's to be a bound spirit for an Archaean wife, I am already willing to serve the Noblefrost family once again. Normally I'd not be good enough to serve directly. As for what I'd like, this enough service. Are you willing and capable of granting me a new body and a slot in an ordeal?"
Nick nodded.
"We can. But if we do, all your memories will be sealed until the open relay is opened on this frontier shard. I suppose that means you won't be you, really. I can promise you that once it's open, we can explore these kinds of options. Irwin won't need you as her bound spirit so much anymore at that point, right? It means that I would have reached the 4th stratum."
Shakterra nodded.
"I do believe you'll be able to bind more than just me later. And that offer is good enough for me. I would like to make the pact, then, based upon our verbal agreement."
As if her words themselves were the trigger, the room lit up with Orion's golden light. A dome began to form over Nick and Irwin, along with Shakterra, so Irwin withdrew her bow from her back as she stood. Irwin said,
"This feels different from a pact."
The spirit smirked.
"It's the power of the spirit vault. That means you are in for a fight, young lady. It seems Orion wants you to face a test for the right to have access to much of my knowledge and capability. Good luck!"
Nick found himself teleported out of the forming dome with the spirit, forced to watch Irwin's fight. His wife was armed and ready. They were made aware of there being a possibility of a test or trial after all. It was good that this only required a test. Perhaps if they had reached out to any of the 4th stratum spirits, they'd have required a trial instead. What formed out of the light was a tall, lanky humanoid holding a staff of bone and wearing flowing black robes. Its body and hairstyle resembled the spirit they were speaking with, but looked like a male rather than the female they were talking to.
"A troll?"
The spirit chuckled as she looked at the troll with narrowed eyes, her magical senses trying to scan inside the dome.
"Looks like you're facing a budget version of me. Do take care not to be cursed and killed, young lady."
Irwin was quick to ready her practiced charged shot, infused with her odd shooting star concept. She loosed her arrow, then leaped to the side, preemptively getting into motion to evade what the troll sent her way. The troll was ready for her shot and crushed some sort of charm at its waist. A wave of darkness blasted out in an attempt to reject the arrow. However, the arrow pierced this and lodged into the troll's shoulder, causing it to growl in anger as it began to prepare some sort of spell.
Irwin then drew several more shots as she kept on the move, leaping side to side. With a swipe of its hand, the troll absorbed the next arrow's starlight explosion, destroying its hand. After that, the troll erected a sort of barrier made of earth instead, resembling what Luna could accomplish with her totems. Her arrow still took a large chunk out of the earth in an explosion of light that resembled a bottle rocket, but did not reach or damage the troll. In response to the earthen barrier, Irwin began preparing a barrage of frost. However, she had to cancel her casting to erect her sparkling omni-barrier around herself as a curse shot out from behind the stone, homing toward her location despite shooting out the back of it. Nick did feel a concept coming from it, but the curse must not have been overly strong, as it completely burned up before it could penetrate her barrier, likely at the fragment level. The spirit was impressed, whistling. "Not bad. We might be better suited for each other than I thought. That her weird star magic counters the curse magic so well means enemies my curses are poor against she'll likely be strong against, and the reverse should be true." Irwin finished preparing her frost spell, and Nick noticed she twisted it with her wish concept. It looked like the usual spear of ice, just larger before it was twisted. It spun much like a drill as it launched toward the earthen barrier, and with a burst of essence, she leaped forward at the troll on top of that, getting closer. A barrier of darkness surrounded the earthen shield, but both were pierced by the drill, stabbing into the troll's chest. Chilling cold washed over the troll and the barrier, before, with a wave of her hand, Irwin added even more with a breath of cold spell, blasting it chilling air and ice. The earthen shield crumbled away, and the troll was reaching slowly for some other charm or talisman with its remaining hand. It was then that Irwin released another arrow at its head, her shot striking true. With that, the troll was defeated. A golden light surrounded Shakterra, the spirit being bound to Irwin with assistance from Orion. The spirit smiled at Winnie. "Pretty good, young lady. It didn't have all the tools I did even when I was in the second stratum myself, but I had instruction from some powerful ancestors. You have fought well and have earned my aid." She grinned, exposing her lower fang further. "You're pretty tough for a sheep beastfolk, and I know we'll make a great team."
"I've worked hard to keep up with my hubby, you know. I look forward to how you can help me better help him."
Shakterra laughed. "Yes, of course. 'Tis common amongst us trolls, too. Many of us get stronger to land a man and keep him interested. And breathing, for many of them speak their mind and pick fights with the wrong people." She winked. The spirit flew inside Irwin, and then the sheep girl smiled at Nick as she reviewed her menu. She gave a relieved sigh.
"Oh, there we go, finally! Now the Ancestral Guide class is available. I'll spend the next few days recovering and then cultivate what's in my chamber, and then I'll be ready for battle. But having her around is going to be like always having someone more experienced than Agatha with us when we need her."
Nick ran his hands through her curly hair and kissed her on the lips.
"That was pretty badass, Winnie. You practically steamrolled that troll."
She giggled, her ears wiggling.
"I take it that's a good thing?"
Irwin arched her brows at him. Nick snorted.
"Right, forgot about that."
He imagined the vehicle and what it could do and sent it through their connection, helping her to understand what he meant.
"It's like in one go you suddenly flattened them."
"Ah,"
she chuckled.
"I suppose that's right. I figured it was best to be on the offensive, as I really didn't know what magic the troll could even do. That my starlight seemed to pierce the spells it used was a bit of luck, but we'd seen the same already against the centaur lord and that goat on the chimera."
Nick nodded sagely.
Yes, your stars and omni-barriers saved me from all the jerks' die moves.
With another giggle, she selected her class, and the main spell she gained was the Manifest Spirit spell. She also received a trait, Elite Bound Spirit, from making the pact with Shakterra. This granted her a few attributes and reduced the cost of channeling spells cast by the spirit. Irwin kept all her earned spells and traits from Ordeal Supporter, as it was a lot like she had become a powerful shamanic version of the same class. The spirit was a powerful multi-purpose tool that rivaled things like totems or familiars and similar on its own. And it was rare to have such an affinity with spirits. Often, mastering such a magic would skip generations in most orc tribes, Agatha had told them. That Irwin could accomplish this without ancestral blood carrying the connection was a big boon. Nick noted,
When you're ready, I think we'll be good to go. It'll be time to take Shadowvale.
I don't think it'll take me that long. That spring really put me in a great place, body and soul. After that, I do think I'll be ready for anything Orion can throw at us.
Don't say that. Orion always seems to find a way to make things tough for us.
Irwin grinned.
I'll welcome it. If we were never tested, then I would still be weak, like I was before I entered the ordeal. A meek sheep, as Shakterra would say.
Yes, but I think we could live with an easy win for once.
Irwin shrugged.
For me, I'd relax much better knowing I've been tested as much as possible, that I'm as strong as I could hope to be for what challenge might come.
Nick sighed.
Fine, you win. I guess I'll get back to eating some more of those demon cores.
That working well? I admit I was a bit busy getting ready for this, and I haven't had much time to track what you were doing.
She grinned.
Though I did notice you having a bit of fun with all the other gals without me.
Irwin pouted.
It seems my hero no longer has desire for little old me anymore.
He coughed.
You were so in the zone, I didn't want to bother you.
Irwin giggled.
I was just playing, hubby. I know that. We'll find some time for ourselves before we go, no doubt. So, show me this new body of yours.
Nick flexed his arm, his muscle bulging with darkness energy. He was now at the level where it was like he was permanently at the second stanza of his ideal. When he used it now, the levels grew even higher, faster. It was all locked inside by his tithed faith essence, like a shell that kept it all under control. He had a barrier around his soul core, but his body core now had some darkness running through it. It had taken him several tries to master this way to grow the darkness within him, without allowing it to take control of his mind and body. After bathing himself in the essence for hours and days, it seemed to become a consistent process in his body, that even if he was knocked out, this shell wouldn't disperse, causing a terrible imbalance. It helped that he was so far ahead with his tithed faith energy, and he could even safely draw some of it stored in his skin and use it in battle. It was silly, but the process had already all began with Rebecca. When they connected, this process was almost automatic. When he started following the guidance of his knowledge crystal, he was surprised that much of what it wanted him to follow was already there. Like he had built the scaffolding, and he just needed to fill in the rest of the building in his body with just a little conscious effort as he absorbed the demon cores and drew in the tithed faith energy from his throne. Irwin ran her hands over his muscle.
So strong, hubby. All that from eating some demon cores? What about the ideal and concept?
In response, he activated his heroic concept, his body bursting with power. In addition to the effects of tempering himself with the demon cores, a bit of speed was included, like he had mastered a powerful version of Dash and infused it into him permanently. The darkness roamed his body like a living liquid, a contrast to the light, which had grown even brighter.
Wow! You must be nearing middle mastery already?
Nick shrugged.
It's still a ways away, I think. Probably just a few heroic deeds, and judging of some bad guys, and maybe I'll reach it. As for the ideal, I'm still working on it. It's taken some work for me to keep the light balanced with the dark. The arcane language is complicated.
He needed to grow the two at the same rate, as best he could, to have a viable ideal. As he worked on his ideal, he drew out the darkness and light from the prison that was arcane law and infused a small amount into his body. He grew the shell with the light and the tithed faith energy, and grew the darkness in his body with the demon cores and from the prison. After a moment of thought, he realized it had been a while since he judged anyone, and he suddenly got a little excited about the upcoming fight. There will be plenty of bad guys to judge in Shadowvale. Irwin responded to his thoughts with a chuckle. She was a bit excited about that, too.
That's true. That reminds me. The Lord of Silverbrook said he'd have the last of those criminals transported soon. They are done with their own interrogations and binding of them. Then we got a few weeks or a little over a month before those slaves you ordered and the mercenaries we commissioned arrive, but soon we'll get more allies that way too.
That was good news. Everything was truly falling into place. When Blackthorne and his army arrived near Frosthaven in a few months, Nick's own army would be ready. And so would he. Chapter 43. Myron and Nick. The battle begins. Myron shoved his arm into the giant tiger's maw and wrapped his other arm around its head in a steely grip, providing his compatriots an opening on the demonic beast. A barrage of attacks with clubs rained down on the monster's side, its thick hide not enough to stop the full force of the large Oni women's powerful blows. With it the tiger held in place by its head, the creature was quickly crippled and killed. This was just one of many beasts his people were forced to kill, pushing through this dense jungle valley in their pursuit of their destination. The beast dead, he took his arm out and inspected it for damage. Despite Orion sealing his chi, his forged body remained firmly within the third stratum in hardness. Still, its powerful jaws and sharp teeth had dug into his skin, forming a bruise. It was a worthwhile price to pay. That angry beast had already wounded 3 of his men and women. They had been fighting the past few weeks, both luring monsters to face their enemy, but also having to face many on their own. Not only that, but they've had to fight several skirmishes against their enemy. Their Fate Strider clan had taken several casualties, their healers unable to keep up with the damage done. But they were close. Close to the destination he divined, the way to their salvation. A man's voice cut through the glade, interrupting Myron's thoughts.
Patriarch, there's a problem.
Myron couldn't help but check the replaced crystallized fate pendant again, seeing it was fine.
What is it? Did the enemy cut us off already?
No, not yet, anyway. It seems there's a large cave. We found it! Perhaps it's a path that runs through the mountain and leads to freedom, but it's full of monsters.
Myron was somewhat elated. A cave was a sort of proof that his divinations were correct. There was something special in this area that was not marked on the map. However, the man in front of him was concerned instead. Myron narrowed his eyes.
Monsters? What kind?
Some type of powerful devil reptile has made it its den, and it has countless spawn. It's in the golden core stages, and most of its young are in Foundation establishment. I'm afraid we are truly at a dead end. We must defeat the enemy army or die. If we get any closer, these predators will tear us apart. and they are not the kind that can be led around by the nose.
Devils, creatures from another plane of existence, their invasion into another was rare on most realms, but devils were often full of wicked cunning and wielded deadly magics not usually found in normal demonic beasts. The people of Orion would call these demons, his people choosing a different word because they called all beasts that could use chi demonic beasts. Orion was both similar but also different from the realms. That the chi density was thick for numerous demonic beasts to be raised but too wild for cultivation was a bizarre concept for Myron to wrap his head around. Myron took out his divination talisman and table and performed a quick divination, even including this new knowledge in his augury. The talisman swung from its chain held out by his hand, each time leading to the outcome. With each divination, his injury flared in agony, and he felt like months and years were being lost from his lifespan as several hairs went gray at the roots. But that was fine. It was nearly time for his final task. The result was the same as before. No answer. He performed another, where he turned around and faced the enemy, or even fought further to the north. Depending on whom he checked the fate of, he would always get the same two answers. Enslavement, death. The answer was simple.
We continue. The way has been decided. Live or die. Our best chance is to continue. Only a few hours left.
His scouts couldn't stay much ahead of their forces now that the enemy encirclement was so close. The man frowned.
Could these devils not be the reason for the divination results?
Myron laughed so hard his injury tore, causing him to enter a coughing fit as he tried to stop. Eventually, he caught his breath and managed to speak.
Of course not. There is no way a mere third stratum beast would not only consume our souls, but also our fates. Our great enemy's method was devised by a man that had partially merged with the heavens themselves, creating an array out of materials above nascent soul. A mere golden core level devil reptile steal our fates? Impossible. This strange world or not. No. Something is going to happen when we get near. I just know it. We must be ready.
The man looked relieved, his eyes taking on a look of determination.
Of course, Patriarch. As has always been, your family has guided us, selecting our way. We will believe and follow the light of the stars, even if we cannot see or feel them any longer.
He dashed away, going to carry out Myron's orders. Moments later, as Myron was putting away his table and talisman, he heard his daughter's concerned voice.
Is it true, Father? We're almost there.
He nodded, looking over to his daughter as she walked over and prodded the giant tiger corpse with her bat. Shara had blood all over her robes, though much more was on her tetsubo she carried upward, resting on her shoulder. Clearly she had been fighting. With a wave of his chi, he cleaned her face and robes. Her hair was now wild from fighting, her purple skin and robes contrasting well with her pink hair and eyes. She was the perfect image of her mother, a beautiful giant warrior with a soft heart. She blushed at his inspection, but then wrapped him in a hug.
Father, I can clean it myself. Don't fuss over me, I know it hurts you.
He separated from her and smiled.
I wanted to get another good look at you. Your mother would be proud of the warrior you have become. But you must be careful, and let those who entered the second or third stratum fight for you. They might be limited in chi, but their bodies are at least a little sturdier than yours.
I'm being careful, Father. I'm working together with those you suggest and not facing any dangers alone. These beasts are easy to predict, but some have strange abilities. Still, they're not too different from the demonic beasts we used to hunt at home.
Myron smiled in approval.
Good. As long as you know your limits. The devil reptiles, if we fight them, will likely be more formidable. And of course, if the bandit armies of this Blackthorne show up...
Whatever happens, there's going to be a lot of fighting and chaos. Isn't that right, Father? This feels like the battle will either be full of excitement or despair.
It's true. I do not know what will happen, which is a strange feeling for me. I refuse to believe we were drawn to this world for nothing. Your fated is here, somewhere on this strange world. This was the way to meet them.
He smiled.
You should be excited. You have much to look forward to.
Shara sighed, but she was fighting a small smile. I know, but if you're not there, and I wish you could divine more about him. He feels so far away. I suppose we really rely on your ability too much, Father. Myron grimaced.
I'm afraid even before we arrived here, the only trick that worked was divining about them by divining your fate. It's how we chose this place. We thought maybe once we were closer, we could continue that path. But with how Orion limits me, I'm afraid we're worse off than before.
He then smiled at her.
But, you know, perhaps your fated will be involved in this. We couldn't divine anything about this kingdom of Havendale, after all. Maybe he's a king. He'll show up in shining armor ready to save his future princess and her clan.
Myron teased. Shara snorted. Shining armor? That's lame. I hope he's vicious and cunning, strong, but able to bring about the best in me, and lead his people no matter the challenge. She caught him looking in anticipation, and she looked away to hide her smile. Like Uncle Davos, so manly. Myron grunted, clutching his chest.
Him? That wounds me, daughter. Davos was a muscle-bound idiot that...
Shara laughed, interrupting him. Just kidding. Like you, Father. But not too much like you, of course. You are stingy, for one thing. I'd like to be pampered by my beloved, after all. And if he could at least lift my club after I ascend, then I'd truly have no complaints. He chuckled. Only the strongest males among the Star Oni could accomplish this, so that would be a big feat.
Of course, my little treasure. Now let us be on our way. We must reach as close as we can to this cave before we get surrounded.
His 100 people continued their march, and Myron held his wound with a grimace. Whatever happened, Myron would fight tooth and nail for his people's future. If he must, he would expend his soul to tear a hole open from these strange heavens, just to give them a fighting chance. It was the oddest army caravan Nick had ever heard of. 100 orcs wearing armor, 50 nuns and priests, 50 evolved monsterfolk, and another 100 miscellaneous ex-slaves, adventurers, and prospective town guard members rode bikes down the dirt path. Dozens of lower-level monsterfolk ranged ahead, nearly all of the races present in Frosthaven scouting and traveling to join the procession. Nick was shocked at the number of new Noblefrost scalefolk, Naga, and Wolfen that had evolved while he was in the ordeal last. And it appeared the Frostspire mines and Lumos's alchemical concoctions had a lot to do with this. The essence surrounding the Frostspire mines had increased, and now there were more monsters and demons starting to show up. Between ordeal runs and time in the barrows, the monsterfolk would face the monsters and demons near the mines and eat them. There were not any beetle folk in the army present, however. After Jasmine had delivered the wide assortment of food, another batch of essence pearls, along with the refined harmony crystal from Lumos, even Geoffrey had mysteriously gone into hibernation. Lothar and Renzu's utility vehicle set the fair and steady pace at the front of the procession, with Nyx coming up the rear. Nick wanted to avoid bringing the town guard so that they left more protection at home, but Renzu offered that it was important to get this kind of battle experience to start building toward some elites. This was a rare opportunity, and a guard that hadn't cut their teeth in a true battle was useless for the people's protection. In a world like Orion, where criminals effectively had superpowers, Nick ultimately agreed. While Silverbrook's town guard had the numbers, they were not that effective against the warden or in conquering the criminal element. He definitely wanted his town guard to matter. And once Lothar started roaming out further with his raiders, Nick needed to be sure that he had a force capable of a proper defense, to hold the enemy at the gates long enough for Nick to return if he was away. Nick's utility vehicle brought up the rear for a simple reason. As soon as he entered deep enough into Shadowvale's control radius, things would likely kick off shortly after. They took on a medium pace, making sure to keep the endurance of his people ready for when it occurred. Jasmine was currently the one driving from the roof of the vehicle, sending essence into the steering wheel and controlling it through her threads. Irwin was sitting next to Nick, utilizing her spirit's manifestation. Shakhtara was scouting ahead for them, sending information into her mind. Irwin said,
"After we go over this hill, we'll be able to see it. Shadowvale. It's a deep valley filled with shadows of the large hills and mountains around it."
They went over the hill, and the view was surprising. In the distance, like a black fog or mist, the shadows covered the entire valley. Nick couldn't see it, but he knew the ordeal, the tower, should be visible in the center, where the shadows were the thickest. And the city... It was during the day, but Nick imagined most wouldn't even be able to see far without some form of dark vision or other magical sight. In this area, it was truly like it was nighttime during the day. The caravan didn't have to go much further before, suddenly, a weight descended on their entire army. A golden light spread out, from the ground and into the sky. After a time, a large dome had formed, one that encompassed a massive area, the mountains and the valley contained within them. It was like a giant golden mountain looming over them, and Nick had to smirk at its existence. He could go all out with his ideal here. Whatever danger his father was concerned about, it was not an issue within the dome. Conflict. Sarah Farah's Inquisition has begun. Citizens, interlopers, and others are selecting their choices. Battle option, field of battle, was selected. Prepare for battle. Orion will move forces to the selected battlefield after selections have been made. Nick's party stopped the vehicle and dismounted, before watching with interest, the army starting to get off their bikes and stow them away. They withdrew their weapons and began forming into ranks. Suddenly, from behind, a wave of energy passed through Nick's party, continuing through the army. It seemed a strange pulse was emitted, a wide ring that came from behind their army. Rather than the golden light of Orion, it was a white light that matched both his Path of Kings and Heroes' Path towers. Nick looked at the haze left behind, and saw his wives were too.
What's that? Was that from Frosthaven?
Irwin frowned.
"You know, that light looks a lot like the light from the hero's beacon."
Ah, shit.
Nick didn't like where this was going. The pulse had gone past them, the ring of light continuing toward Shadowvale. The pulse was in a circle, likely heading out for hundreds and hundreds of miles in all directions from Frosthaven. Eventually, the wave of light cut out, and Nick realized that it ended around where Frosthaven's actual control radius had ended. The battle lines formed, and suddenly everyone was transported to a large glade deeper in the valley. It was darker where they were relocated, the mountains, clouds, and the mist-like fog limiting the light that arrived within. There were some trees interspersed throughout, but the field was largely wide open. The clergy of Serafera were placed near the outskirts of the battlefield, and Nick saw the large number of Shadowvale residents placed nearby, within a barrier. Those must be the Shadowvale residents that accepted Serafera's protection. Nick's family and Lothar, Renzu, and Agatha were placed behind the battle lines of orcs and monsterfolk, and the enemy army looked like a ragtag group of mercenaries and bandits. Most wore leather and dark cloaks, with a few having chainmail caps and torso coverings as well. All in all, their equipment looked like the bare minimum for the second stratum. In fact, Nick wagered his own skin was stronger than most of their armor. They were only a few dozen paces away, but the people behind them Nick could barely reach with his magical senses. Behind the army was a fairly decent-sized party of elites, of 10 or more. In the middle of them stood a man who was the leader of the enemy force. He looked like a rogue of some kind, but his men were varied. Some were definitely some form of warrior, holding weapons and shields, while others matched him. Agatha's eyes changed color as she likely consulted the spirits. She grinned at Lothar, and that appeared to be all he needed to know. Lothar noted,
"Not bad. His men are all stronger than the man I dueled, and their forces are much stronger than the bandits we faced. At least on an individual level."
He grinned.
"But we've grown, and are better equipped than ever."
Renzu added,
"This will be a good challenge for the men. This is just what we hoped for."
The setup of the battlefield didn't end there. As expected, a weight descended on Nick, and a portal opened behind him with a pop of air, startling him and causing him to turn around. But it seemed only he reacted at first. Irwin noticed his response.
"What? Oh, you see a portal there, hubby?"
It was as he feared. Optional heroic solo trial. Nicholas Noblefrost. A race of outlanders is nearing extinction, chased by a great evil on this shard. If a hero does not rescue them, they are bound to be slain or enslaved, their bloodline coming to an end. As always, the trial will be challenging. The chances for a total victory are low, the risk to you and, by proxy, your family, great. But a hero must be selfless when there are those in need. To become a true hero, you must risk it all to save those who deserve saving, to test yourself and become more. You have 1 minute to enter the portal or decline. Only you and your soul servants may enter. His wives were quick to read the prompt, able to see this offer to him. He looked at the enemy, and the orcs with their wide array of weapons pounding against the ground. Nick's army was nearly as large as the enemy's, and better equipped to boot, just as Lothar had said. The enemy leader looked strong. Nick guessed he was not only more than a match for the warden, but may actually be early in the 3rd stratum. Something about his strength felt a little hollow, however, like his concept was weaker than it should be for someone who reached it. The chimera they faced was much stronger.
"You girls will be good here, right?"
Jasmine smirked.
"Master, we will take care of everything. Do not burden yourself with worrying over us. Our army will crush theirs, and if they surpass our expectations, you can count on me."
Irwin added,
"Go, hubby. We'd like to come with you, but let this be our trial, a proof that your investing in us and your people was the right path."
Nick agreed with that. He would never abandon his wives or his people to a battle they couldn't win. That he was confident in their success, no matter what nonsense got pulled here, meant he could leave without hesitation.
Let's go, Bertie. Jasper, it's time for you to earn your keep.
He entered the portal along with Jasper and Bertie, leaving his wives to face the challenge with only a few seconds to spare. Irwin, and it seemed everyone present, received a prompt from Orion. Your lord has entered a new battlefield to face evil on this shard and perform heroic deeds in an optional solo trial. He accepted only because he has every confidence that you will be successful in your battle, wanting you to be tested so that you could become more. The people of Shadowvale have made their selections. Many still believe that they should stand up to your conquest, or they will face Blackthorne's ire. For your lord, who walks the hero's path, you should capture rather than kill where possible. Victory will be determined when either army is considered routed, when an army's elites and a large portion of the army is defeated, leaving the remaining forces willing to surrender or flee. The prompts continued, detailing that surrender would lead to being slain or ordained slavery. Kaya sighed, shouldering her axe.
Sucks we couldn't go with him. This is going to be kinda easy while he's going to face a life-or-death battle,
Luna said.
But Boss will be fine. For now, we can watch over our friends. It's what Boss would want us to do.
The man in charge of the enemy army laughed.
What happened to your lord? He ran away?
He laughed again.
This will be easy, boys. That trash!
A beam of light cut through the battlefield, streaming toward the man's face. A wall of shadows gathered and blocked the beam, but the shadows parted like water until the light slammed into the man, causing him to scream as his face was burned before he used the shadows to teleport away. Jasmine was pissed, the bright light carrying her concepts and shot from her necklace. Irwin could feel the intensity from several yards away from her.
You shut your stupid fucking mouth, you inbred scumbucket. Speak another bad word about our lord and your existence will be erased. He doesn't need to be here to crush you, trash, and has entered an optional trial by Orion, adhering to his path, as any good Lord of Orion should.
Fang added.
Yeah, jerkface. Boss would never run from a good fight. He just went to a tougher one.
To add on to her threat, Jasmine's spider legs behind her lit up and pointed in the man's direction. Her weapon then did too, and her 4 hands lit up like gloves as she pointed as well. Irwin could feel the intensity once again, the power behind her charging attacks shocking. The man must have sensed the power behind Jasmine's threat, or was otherwise unable to speak from his scorched face because he simply motioned to his men to give the signal to charge. Horns were blown, and the bandits began their charge, which the Noblefrost army matched. Before the 2 armies reached each other, another prompt appeared, followed by an eerie shift in the essence in the glade. In the distance, the shadows of Shadowvale began to move, like a flood cascading toward them from all the surrounding mountains. Circumstantial issues have caused conflict difficulty to be lessened to below trial levels for the Noblefrost Kingdom. The Lord of Shadowvale is not present to activate path buildings. Activating path building on their behalf, the Shadow Pulse monolith. The shadows will aid the forces of Shadowvale, and those born of the darkness nearby will come to its siren call. Shakterra appeared in her small spirit form next to Irwin, chuckling. Should be a good fight now. And what's this that Arachne? She's Scary powerful.
Irwin smirked as she drew her bow.
She was selected by Nick's mother and father, the king and queen, so maybe you would consider her first string? That's not her original body or race either.
The spirit whistled.
I've only met a few of them in my lifetime. Each time I thanked Orion, I joined their side. Some are just blessed by Orion.
The shadows drew near as the two armies collided, and Irwin could already see the souls approaching within the shadows with her trait. There were dozens of beasts inside, and she guessed some might actually be decently strong. Kaya might have complained it wouldn't be a challenge, but Orion always liked to keep things interesting and make sure that benefits were earned. She'd definitely get the fight she wanted. Chapter 44 Myron, the Trial.
Look out, Patriarch!
An explosion of stars from his allies erupted next to Myron, blocking several arrows and a dagger of shadows. A vine of some kind whipped out, and Myron grimaced as he stirred his chi and blocked the blow with his empowered fist and forearm. They had been making good time toward the cave, and it was not far in the distance. In just a few minutes, odds were, the demon reptiles would have begun hunting his people. Two men walked out of the tree line in front of them, their power placing them far higher than Myron was comfortable with facing. The first man was the hunter that had been giving them so much trouble, a man at the peak of the second stratum. But the other man was firmly in the third stratum, having a mastery of the Tao that nearly rivaled Myron's. Numerous bandits and mercenaries came out of the woods at their sides, covered in shadows. The man known as Elrash was covering them in it, allowing his men to sneak up on Myron's people. Now that they were stopped, numerous horns were blown, and the armies nearby started to converge. Myron's people were surrounded and without a way forward. The first man, that must be Elrash, the panther beastfolk with dark skin, chuckled.
Not bad. They blocked the ambush. You purple people sure have given us a hard time. But you will go no further. What were you going to do here anyway? Was your plan to fight all the way here? To feed yourselves to some demon reptiles?
The other man had to be Thresh, based on their reports. He was a large man, his flesh bark-like and green. The man grinned.
Truly tenacious to force me to come all the way out here. To think so many of you were at the third or fourth stratum. But you were brought low to this. You outlanders sure got unlucky.
Myron sighed.
Why must you antagonize us? From the beginning we were never the aggressors. We couldn't control where we appeared on this world, and we've always meant to leave your lands.
Elrash shrugged.
You outlanders have something our boss wants. We're to capture you all and bring you back.
Myron frowned.
What is it that he wants? If it's merely our possessions, we are happy to make a deal for passage.
Thresh shook his head.
Doesn't work like that. You were in our boss's land. That means all is his. Besides, he knows you outlanders have knowledge far beyond our own, allowing you to hide the importance of what you have. He wants it all. Your knowledge and your treasure.
He laughed.
Plus, your people are very exotic, highly desired on this shard. We are to collect you and then allow him to sort out what he wants from you and your people. Your women are a bit spunky, but I'm sure they can be tamed. Surrender and we just might go a little easier on 'em.
Elrash joined him in laughter, but suddenly a strange ring of light passed through the mountains, coming from their destination. It passed through so quickly that Myron didn't have much chance to dodge or even stir his chi, but he hadn't sensed any danger. It moved as fast as light itself.
The light passed through Myron's people and the enemy army, doing nothing that Myron could note.
What the hell was that?
Elrash frowned, looking in the direction of the cave. Thresh frowned and shrugged.
Maybe a path building did something. Some can scan the surroundings for resources, though reaching this far. Well, it doesn't matter. These purple people are gonna be Blackthorns, even if someone else gets a show of it.
He laughed. Myron's hands tightened, his knuckles going white as he saw these two men laughing over their predicament, along with the greed present on their faces.
You will find us no easy marks. You may have us outnumbered, but you have failed to kill us despite your many advantages in this strange land. We will not surrender, and mark my words, you will pay dearly for your greed.
Suddenly, this Elrash gasped, freezing in place.
No. Impossible!
Thresh frowned, looking alert and expanding his magical senses from what Myron could feel.
What? He didn't do anything? No. It's Shadowvale. It's under conflict.
Thresh turned to Elrash.
What? How? Mar Nelson? No. Mar Nelson should be dead. That means it truly must be Havendale. I mean, Frosthaven now. It says it's an inquisition of Sarafera.
Thresh looked at him with doubt.
The nuns? Do you think they're that dumb? He's supposed to have the altar of subordination completed soon, or face Blackthorne's wrath.
Suddenly, a strange light appeared in front of Myron, causing him to blanch and stir his chi. An attack? How? He felt no movement of chi until it was just there, much like the pulse before. But nothing happened. A tablet with small text on it was merely in front of him, waiting. Offering. Trial between the Star Oni and Blackthorne's Dark Empire of the North. Blackthorne's Dark Empire has gone far too long without a trial or tribulation, gaming the system and never properly testing themselves. You have proven to be a true leader, a man willing to sacrifice his everything for his people. Orion respects your talents and conviction as a leader and would like to offer you and your people an opportunity to test the people of Orion so that they may become more. Should you choose to accept, your people will face a difficult challenge following the rules set out by Orion. As of now, despite your efforts, the chances of your people's survival are nearly non-existent. But if you accept, you will be given a viable chance against the enemies arrayed in front of you relative to your forces. If you succeed, your people will be rewarded. If you fail, your people's suffering will be ordained by Orion. 1. A third party, an individual whose goal will be to help your people, along with monsters who are very interested in eating you as much as your enemies, will join this battle. The challenge will be balanced in accordance to test and involve this individual who walks the hero's path. 2. You and your people will have some or most of their strength restored, limited to the duration of the trial. Yes or no. Affirm your selection. Elrash looked over at Myron in confusion and pointed.
What's that? Orion is talking to the Outlanders.
Thresh turned and shouted in alarm.
No! Don't let him!
And leaped into the air towards Myron, the claws on his hands growing like branches of a tree. Myron had read it all, and was going to accept already. But seeing that his enemies didn't want him to, that made him want to press it 100 times over, until his fingers bled. He kind of hated this Orion, from how it limited his people and obscured the stars, but he'd gladly become its servant for a short time, just to make these horrible people suffer and give him a small chance at freedom. Perhaps this was the way he divined. But why only here, of all places? Why now, of all times? His finger touched yes on the tablet just before Thresh could reach him, and a golden light spread across the world around them in an instant, like an explosion, as everything came to a stop. Then people, monsters, and even some of the terrain started to rearrange, everything moving nearly instantly as if being rearranged by someone moving them from one place to another sequentially, like moving pieces on a board. Myron's eyes started to widen in shock as he understood the implications of what was happening. This entity had control over time, space, and more within its domain. It was only his nascent soul's strength that allowed him to bear witness to the changes at all, but they happened so quickly he could barely track them all. They were now in a clearing, closer to the cave. His people were somewhat scattered around him, many out of shouting distance in different areas of the jungle. Strangely, his daughter had been separated even further from him than she was previously, placed closer to the enemy army off to the side. The enemy's 1,000 troops were scattered mostly between them and the cave, with Thresh and Elrash set in front of Myron nearby. It seemed the leaders were separated from the armies, at least for the moment. The devil sores were also placed throughout the battlefield, but set a distance away from where any of his people would fight. He imagined the idea, if there was one, was that two groups fighting would be flanked by demons that wanted to kill either group, giving no real advantage to either party. Larger groups of those devil sores were placed a distance away in various locations, and thankfully the devil sore matriarch was placed several miles out. It would take her some time to join the battlefield, even if she began to charge at full speed the moment the battle began. If these bandits weren't getting in the way, Myron's people could just rush for the cave and they'd never even see it. A dome of golden light rose up around the battlefield, and now all of his people received a prompt in front of them, much like the one he had already received. Your leader accepted the trial fate of the Star Oni on your behalf. Limits on your powers up to the peak of the second stratum have been removed, and your leader has had his limits removed to face the enemy leader. Fight for your lives against the forces of Blackthorne, and escape from the devil sores by entering the cave in the east. A third party, a singular entrant near the peak of the second stratum, has joined to aid you. Pictured. Their influence on this battle can be the difference between your people's victory and defeat. If he wins his duel, he may assist you in your battle, and conversely, if he loses, Elrash may join against you. For either party to win, defeat the leader of the enemy faction, Thresh in your case, and Myron in theirs, and defeat the devil sore matriarch and its numerous young, or flee into the cave. The trial will be considered complete when the enemy leader has been defeated, and the remaining forces have entered the cave, or the devil sore matriarch has been defeated. When the trial is completed, a reward will be provided to the victorious individuals based on performance, and the Star Oni will return to being limited as foreigners, not following the rule and law of Orion. The third party, which was to be on their side, was actually pictured in a separate image. So, This was the person who would help him, a man that walked the hero's path, according to the messages. He wore dark blue fighting robes, with a sword's hilt in a holster on his shoulder. Myron was thankful for it, as he would rather his people not doubt who was on their side. There were a few more lines about becoming ordained slaves to the Dark Kingdom, should they lose, where this Blackthorne would have no trouble selling them, even in lawful kingdoms, if he so chose, or worse. Myron grimaced, his face twisting in concern. This was the opposite of what he wanted. His plan had been to sacrifice himself so that his people had time to escape. Now it was like his people needed to shield him in order to have a chance at victory. Otherwise, if he died before defeating Thresh, this Orion would determine it to be his people's loss. At the same time, he largely understood. In a battle among cultivators, the leaders or the clan's peak fighters ultimately decided victory. With or without Orion's rules, their leader's death would lead to a cascade of losses from not being the peak fighter's match. This was just formalizing that. It's just that Myron had hoped the path to retreat was an option. That he could give his life so that they could escape. They didn't need to protect these old bones that were going to die soon anyway. He would do his best to make this a one-on-one between him and Thresh, and he imagined the man's ego would allow this. As chi flooded Myron's veins, he felt the limits against him largely wash away. He was brought back to the golden core stages, where his Dantian held the power of the stars. Through his knowledge of the laws of the cosmos, and by reading the stars and one's fate, he could read probable futures, allowing him to alter it. He was in the nascent soul realm originally, but wounded like he was much weaker than that in many aspects. This Orion did nothing to restore him, just removed the weight that made it extremely difficult to bring about any of his power. Looking to the sky, he trembled with joy. The dome obscured the stars above visibly like a thin curtain, and it was squarely in the middle of the day, the sun high in the sky. But those things did not matter, because his sight as a cultivator had fully returned. The Tao of the stars was a part of him, and Orion was now allowing his gaze to once again reach the heavens. He still had his chest wound and his aura was still in turmoil, but he could fight. Regarding this third party, he was more than a little puzzled. If this person was only at the peak of the second stratum, how could they matter in this fight at all? Myron's strength partially restored, he could feel his own strength. He would place himself firmly in the third stratum, though not quite in the middle of it. He'd call it early. He should be able to defeat someone at the cusp of the third in but a mere instant, and he imagined it should be the same for this Thresh. Nevertheless, Myron intended to win on his own. He was not going to rely on this third party for victory. Still, as the barrier altered and a portal opened, Myron couldn't help but look over to the man who flew out of it, landing a distance across from Elrash, in their own section of the barrier. Strangely, a powerful blue demonic beast wolf and bird followed him, the latter riding the other one. Bizarre. A bird would never want to ride a mammal. An eccentric creature like that. He could more account for this behavior if it was sapient than any normal monster's behavior. A rarity among demonic beasts, but he had met a few capable of speech in his lifetime. The pale elf who matched the image looked around with undisguised excitement, ignoring the enemy in front of him.
Wow, this is... Well, I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't this. Orion sure made a strange battlefield for me once again.
Elrash looked pissed, his panther-like tail flickering in irritation.
So it was you, Lord Noblefrost. You dare attack my Shadowvale, spitting in the face of Blackthorne. You've brought yourself to your own execution, and sealed the fate of your people, even if they ultimately claim Shadowvale.
Ah, no way! Is that you, Elrash? Where the hell am I?
He inspected the panther beastfolk man and chuckled.
Why you gotta make it sound like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one chasing after these outlanders? Instead of protecting your home and doing your duty as lord. You're the one who left it all open to attack after committing countless crimes, parading as a lawful kingdom when you were not. You and your people will be judged, and...
He looked to the sky and pointed at the dome.
And Blackthorne's going to be none the wiser about who did it. Have to admit, that sure was nice of Orion, wasn't it?
Thresh scoffed.
You are a fool if you believe you will win here, or that Blackthorne will allow Shadowvale to be taken without consequences. As soon as his connection to it is lost, he'll send his army.
The pale elf, this Lord Noblefrost, grinned.
Which army? This one?
He laughed, and then grinned.
There won't be anything left of it after today.
Thresh growled.
You think this is his army? This is merely those he sent to collect the Outlanders. He raids the West for wealth. When he is forced to bring his real army to reclaim Shadowvale and Frosthaven, he'll destroy everything out of anger.
Lord Noblefrost shrugged.
I'll just meet him with my own army then. He's not worthy of being a ruler of Orion.
He scoffed and began what felt like a rant.
He's a petty, inept tyrant that rules through greed and terror, limiting his own people's strength out of nothing but his own fear. When his pile of trash meets my loyal warriors, they'll be crushed by a mountain of talent and skill.
He chuckled.
Just as has already happened. The North is already mine. All of it. With Shadowvale claimed in the next hour, there won't be a single bandit left in my forests.
Elrash's eyes narrowed with anger, and his voice made it clear he seethed with rage.
You foolish little upstart. There is a reason Blackthorne rules. Why we all bend the knee. Do you think you and your people are talented? I am an elite that has prepared my foundations for decades, ready to enter the third stratum. And you only recently claimed Avondale, just mere months ago. You will be crushed like an ant.
The pale elf snorted.
You're talking awfully big for a small fry, Elrash. Decades to enter the third stratum? I'll have reached it in just a few months in total. As you just admitted, you are not my match.
The man turned to meet Myron's eyes with a smile.
Just do your best to survive and wait for me, Purple Man. We'll beat that other jerk and the dinosaur together. Or I'll help you and your people get away. And I just want to let you know, I'd do it even without this trial and Orion's rewards. If I had the chance, and that's a promise.
Something about this man stood out to Myron. He looked like an elf, but he thought much more like an Oni. And his words were peculiar. Like every word had a special weight to it. Myron couldn't help but believe what he said.
My name is Myron, and I am patriarch of the Fate Strider clan, the last of the Star Oni of Starhold. If you help my people defeat this menace and escape, we will be in your debt, pale blue man.
The man chuckled.
That's fair. I'm Nicholas Noblefrost, Lord of Frosthaven. But most just call me Nick. I'll see you soon after I crush this scrub, then we'll talk.
The barriers shifted, the battle beginning.
Die!
Elrash rushed forward, and a wave of frost billowed out from the man named Nick. He drew a strange blade of blue light from his shoulder as he swung it down to meet the panther beastfolk. Their swords met, and Myron was forced to turn to Thresh as he started to grow roots around his body to prepare for battle. Roars from the devil sores rang out from the distance, and the bandit army began to move forward. The creatures had been moved out of their den, allowing his people to have a path to retreat to their very cave, a strange thing. But now they were headed toward both armies, flanking the numerous miniature battles. The largest one began stomping a great distance away, marching slowly toward the battle. Myron couldn't help but smile as the many Star Oni women were delimited, their bodies and their tetsubos growing as their chi was restored. The men started gathering starlight, preparing their enhancing and fate-guiding abilities. It was 180 clan members against 1,000 cutthroats and mercenaries. Proud warriors against a mountain of trash, as the elf said. To win, his people would need to slay over 5 each. Myron liked their chances at that, as they had more than already accomplished this over the last few months. But what of these devil sores? He couldn't help but be worried about their influence on the upcoming battle. Orion knew his people's chances were slim at the start, and it had kept things that way, it sounded like. Accessing his spatial pouch covered in stars, Myron gave a pleased sigh as the minuscule amount of chi usage didn't harm him. Since it was only a drop in a small pond instead of a large portion of a pathetic cup, his wound wasn't even disturbed. He withdrew his weapon, the Spear of Starlight, and a pill, a body restoration pill. A waste of such a treasure, but he needed to give his all during this fight. Placing it on his tongue, it melted and entered his body in mere moments, his meridians being restored from much of the damage at a rapid pace. The desire to consume this pill the last few agonizing months was significant, but he had held off, knowing he could not bring about most of its efficacy, until now that he could use his chi. Their treasury contained a multitude of unique items, many having equally unique purposes and value. But they were no longer items they could restock, limited resources that he must be conservative about their usage. Perhaps they would never obtain treasures of such levels ever again. He would have gladly traded the pouch for his clan's safety, but the pricks rejected the trade. He would make them pay, he swore. Looking inside the pouch, he saw that many of his treasures, the more powerful 4th stratum level ones, were still completely sealed by Orion's golden light. Nearly everything above the 2nd had previously been sealed, but that has changed. There were now a handful of 3rd stratum ones unsealed, and he smiled as he realized more than one of them would be perfect for what he needed. He wanted a one-on-one fight with Thresh, and this would grant it to him. He withdrew a few more treasures and pills, placing them in a less significant spatial pouch at his waist, and tossed his clan's special sack, their treasury, to a subordinate. Myron planned on fighting to the death, and he wanted to ensure that when his daughter fled into the cave, that she got the clan's heritage, among other things. Myron spoke in his people's language, ensuring their enemies couldn't understand.
Make sure this gets to my daughter. Our clan's past and very future is within. Right away!
Thresh noticed the elaborate sack being thrown, and the man running away with it toward the army.
You fool! All treasure will be Blackthorne's!
The large tree man rushed forward, now nearly completely covered in mottled roots. He was starting to look like a diseased treant, but he certainly didn't move like one. The plant-covered man leaped across the battlefield, while Myron waved his free hand, the other holding his spear. When Myron waved his hand, it was like his hand was a paintbrush, and the air around them was his canvas. Stars were left behind where he waved, and they began to spread out and scatter into the surrounding area. Despite the healing of his body from the pill, Myron couldn't help the grunt that escaped his mouth as he divined his way and stabbed his spear in Thresh's direction. The pill was unable to restore his body in its entirety, the problem being a wound of the soul from his fated. A beam of light emitted from his spear, carrying the power of stars. It cut through the air and struck Thresh, knocking him off course and slamming his body into a tree. Myron narrowed his eyes at the result. He had grunted because he had spent a fair enough portion of his chi, which caused the wound in his chest to flare in pain. He expected to wound this man while he was distracted, following the best way he could divine, the perfect angle and timing to harm him. Yet, as the roots recovered the area Myron pierced, he could see with his divine sense that to harm Thresh at all, he would have to hit much harder than that. Thresh grunted, the man he was chasing now out of his view.
Not bad, Purple Man.
He signaled to a man nearby.
Go get the sparkly sack. Do not allow it to get away.
Thresh turned back to Myron.
But you're gonna have to try much harder than that. When you face a Lord of Orion, you don't just face the man in front of you. You face their path, their kingdom, the way to the essence of those that are under them.
He grinned.
And I have many underneath me, willing and unwilling. Their kingdom, you say?
Myron couldn't help but give another thought to the Lord Noblefrost that was fighting off to the side. Perhaps his fight mattered more than he originally thought. Looking to the stars twinkling around, Myron divined his way again. Having his powers restored, he had no need for crude tools for a quick divination of which way was better for him and his fate of an ongoing battle. Going all out against Thresh, trying to get the kill or wound him no matter the cost, it would surely result in Shara's death. Fighting defensively, waiting for allies to join the battle, he received no answer. Myron grinned. It was just like his divinations before. This man, this Lord Noblefrost, just what was he? Could it be his kingdom causing this? Why not Blackthorne's? It did not matter. Just as Myron's people were confused about what the people of Orion could do, he was sure that Thresh would also be confused about what he, as an outlander, could do. Thresh seemed to covet his people's knowledge and treasures, as they were vastly different from those on Orion. Myron would use this. Before he entered the battle, he thought he would have to give up everything just to land a single blow thanks to Orion limiting him. Of course, now he knew that it would have, at best, landed just as his previous blow, accomplishing nothing. Instead, Myron was given a chance for both him and his people to fight to their heart's content, and he couldn't help but get a little excited, his blood boiling. His wife loved fights like this, and he felt her soul stirring for the first time in a long while at the prospect. Myron would show these shitty bandits why he was known as the Devil General of Starhold, and why his people were feared throughout all the realms. The Star-Oni women might be big, but pound for pound, few in the realms could ever be their match. Secretly, he sent out his stars to his squad leaders, his men that led their beautiful berserkers across the battlefield. The Devilsaurs were another story, but he had no doubt that, directed by him, his people would utterly destroy these bandits and mercenaries. This fight with Thresh was the linchpin to his people's success. He enhanced his voice with chi, making sure it could reach to all edges of the battlefield and in his people's language.
Fate Strider Clan, follow the stars and focus on defeating the bandits and opening a path to the cave. Let's show this scum the true strength of our people and clan.
Chapter 45. The Path Against Path. As Nick met the panther beastfolk's twin blades, he did his best to check the area around him. The incoming devilsaur threat was perhaps greater than the one from Blackthorne's army of cutthroats, and he would need to move quickly. That meant defeating this man as fast as possible, while using the least number of resources. He wouldn't restore much when he judged enemies, draining everything from them, but that didn't include his mental energy for his concepts, nor did it include a means to refresh his convergence skills or essence burst. And he knew that he would need every bit of those things to have a chance at harming this Thresh, or the terrifying devilsaur matriarch. Using them on this scrub would be a tremendous waste. Thankfully, his cloak could last for several minutes, and he did gain a new ability when he reached the 18th level. In the second stratum, most of his skills gained, aside from his convergence skill, were mere upgrades of his old ones. But it appeared Soul Fortress was already an ability that was plenty powerful and versatile, and instead of an upgrade, he received an entirely new ability. Spell, Bolster Servant, Target and Range, Servant, Duration, Reserve. Increase the soul power investment in your soul servant to increase its capabilities. A bolstered soul servant has increased strength, can siphon more essence from its kills, and may restore trace amounts of mental energy from targets with concepts to the Soul Knight. Nick had tested the cost and found that it worked out perfectly with what he needed. Thanks to increasing his soul power from the Blade Soul Forge, improving the power of his soul from tithed faith essence and from judging evil, he had gained enough to bolster his 2 soul servants. It was just enough less than creating a 3rd soul servant of the same level of quality, allowing him to keep his soul blade at full strength. So now, he just kept them bolstered at all times, and that was why when 2 panthers leaped out of the shadows, their claws flashing toward Nick's throat, Birdie and Jasper had no difficulty crashing into them and sending frost into their bodies as they tumbled. Nick was more than a little surprised about his trial prompt when he arrived. Heroic Trial. Fate of the Star Oni. These Outlanders arrived on this shard within Blackthorne's territory and have been chased across the wilderness for months. Because of Orion's rules and laws, they have ordinarily been limited to the 1st stratum. However, the trial has removed their limitations up to the peak of the 2nd, aside from their leader, Myron Fatestrider. Your goal as a hero who walks the path is to aid them in succeeding their trial, saving as many of them as possible. For victory, Myron must not fall before Thresh, the leader of Blackthorne's forces, and at least enough Star Oni to continue their clan must arrive safely at the cave, or the Devilsaur matriarch must be defeated before it slays too many Star Oni. Rewards granted upon trial completion based on personal performance. It was a lot to take in, but it seemed the major takeaway was that Thresh needed to die before Myron, then he needed to escape with enough Star Oni. It was a strange goal, but it all required that he dealt with Elrash first. Simple enough. Nick's frost aura had already been pushed with his concept enhancing it, his dominion of frost and fealty slowing Elrash. While frost began to climb up the man's panther arms and legs, the shadows appeared to protect him from the effect. Elrash followed up with a hasty assault, the panther man unleashing a flurry of attacks with his twinned swords. Nick could feel a vicious sharpness lining the blades, some mixture of his shadows and a blade concept covering them. Then, several attacks of shadow-like bladed limbs were added on, making it a dizzying array of attacks. Forced to block, twist, and dodge, Nick countered as he evaded and pushed out his concept, slowing the man. Eventually, using a chain to block, he managed to kick the man's leading leg and whip his sword in a powerful horizontal arc, monstrous blow triggering. With his bulging forearm, his sword struck the panther man's blocking blades so hard he flew through the air. And then Nick wrapped him up with prepared, waiting chains, guided by his aura. Elrash grunted as the frost began to spread, and he struggled against the bindings. Nick was about to dash forward to finish him, but Elrash was quick to use a special skill. Blades of shadow struck out almost like a tornado as he used his bestial transformation, fur growing all over his body as he became larger and more panther-like. The combination of bladed shadows, size growth, strength, and what felt like a convergence skill blew the chains away. Elrash then entered the shadows, trying to hide from Nick and disappear behind the trees as he moved through the underbrush of the jungle. Birdie and Jasper were still facing off against what appeared to be powerful shadow panthers, but Nick could tell his servants were ultimately winning. The ice took some time to overwhelm the panthers' shadows, but their victory appeared to be inevitable, at least in part thanks to his dominion. Nick looked warily around him, but knew where Elrash was hiding already. He decided to taunt the man.
"Why you running, Panther Man? When your panthers die, you'll be all alone. Now is your only chance to win."
Shadows rolled out like a thick mist, blocking Nick's vision. This was a surprise to Nick, because his domain should somewhat inhibit the effect it had. The area within his frost aura was his. Perhaps this was the case, but Elrash was investing heavily in essence to accomplish this. Nick was reminded of how the elemental elite's domains could be overcome, and maybe this was the same. Nick had no trouble detecting Elrash sneaking through the underbrush, approaching Nick to make a killing blow, thanks to Nick's recently enhanced soul sense. He could feel the man's evil like a pulsing, festering wound, and he could also sense a third panther coming out of hiding. It seemed Elrash had kept one in reserve, waiting to deal a surprise finishing blow. And Elrash wasn't being frozen by Nick's domain. It took a moment for him to understand why. He could only barely feel it, but it was reminiscent of the convergence skill he was using before. Elrash was enhancing his shadow concept by using his path, the ordeal he owned in Shadowvale, overriding Nick's domain around himself. He wasn't sure what his concept and path was, but he certainly felt like he was being stalked by a predator at the moment. Feigning that he had no idea where the attack was going to come from, he sent his chains around aimlessly. Nick began to swirl the chains around him as he prepared his aura. If Elrash was going to use his path, then Nick would need to do the same. Elrash had chosen to approach Nick not from the front or back, but from the side, and the panther from behind. Charging his glyph like the snap of a mousetrap, Nick quickly surrounded Elrash in the chains and swung a powerful blade wave at Elrash's chest. The chains wrapped around the shadows and the man's weapons before he could really react, shocked that Nick had known precisely where he was. Then Nick pushed out his domain, infusing it with his Path of Kings. His will was merged with and empowered by the essence of his people, even those that were not present. Elrash roared in defiance as he pushed against the chains, his concept and the special weight, his path attempting to shred them once more, just like when he escaped. It was the weight of Nick's people against Elrash's, his heaviness struggling over the panther beastfolks. Nick's chains dragged Elrash's arms wide open, and then his blade wave then cut the man's chest, accomplishing what Nick had hoped. It had weakened his soul core ever so slightly, as the cut reached just deep enough. In the end, Nick's will of the Frost King combined with Frosthaven had overwhelmed Elrash's concept and path.
For you, it's a shame. You never had a chance at winning.
Nick pushed harder with his domain, his people's loyalty and faith in him empowering his concept, the chains tightening and freezing the man through his protective shadows. While many of Nick's people were new, he had changed the lives of hundreds, brought them true salvation in just a matter of months. While their loyalties hadn't been truly tested, and some were new and might break when challenged, there were dozens of people in Frosthaven that truly believed they owed Nick everything. They believed in their lord. Whereas, while Shadowvale had a much longer history, Elrash was just a lesser evil among many. If he died and was replaced, the citizens' lives would not change. They would not lament the loss. They had no faith in Elrash, and only gave the bare minimum to avoid his ire. The few climbers that might have believed in him and had true loyalty, if they even had it in the first place, were already dead, killed by Lothar and his men. Elrash struggled against the bindings, pushing his concept enhanced by his path further in an attempt to free himself. The weight of his duty attempted to shred the chains, but this time they didn't even budge. The man was shivering as he froze over, the strength draining from him.
How? How can the weight of your path be so heavy? You've only been a lord for months!
Nick wondered why the third panther hadn't revealed itself yet, but realized Elrash likely had one more attack left in him. Knowing it would come, he signaled to Jasper to break away from his fight, and blasted Elrash with a wave of soul magic, piercing his essence protection and aura. The core weakened, he had no issues scanning the man's soul, and began his judgment of the enemy lord.
It's because I truly fight for my people. You were once a man with good intentions, a man forced to bend the knee to protect your friends and family. But eventually, you had a taste of wickedness, and that grew the taint within your heart. Your sins grew and grew until their number were countless. Now you're simply a tool for evil, a man that taints the world on your dark lord's behalf, discarding your duty to your people just for your own thrills. Through judgment, I offer you redemption. To right the wrongs of a life wrongly lived, to aid me in defeating Blackthorne once and for all. You had good intentions to start, and now you can make things right if you accept my pact.
Elrash should be able to fully understand what was being offered, even beyond Nick's words. The power of the soul and redemption pact carries the meanings and the contract stipulations. There should be no confusion. Still, Elrash acted confused.
What is this? Fuck you and your redemption. You will die here today.
Nick's eyes glowed white,
a barrier surrounding him as he triggered judgment. Elrash's sins were laid bare for all to see, the bubbles containing the images of his memories showing the downward spiral. At first, the panther beastfolk had plans much like Nick did, to accept this altar of subordination, but to strengthen himself in the ordeal and eventually surpass Blackthorne, or rise up against him. But he quickly learned that it was too hard, that the tax and cost was too much, and pushing himself to the brink to excel and accomplish his plan may just result in him being maimed or killed in the ordeal. He got a taste of the comforts provided by Blackthorne, nights in the brothel at first, eventually his own pleasure slave. Before long he was selling out his people for the taste of more pleasures, and eventually his original goal was long forgotten. The sins only got worse and worse as he quickly became Blackthorne's lapdog. When he had a viable chance to aid Silverbrook and enter its protection, he had rejected it, betraying them instead for his own gain. As Nick neared, the expected attack from Elrash came. Blades of darkness rose from the shadows, along with the third panther that he was hiding. The blades pierced through Nick's barrier created by his judgment spell and cut into Nick's shoulder and chest. His hardened skin combined with his layers of armor meant the blades only reached an inch or so deep, Nick grunting from the pain caused. Jasper surged from the trees, his jaws containing a powerful sharpness as they clamped on the panther's throat. With a shake, the panther died, and Birdie finally finished off the other two panthers. It seemed Jasper had formed some kind of concept fragment which allowed it to pierce the shadows in a single bite, and it howled in success. Nick's hand landed on Elrash's face.
It's a shame you rejected it. Your suffering will be unimaginable, but you will aid me nonetheless. Judgment!
Elrash screamed from his frozen bindings, as everything he ever was or would be was drained from him. His essence was drained into Nick's mouth. Elrash's sins drank to power Nick's potential. The amount of essence and darkness within the Panther Man was tremendous, far more than Nick had consumed in the past. While the bishop had just as much taint within him, or perhaps more, Elrash was simply higher in level. He was truly just about to enter the third stratum, waiting for the perfect run to push himself to defeat the boss and ascend. Nick had performed the next stage in the ritual, knowing that Elrash would likely not accept even after some suffering. Elrash would now be redeemed, even without his agreement. As Nick cultivated the essence, swirling his essence chains, to Nick's surprise, 2 small fragments of something did arrive within him. It was the power of shadows and blades, which Elrash had used. The concepts themselves did not appear to be tainted, but Nick did what he could to purify it with his chains and burn any evil away, just the same as he drew in the essence to fuel his soul cultivation. When he was sure there was nothing left but the original concepts, Nick understood. One would be extremely valuable for Sable. Her mastery of shadows was superior in numerous ways, but different. Nick had not seen her use the shadows so much as barriers, let alone in such a bestial way as Elrash had used it. In many ways, Nick felt like he used the shadows to boost his ferality, almost like Kaya but with shadow powers added on. It was surprising that there were 2 separate fragments. He thought they were both from the same concept, and that was likely the case. Possibly Elrash had combined 2 independent concept fragments into a singular concept, but as they were torn away from his soul, they separated again. Nick encased the shadow concept within a soul magic bubble,
and left it within his soul core. The same was done with the blades concept, not wanting to use it at the moment. He wanted to form his own concept first, and he would potentially then use this one to enhance it at most. If not, perhaps Kaya could use it. His wounds were healed from the essence drained into him, and all the essence he spent during the fight was restored. The trial barrier disappeared, and Nick gave his orders to his bolstered soul servants.
Roam around and help the Star Oni, wherever you can. Help them get to safety or join their brethren.
Jasper howled and Birdie cawed, taking off in separate directions, as Nick took Elrash's weapons and fanny pack. Nick really needed to fix the manly pouch fashion on Orion. Not having time to deal with the contents, he belted it around his chest and over his shoulder. Then he dashed off. He didn't have to go very far to see Myron battling with Thresh. Unfortunately, he couldn't really understand what he was looking at. It was like a giant glass sphere had appeared, looking a lot like a massive snow globe floating in the clearing. Bright lights from stars and clashes with vines were within, the stars and some noxious-looking multicolored gas obscuring the contents of the dome. Thresh sounded pissed as his muffled shouts reached the outside of the thing, along with Myron's taunting laughter. That was a good sign, but Nick didn't understand how he could help. Nick tapped the glass from outside and realized the dome was actually quite sturdy. Looking closely, he now realized that Thresh was kind of small, and he was fighting against some sort of illusion of stars, but he couldn't see Myron at all.
What's this, Myron? You sealed yourself off to fight this Thresh? It kinda defeats the purpose of my help.
An image of Myron appeared in front of Nick made of stars, the man smiling. And then he heard his voice.
Not to worry, young lord. My artifact can hold him off for a little longer. And it even prevented the bandits from helping him. And at small personal cost to me, that I promise you. I am happy about your success, but I am in need of a different kind of help at the moment.
What is it?
Myron grimaced.
I made a mistake. I need you to help my daughter.
Daughter, you say?
Myron's depiction narrowed his eyes on Nick.
If you're not her fated, don't even think about it.
Nick arched his brow at his term.
I was just playing anyway. But how would I know that, if that were the case?
Myron snorted.
If you are, she'll know almost right away. Probably, anyway. You are a weird one, after all. They are trying to capture my daughter, and have become somewhat successful at dragging her away and capturing the other Star Oni women. With her captured, they just might be able to ransom or coerce the rest, because without her, my people are finished.
That sounded a bit strange to Nick. Why would one girl matter like that?
How do I find her?
A star suddenly appeared in front of Nick, and Myron continued.
This star will guide you. Do be careful around her, and around all our women for that matter.
Nick groaned.
Damn, I help you guys and I'm not good enough for any of your women by default? A shame?
Myron chuckled.
Not that. If you are fated, you have my people's blessing and will be celebrated. However, our women are what you might call berserkers. They are just as likely to attack someone like you as they are to understand you're there to help them. Though they all know what you look like thanks to the image provided. Our men give them a wide berth in battle, guiding them in various ways. So be careful, or you just might get flattened by mistake.
As if in response to his words, a loud crash occurred nearby. One of the larger Star Oni women struck a smaller devilsaur so hard with a downward swing that it left a large crater and shattered the stone ground underneath it. Nick was not so sure he could take such a blow head-on without monstrous blow in counter. Nick's eyebrows were raised in shock.
Gotcha! Fair enough. They do look pretty tough. I'll follow the star.
Myron gave a wolf-like grin.
Good. Do hurry. I don't think I can hold him in here for too much longer, dumb as he is. And that devil-saw matriarch is getting closer. She seems like she's on a stroll, walking slowly toward us, and indifferent to their deaths now. But as soon as enough of them die, I think she will change her tune. At that point, many will die, on both sides.
Nick chased after the star, donning his cloak of twilight darkness. His movements began to blur as he dashed with haste. Feeling the darkness roil around his body and enhance it, once again, he tried to focus his thoughts and actions on the importance of speed in saving these people. How, for heroes, sometimes it didn't matter how strong they were or how hard they fought, or how badly they wanted to save someone. If they didn't arrive on time, then all their efforts were meaningless. As he passed enemies fighting in the forest, he cleaved them in two, sent blade waves, or let his frost aura wash over them and sent chains wrap around them, granting aid as he passed by. He even found an opportunity to judge a group of 5 men clustered together, drinking their essence and capturing their souls for future redemption pacts. He spotted Jasper fighting some devil sores, protecting several star oni, and he heard Birdie's caws some distance away as he neared where the star was taking him. Sending several blade waves as he flipped and dashed through the air, running on it, he helped bring several fights to a favorable conclusion. The Star Oni appeared to be faring decently well, as he saw only a few of the purple people had died, but dozens upon dozens of the bandit corpses were everywhere. Thankfully, it seemed the Star Oni that died were aged, their hairs nearly white instead of the black that most seemed to have. Still, many of those still fighting were wounded, and he hoped they would head to the cave rather than picking more fights. Many were working their way to the cave, grouping up and facing off against the devil sores or the bandits. The devil sores looked a lot like decent-sized red raptors, and they had some form of curse magic they were using, which was a bit alarming. A sickly black and red haze would appear around their targets, and it seemed the more of them that were attacking a single target, the weaker that they would become. Then they entered a frenzy around corpses and blood, empowering themselves. They were clearly pack hunters, and they had a preference for going after the strongest targets, often the Star Oni women. Thankfully, it appeared the Star Oni had done a good job to keep them from grouping up, and also used the bandit armies as a shield against them. Perhaps this was their fate reading at play. He reached a large clearing, and what he found there was more than a little surprising. A large bulk of the enemy forces had numerous Star Oni surrounded and using special equipment and magic. Nets were covering several of the large Star Oni women, and it appeared the nets were draining or weakening them besides. They were tainted or cursed from what he could tell. The Star Oni men were trying to hack away at the nets to free them, but the cutthroats were firing poisoned darts through what looked like blowguns and shooting poisoned arrows at them that appeared to put them all to sleep. Others were attacking them in melee with magical shadows as well. It was nearly 300 or 400 versus just 4 dozen, a mixture of men and women. The bandits' numbers had simply overwhelmed them. With how many bandits' corpses lined the ground, it appeared more than half the original army had surrounded just a third of the Star Oni forces in an attempt to capture them. The star continued to where the daughter was, showing him the location. She had pink hair and was being especially dragged away from the rest. Her people fought with fervor to rescue her, but it wasn't looking good, just as Myron had warned. Nick didn't have a lot of time. Charging his soul blade, he dashed toward the largest cluster of the enemy army with haste, his blade brightening. It was a use of one of his irreplaceable tools, but he simply did not have a better option. Reaching the back of the army, he swung his blade horizontally. With a roar, his soul blade sent the essence burst, blade wave, of pale blue light cutting through a large swath of the enemy bandits. The sound was so loud that it shook the whole clearing, the light so bright that his action couldn't be missed. Exactly what he wanted. The light blue wave was nearly a dozen yards across, and shot through numerous enemies at near the stomach level, cleaving many and covering the rest in a thick layer of frost that passed through them like a frozen wind. Nick didn't think he killed more than 30 or 40 with his opening, but he had weakened dozens more by slowing and freezing them as the winds persisted through a large portion of the army to one side. Perfect for his frost aura to finish them off. Using his mastery of mana aura, his frost aura was pushed out to the maximum radius next, freezing all the bandits as he leaped across the battlefield with several dashes through the air and sending more blade waves out. Nick's chains swirled around him as he guided them with his mana aura, wrapping around some enemies and just knocking into others, interrupting their archery or dart shooting. Many now turned to him and started to make an effort to counter him, but he blitzed through the center of the battlefield far faster than any could respond as he swung his blade against unprotected bodies and limbs, and the rest he deflected with his mercurial cape. Catching a large group together, he cast Judgment. Much of his essence was restored as he drank down nearly a dozen of their sins, his body replenished. Arrows and darts bounced off the barrier Judgment created as he was stopped, but it had no issue dealing with this level of attacks. The many cutthroats now paid attention to Nick, though several now moved toward Myron's daughter with increased urgency. They must have noticed the increased fervor the Star Oni took to protect her, or perhaps the sparkling sack at her waist.
What is he? That looks like the Lord of Frosthaven. Did Elrash lose?
Nick needed to decide what to do. While he thought he could fight these people nearly endlessly, he didn't have a lot of time. Devil sores roared as they converged on this group from the distance, their number in the dozens. Once they arrived, the Star Oni would surely suffer losses, or Nick would be forced to fight even more for longer. He'd have nothing left in him to aid Myron. It was then that he noticed something with his new sight. The essence surrounding the nets was heavily focused on soul essence. It was a large part of what weakened or otherwise detained them. Nick spoke the words in Archaean, infusing them with mana and essence like Rebecca had taught him.
Star Oni, I free you of the shackles that bind you.
Through the power of the soul, Nick influenced the world with his mere words. His target? All the Star Oni's souls. His mana wrapped around them with his intentions, Nick only capable of accomplishing this with ease due to being seen as an ally. The effect was immediate, his words briefly empowering their souls to alleviate the curses burdening them. The Star Oni princess's club struck a man about to hold a knife to her with a crack, his body being flung through the air as her strength was restored. His bones were absolutely shattered, and she shredded the bindings of the cursed nets with another wave of her spiked club. The same then began to occur all over the battlefield, and Nick was relieved that nearly 24 Star Oni women could now rejoin the fight. The men had protected them from being put to sleep within their nets, and now they would recover, and slay tons of bandits. Nick continued the assault, now with the help of the Star Oni, but he eventually reached Myron's daughter. the star floating above her head. She was absorbed in the fight, chasing down the now fleeing bandits. Her club was explosive, sending the smaller men's bodies flying and crashing into others with every swing. She was a bit smaller than most of the other Star Oni women, he noticed, but seemingly just as strong. Nick stood near her, focused on watching her back as she took out another bandit.
Hey, lady, it's time to get to the cave. The devil sores are coming soon.
Her response was a growling voice. Eat this, you shit!
Huh?
Nick barely turned in time to see a big bat covered in spikes swinging for his head horizontally. Twisting his body, he swayed backward under it easily, but the woman wasn't done. She flowed into a series of strikes with immense force behind each blow, and Nick just twisted or dashed out of the way of each one. Stop! She swung her bat. Running! Her voice was even angrier now as she swung again. And fight me! Nick parried her last downward swing, having it crash into the ground, and stepped toward her. Stowing away his blade in its shoulder holster for the moment, he grabbed her wrist with both hands, preparing to twist the weapon out of her large hand. However, when his essence-filled gauntlet touched her skin, there was an explosion of rainbow-colored light. Thinking it was some kind of attack, he immediately continued his plan despite being blinded. He twisted her arm and wrist, causing her to drop her bat, but found there was no resistance from her. He spun his body into her and threw her over his shoulder, causing the large woman to land on her butt. As his vision returned, Nick's eyes met the girl's, and he thought he saw some coherence in them suddenly. A reddish hue entered her purple cheeks, and her breathing picked up.
Me?
Nick asked. Her voice was quiet. He was just barely able to hear it. Sorry for attacking you.
Oh, no biggie. You good now? We really need to go.
Nick moved to her front and pulled the arm he was still holding to lift her up, the weight of her kind of surprising. While she was big, it was definitely even more than that she was a head or so taller than him. The girl looked extra embarrassed about this and was reluctant to let go of his hand, which Nick thought was kind of funny. She was so angry and wild just moments before, like she didn't give a shit about anything but fighting, but now she looked like a lost puppy. When he turned back to the many fighting Oni who had cleaned up much of the enemy, they were all looking at him strangely.
What's going on? We need to get moving. The big devil sore is almost here. You should get moving toward either the cave or the patriarch now.
Nick heard some murmuring among them, but it was in another language. The girl even shouted something too, and they seemed to be focused on him even more now for some reason. That made sense, Nick realized. He did kind of just save them all, along with their princess. A man immediately took control, which only made the girl more embarrassed, it seemed. The wounded and weaker among the group headed toward the cave, while another started heading toward the other groups and the patriarch. Just as Nick was about to head toward the patriarch with them, the woman grabbed his sleeve, blushing. The girl was nearly 8 feet tall, an entire head above him. Her pink Asian robes definitely made her stand out, but holding that vicious-looking spiked bat was a contrast to her behavior. "I'm Shara," she said with a small voice. Nick arched his brow. What was with this girl?
I'm Nick. Anyway, we need to get going or we're going to have to fight a horde of devil sores. The patriarch needs my help. I need to get back there and help him out or all is lost.
That seemed to get her look to become serious. She said, "I'll go on ahead. I greatly appreciate your help." With that, she let go and stomped off to join up with her allies, who had already rushed off. They did not quite head directly toward the Patriarch, though, as it seemed their plan was to gather more allies. Now that he had a chance to look, he noticed that stars were drifting in front of some of the males. The Patriarch must have been guiding them all from the beginning. Nick's respect for him just went up another notch. He would need to hurry back to him now. If Myron fell, then all his efforts would be for nothing.
Chapter 46. The Struggle for Victory. Visibility was relatively low in the dense jungle, but from what Nick had seen, the Star Oni were largely winning against the bandits. Between Nick and his soul servant's help, combined with their intelligent strategies of utilizing the devil sores to take out their enemies, the scales had truly been pushed into the Star Oni's favor. Of course, that Myron was playing the tactician or general role while he fought Thresh had a significant impact. Nick passed Shara in a blur, his speed aspect of his heroic concept starting to truly become a part of it. It was almost as if he had added another fragment to it, the influence on it starting to become substantial, but not yet as much as an early concept on its own. He was certainly much faster than the result of Dash, the skill, even without his concept. Now he moved in a blur, faster than just about any enemy he'd faced. He imagined when he reached the next level, where it would be at early mastery, he might just reach middle mastery in the main one, the two linked together. Through his heroic redemption and salvation, he would be empowered to be a hero, his speed and strength increased by a significant amount. More than if he simply had a strength or speed concept, he was sure. The power of the valorous light and evil darkness was special, at a completely different level of performance. Thankfully, Birdie and Jasper had been doing a lot of work in aiding the Star Oni. Several of the enemies they slayed must have had some weaker concepts and fragments, as throughout his fighting he had gotten some mental energy back, enabling him to run his Cloak of Twilight for a while longer. His judged souls also must have given him something as well, and the weight of their sins was not enough to slow him down. Facing Elrash, he had only used his frost aura laced with his concept for a short period, so he still had a fair amount in the tank. Unfortunately, Thresh was someone that would take a lot out of him, and the Devil Sore, he doubted he could even hurt the thing without his concept. But he had built himself up for some time. Perhaps he could make it happen. He quickly arrived back at the Patriarch, and it seemed it was just in time. The glass dome and stars surrounding the Patriarch shattered, revealing a very angry Thresh as well. Myron looked wounded, and more than a little diseased or poisoned, his skin covered in splotches of purple and green. Thresh's voice was taunting.
I told you, your efforts are useless. But I have to admit you Outlanders are stronger than I gave y'all credit for.
Myron had trouble breathing.
You have impressed me too, in a way. Your mastery of the Tao would make you an elite of the realms. But my efforts were not useless. Reinforcements will soon arrive.
Thresh snorted as he turned and spotted the incoming Star Oni men and women. They were stomping toward them in the distance and gathering as they aided one another, and should arrive in another minute or less.
Is this all? You know as well as I do that a few second stratum warriors hardly matter in a fight like ours. You need more than triple this for them to matter.
Nick arched his brow at that.
He had kept to the shadows somewhat, but he was surprised Thresh hadn't seen him, because a shift in Myron's expression told Nick that he had. It seemed this Thresh was built like a poisonous tank and felt he didn't need anything else to win a fight. And Nick supposed that was true. Despite losing much of his bark and vines tanking numerous blows, they had all grown back, and he looked nearly as strong as when they started. He merely needed to outlast his enemies through his poisons, and he would eventually win through his defense and regeneration. Myron gave a weak but proud smile.
I don't know about that, Thresh. This old man has a lot more tricks up his sleeve than just the Star Prison, too. I did say I would make you ruffians pay dearly, did I not?
He grinned as he withdrew another treasure, filled it with essence, and tossed it into the air at Thresh. It looked a lot like a Rubik's Cube with many more cubes on it to Nick, and it began shifting and unfurling into something much larger as it moved through the air.
Ew!
Thresh was pissed, to say the least. With a roar, he prepared to leap as he spewed out a wave of noxious fumes, but the blocks started to shoot at him like shots out of a gun, smacking into him before he could complete his jump. He was quickly surrounded by them as they grew and interlocked, despite his efforts to pry them open with his vines. The treant roared in anger as he tried to part the cubes from his humanoid body, but the cubes only bulged from his efforts and stuck to him like glue as the larger cube built around and surrounded him. Thresh slammed his fists and roots into the cubes from the inside, but it seemed they were resistant to force, reminding Nick of a mixture between padded walls and a foam-like substance. Myron chuckled, grinning at the treant's anger.
That'll give us another minute to talk, young lord. It seems he's strong and sturdy, but his doubts are all based on poison and disease, it seems. The cubes become useless if we attack from this side, so it's best we wait it out. I see you got there in time to rescue her. Excellent work.
That confirmed his suspicions that he was watching everything through his stars.
Yeah, though she's on her way here, I think. Here, let me help you with your wounds.
Nick walked toward him. Myron sighed.
I know, that's not exactly optimal, but I'll take it over her being captured and used against us. You can heal me.
Nick nodded, and wanting to skip to the end of what might be an argument, he gave his oath.
I have a healing spell that should help you. I give my oath that I will cast it with the full intention of aiding you.
The weight of his oath washed over Myron, and he frowned.
What was that?
Nick said.
It's soul magic. I gave you my oath. If I violate it, it will destroy my cultivation. You should feel that it was true.
You're right. Like swearing against the heavens? How strange. People of your strength normally can't. Never mind. Please proceed. We don't have a whole lot of time.
Nick moved closer to Myron and cast the spell he thought would help Myron out, Soul Mend. His spell wrapped around Myron's and, as he spotted it, the other's soul within him, soothing and restoring them both partially. In all, the effect was small. The man and the other's soul was substantial, far beyond what Nick imagined a third stratum person's soul could actually be. Myron shook and trembled, Nick imagined in shock. He cast it again, aiding the two souls further. At that point, Nick knew the man was likely at the limit of how much he could be helped at this time.
That... how? You can heal wounds of the soul.
It's a power of my race. We're true masters of the soul, enabling us to heal it. You're a lot stronger than me, or maybe I could do even more.
Now Nick used his own recovery item, placing the pill in his mouth. Lumos had crafted a pill from some of the special waters collected from the test of supremacy. Combined with essence fruit and a treasure obtained from Silverbrook, It was a proper mental energy restoring treasure, enabling him to use his concept just a little more. The effect was soothing, reminding him a lot of a more potent energy whiskey that Jasmine always gave him. Myron sighed, talking over Nick's recovery.
That's more than enough. I wish I knew this sooner. I'd have tried to avoid so many of this man's diseases and poisons. Made different trades, but you just returned another chunk of my strength.
He then ate a pill, which healed him a little more and restored the essence within him. His essence rose a substantial amount, and his body straightened. Nick guessed he somehow had restored 30% or more of his original reserves somehow, which was more than a little surprising. With a pleased sigh, Myron pointed in the distance.
Go back into hiding. Your strange cloak helps with that, right? Look for the best moment to strike. Unfortunately, your odd power is interfering with mine. The longer you stay out of the fight, the more damage I should be able to do with my abilities.
Nick frowned.
That's some bullshit right there, old man. You need some serious help to beat this guy. I can't just hold this cloak forever.
Now. It's not that I don't have confidence in you, young lord. I can see that you can influence this fight plenty now. I'm truly impressed. My power is related to divination, and you being near really screws with it. Tell you what, I will be a little more aggressive than I would usually be, and try to make an opening for you quickly.
Nick arched his eyebrow at that. That made a sort of sense, based on what he had learned about his people and their need to change arcane law for immunity against divinations.
Fine, but if it ain't looking good, I'm not just sitting still while I watch an old purple man get beat down.
Myron snorted and started preparing stars around him as Nick skulked into the shadows, an easy action considering how thick the underbrush was. His cloak helped him feel at home within the shadows, and he found a place off to the side, in between where the star Oni were coming from. He arrived at his hiding spot as larger stars started appearing, their lights starting to look ominous as they began to hover around Thresh's cubic prison. A cube was ripped off, and a beam of light from the orbiting stars shot directly where the cube had been removed. This enraged Thresh underneath further, and 2 more were ripped off in quick succession. The same thing occurred with Myron targeting those points, and he dashed in with his spear to stab into the treant underneath, unleashing a blast of light through his spear. That action caused the whole thing to lose cohesion, as roots burst outward, tearing the prison apart, and 2 cubes even flew out toward Myron, striking and knocking him back. A wave of noxious-looking gas was then blown out, a concept enhancing the blast, which Myron barely avoided by leaping into the air. To Nick's surprise, he had no issue just floating there.
This ends now.
Thresh's roots stabbed into the ground, and his body began to grow slightly as the area surrounding him became desiccated and diseased. This reached out even further than the gas had, and Nick could feel the power behind this concept or convergence skill that was building. Now, he was thankful he had waited to understand what this enemy could even do. Floating in the air, Myron twirled his spear above his head in response, which drew in the stars into its orbit and toward his spearhead. It glimmered brightly, the gathering stars building into an attack.
Star Piercer!
His spear shot out a prismatic light, like a shooting star. Thresh's roots twirled around in front of him, forming a thick shield. But a tiny star persisted through slowly, like a glimmering snowflake drifting through the wind. As the small star reached Thresh, it exploded in a burst of light, sending him flying through the air. He tumbled across the ground, but unfortunately, he was thrown away from where Nick was standing. Despite Thresh being knocked back and much of his bark being blasted off, he looked otherwise fine. But vines then burst out of the dust from the ground, stabbing into Myron's legs where he was floating in the air and releasing a poison. The treant started walking toward Myron with a grin, taking his time.
Gotcha. Only a matter of time now.
Myron had cut the 2 offending vines and fell to the ground, and Nick could tell the poison had weakened Myron further, the man groaning in pain as he fought it off. Thresh chuckled, and while Nick was about to leap out since he had walked closer, it seemed that the treant was distracted by what he saw in the distance rather than Myron as he turned his head to the side.
How lucky. Your treasury came walking back to me. I'll be right back.
The group of Star Oni had been near, but seeing her father wounded, the daughter had rushed ahead of the rest, toward him. It seemed she wanted to give him a decorated pouch. Myron shouted,
Daughter, look out!
Thresh crouched as he filled himself with essence and leaped through the air with surprising speed. Nick decided this was as good a time as any. He drew up as much essence as he could, empowering himself with his heroic concept, his body blazing with chains of essence before leaping into the air. Bouncing on air, he dashed through the space between with intense speed and approached Thresh from the side. With his soul blade filled to the brim with darkness and light, it started to vibrate. Thresh spotted him coming, but could do little more than bunch up his vines in a makeshift shield for a moment, because Nick was simply moving too fast. Elongating his blade, he stabbed at the man's soul at the center of his chest. Nick pierced through the shield and bark-like flesh and nearly reached his soul core. But Thresh's weight diverted the blade slightly, causing him to only scratch the core, his blade piercing nearly entirely through the middle of his chest and out the other side. He was forced to let go of his soul blade rather than continuing to cut through the plant-like body, however. The body was just too dense from the weight of his concepts for him to hold on to the hilt. It was a shame, because had Nick been strong enough, he could have cut the man mostly in half from the center from the momentum alone. Frost continued to spread from the inserted blade, but he withdrew his soul blade using his resonance trait, sending it flying into his hand. Thresh tumbled to the ground, his body crashing into and shattering a tree as he landed.
Yo!
Thanks to Nick's diversion, he didn't land anywhere near Shara, and several Star Oni women with clubs passed her now, and the men held her back, providing her with some protection. Nick could feel Thresh's aura wavering from his attack. A wound to the soul core was a powerful one, even a tiny scratch. Now his aura was in turmoil, and on top of that, he was definitely fatigued. Myron had truly worn Thresh down.
Yeah, me. Your buddy is long since dead, by the way.
Whatever Thresh was going to say next was lost, because a different Star Oni woman arrived at Thresh, who was attempting to stand. The purple woman was covered in starlight. It was reminiscent of what Irwin could accomplish, and her bat crashed into Thresh's side with a crack, despite his vine-covered defense. The blow shattered much of the remaining bark protecting him, and several other Star Oni women and men then joined in the attack. Thresh responded by letting out a poisonous gas, but the Star Oni men countered with their own starlight dust, protecting the women who otherwise ignored it as they continued hitting his body. Thresh's roots whipped out, but the spiked clubs blocked and tore them away. This wasn't without cost, of course. The protection did not keep the poison from reaching them completely, and they seemed to be impacted even if the potency was lessened by their magic, their skin starting to be covered in green and purple sores. They fought on in spite of that, in an attempt to wound the enemy leader. Nick covered himself with the light cloak of twilight, protecting him from the gas, and then cut into Thresh's extremities as he weaved between the Star Oni. His white blade of light infused with his concept cut into the tree man's leg, then his arm with powerful swings, then a beam of starlight from Myron struck Thresh, shredding his chest further. Thresh's fists and vines punched out toward the Star Oni, but the berserkers were large and strong. Their star-covered clubs and bats crashed and pierced into his body, their own concepts fueling their large bodies' powerful blows. The Devilsaur matriarch's roar shook the valley, and its thunderous footsteps were getting closer. Several of the Star Oni were now facing off against a large grouping of Devilsaurs, having to split their efforts. If they didn't win soon, it was going to be utter chaos. Myron laughed, but started coughing from his wounds. Despite the pain, a smile remained apparent.
Doesn't matter, is it, Thresh? You look down on my people a little too much, and you led your people poorly. We have crushed your army, and now you will be shattered and broken, like all enemies of the Fate Strider clan.
Thresh roared and spun his vines with enhanced power. He knocked many of the Star Oni away, and then his vines rushed out and pierced some of their limbs, the Star Oni shouting in agony.
Those people are only bodies, meant to corral your people and capture them, nothing more. Now that I'm here, your fate's been sealed.
Those words matched the ominous change in the essence in the clearing, as the weight of Thresh on reality increased. A shiver went down Nick's spine, as darkness was drawn out from his body. The man was perhaps just as evil as the bishop, billowing the evil darkness from his soul. Nick itched to judge him, but knew it was far too dangerous. Thresh started to activate a convergence skill, or infused his path into his poison, and Nick knew whatever he was going to do was going to be powerful. Several of the Star Oni grunted in pain, as it seemed their bodies were being drained of something, and Nick was reminded how the ground had become desiccated when he grew before. Nick had to act now. Drawing in the essence from the surrounding area and much of his own, he activated his own convergence skill. The power of his path and concept converged, drawing out the strength of his kingdom and the ice from his crown, his core. Chains made up of the power of his pacts rose up in front of him, spiraling and linking together with ice, forming a large gauntlet, bigger than Nick's entire body. It then flew forward and crashed into Thresh's chest, wrapping around it and his arms in a steely grip. Frost spread rapidly along Thresh's vines, and Myron landed a stab into Thresh's back with his spear as Nick dashed forward with his soul blade. Thanks to the vines freezing, 2 large Star Oni women freed themselves from their bindings and struck Thresh on the shoulders with downward swings, bringing him down to his knees. Blurring with enhanced speed and strength, Nick's blade of pale blue light pierced his bark between 2 fingers of the inexorable gauntlet toward Thresh's soul core. More noxious fumes were ejected as Nick's frost overwhelmed his plant-like flesh, and the core was finally impaled by Nick's soul blade. The light left Thresh's eyes, but the fumes covered Myron and the party of Star Oni, their bodies covered in disease and poison. Nick's cloak covered him, preventing the concept from invading him too heavily, but he was forced to protect himself with much of his stored faith energy within his body and concept to fully shrug it off. The trial prompt changed, indicating that Thresh was dead, and the Star Oni would be victorious, except that not enough of the clan were yet at the cave. They had to defeat the Devilsaur matriarch, or have more arrive at the cave for victory. As much as Nick had wanted to judge Thresh, he was forced to avoid it. When he had judged the bishop in the past, he had nearly exploded from the stress of judging someone half a stratum above him. If it weren't for Irene's efforts, perhaps he would have died. And he knew that the difference between the third stratum and the second, for a lord, was even more substantial. Since he had just judged Elrash, he wasn't about to risk it. With Thresh dead, he was exhausted and forced to cancel his Cloak of Twilight. The rest of the Star Oni arrived, having dealt with the small horde of Devilsaurs. The Star Oni princess ran over to her father, speaking her native language. They started a sort of argument, which left Shara both embarrassed and angry by how red her face became, but Myron reluctantly agreed to something. She then handed over the ornate pouch, and he took several pills out and handed it back. It seemed he was originally going to refuse, but with her impassioned plea, he took them with a grimace. Much of the poison started to lighten on his skin, but Nick could tell he was nearly on his last legs. Taking pills forever didn't work, and he was likely just about poisoned by the pill toxicity itself by now. The energies inside the pills were shocking, and Nick was tempted to ask for some himself.
Are you good to move now, Myron? We need to get to that cave.
He was rotating his arm and testing his footing.
It seems I can move, and maybe have one last attack in me. But I think I'll need a lot more than that.
Myron pointed to the side, and the Devilsaur matriarch then arrived through the clearing, roaring in anger, along with a dozen of the smaller Devilsaurs. And the matriarch lived up to her name. She was easily twice the size as the rest, at about the size of the alpha drake Nick had faced. Her tail had a bladed spike on the end, and her claws looked exceptionally long, like large curved swords at the end of her reptilian fingers. Her color was darker, with jagged black lines running across her red scales. The reptile's yellow eyes glowed with intelligence and pride, her snout raised as she looked down on the Star Oni and Nick. It walked like it had all the time in the world as its young rushed forward toward Myron and his forces. The matriarch had cut off half the forces with its entry. A few of her young now split and chased after some of the Star Oni that had run towards the cave. Nick didn't have a whole lot of resources left. He had pushed his heroic Cloak of Twilight to its limits, and his head was pounding from the mental energy used from using both of his convergence skills. This was in spite of him being fed energy from Jasper and Birdie, and using the restorative pill provided by Lumos. The one thing he had plenty of was mana and essence, at over half his total resources. Each time he judged, he restored much of it. He had used a lot to create numerous chains as he fought Elrash, but he had gotten most of his mana back. The matriarch looked most interested in Myron, her steps taking her in his direction. Myron said,
It wants me because my body is that of a nascent soul cultivator, the fourth stratum. I want you to leave me. I will delay them here, while you take my daughter and the rest of our clan to the cave. It's the only way.
Shara looked desperate, her eyes shedding tears.
Father, no! Please! We need you still! I need you! You must come with us! We're so close! You can make it!
The nearby Star Oni seemed to share her sentiments, saying impassioned words in their own language. Nick didn't understand them, but they seemed very reluctant to leave Myron, their eyes showing a steely resolve. Nick couldn't help but respect Myron further now, knowing that he could inspire such loyalty in his people. Myron was moved, but he looked at her sternly.
Daughter, that's enough. You know my days are numbered, that I will die soon because I have defied fate for far too long already.
He showed his wound, which held the other spirit inside.
My fated is dead now. You know what that means.
While Nick understood Myron's need to sacrifice himself, Nick saw another path that Myron didn't know about. The spirit inside him still lived, and with some effort, Nick could save them both. The daughter and his people's pleas made Nick want to act, to be the hero that they needed. This was what his path was all about, to bring light from the darkness and bring salvation. To face all challenges, even when it was hard. And then, as a king, Nick wanted Myron as his follower. He couldn't let him die here. Nick grinned.
The girl says you gotta make it. She's not ready to give up her dad, and your people still need you. Maybe get on her back? She'll carry you, and I'll slow the matriarch down for you all to get away. I think you need to at least see your people reach safety. Or maybe you'll haunt me after your death.
Shara's smile was wide as she nodded enthusiastically, but Myron frowned.
Don't be foolish. You are strong for your cultivation, but it is only that. This devil saw. It's like facing another thresh, perhaps stronger, and you don't have me to wound it and exhaust it this time. Well, it's probably smarter than he was too.
Nick snorted.
You think some overgrown reptile scares me? You must really look down on me if you think I'm gonna get beat by some dumbass demon lizard. Not only that, but I am not alone. And I don't just mean your people, or even the bird and the wolf I brought. I'll beat it, or escape.
Myron frowned.
I'm not sure what that means, but it's foolish to throw your life away for old bones. Someone that is only going to die no matter what, like me. We're strangers to you. Don't you have a responsibility to live for your own people? Lord of Orion.
The Star Oni started facing off against her young who had rushed forward, but Myron was guiding them away toward the cave with his stars as they made a fighting retreat. With the devil sores heading toward those that fought Thresh, they didn't have long before they would need to face them along with the matriarch, but every moment of recovery would help.
I am the Lord of Frosthaven, but I also walk the hero's path. It means I need to try, even when things are difficult. It doesn't mean I'll throw away my life like some martyr to save you, but it does mean I'll risk it and give it a shot. I got enough essence to slow the thing down, and I'm confident in getting away if nothing else.
Myron gave him a proud but calculating look, and looked at his daughter, who looked at him pleadingly. He sighed.
Your path, your Tao, is it? I see. I'm impressed with your resolve, and your valor for strangers such as us. Let us try to make a miracle, then.
He turned to address Shara and the remaining Star Oni with narrowed eyes.
But I will not allow my people to throw their lives away for me, and that is final. If it comes down to it, I'd rather burn my soul away and never enter the cycle of reincarnation. If it means any more of you die for me, we've lost enough of our brethren.
Shara shrunk under his glare and reluctantly agreed. The Star Oni men prepared to flee by creating a smokescreen made of stardust, which Myron appeared to add onto. Nick chuckled as he watched this matriarch speed up its approach in their direction with eyes narrowing in anger. It seemed it didn't like the idea that much of her food was preparing to get away. Jasper and Birdie had arrived a distance away, and they were preparing to aid Nick when he ordered them. He drew his soul blade once more, and took a deep breath before letting it out.
Fair enough, Myron. I can understand your doubts, but I think you'll find I'm good at creating miracles. It's time for you to see a real hero in action.
Chapter 47. The Devilsaur Matriarch.
Take care, hero. I will try to buy you a few more seconds.
Myron's voice echoed in Nick's ears before the glimmering stardust blasted in all directions and faded away. Myron and his daughter, and the handful of poisoned star oni, were gone. Nick had felt with his soul sense where they had gone, but he could not even see them after they exited his radius. However, Myron left behind a body that looked like his, but was actually his star magic, much like the image he showed when Nick found him fighting in the giant snow globe. To Nick's magical senses, other than his soul sense, he couldn't even tell that it was different from Myron at all. Once again, Nick was impressed with his deception. He knew it wouldn't buy a lot of time, however. This was not truly him, of course, but a weak clone of some kind. Even a weak Devilsaur would be able to kill it, he guessed. But it gave the Star Oni a small head start, one that they just might need. As the matriarch and her young approached Myron's double, Nick got to it. He pushed out his frost aura and began sending blade waves at the Devilsaurs. His practice with the skill had nearly reached perfection, and his aim allowed the frosty blades to strike almost as hard as if he were standing right in front of the monsters. The strikes against the second stratum demon reptiles were devastating, wounding and slowing them with every swing of his blade. As Nick swung fast, the waves rapidly being sent at them as he dashed and slashed across the jungle clearing. Each of the 6 Devilsaurs got struck and slowed, and Myron's star-covered body pretended to flee in the other direction. Suddenly, with a burst of essence and a large leap, the matriarch blew right past them all in a blur. Stars shot out and blasted into the matriarch, and despite Myron's double running away, the matriarch's jaws landed on the body with a snap of finality. Nick was shocked at just how quickly the large monster had moved. It seemed, at least for a burst of sudden speed, she could be extremely fast if she wanted or needed to be. The desired devouring of the 4th stratum body didn't match the matriarch's expectations, and its head swiveled as it tried to sense where Myron had disappeared to. Nick's blade waves struck the distracted matriarch in the back, and he hit her with a frost shock. The ice washed over the giant demon, very little sticking to its powerful body, as he continued sending more waves and more shocks. The matriarch looked at him with contempt. Roaring, her wounded young then dashed toward him, and she turned and chased toward the cave, after Myron and the Star Oni. Given that they were a trial objective, and the most tasty morsels for her to consume, the matriarch was unwilling to focus on him and let them get away. Nick wasn't sure at what level Orion was guiding the monster, but its mindset was likely influenced by the trial in some way. As her young rushed forward to kill and eat him, their bodies flashed with dark essence. Combining some faith essence stored in his flesh with mana and his soul magic, he spoke in Archaean.
None shall bind me.
Nick's soul was already far more powerful than any second stratum warrior had any right to be, but a bubble of soul magic and faith essence added additional protection. The curses from the Devilsaurs washed over his body and soul ineffectually. Thanks to this, he continued his blade wave assault on the fleeing matriarch. His frost aura continued freezing the herd, adding to his work to wound and control them as he dashed around them, chasing after the large demon. The demon reptile was rushing after the Star Oni, and Nick still needed to slow it down, or else she would catch up to them. Which was why now was the perfect time. Birdie and Jasper burst forth from the tree line from the side and to the front of the dashing matriarch, a wave of feathers and 2 large spears of ice being fired at the same time. The matriarch tilted its head and slowed somewhat, its eyes taking on an odd expression at the pair. Visible confusion. Just what was that? A bird was riding a wolf? The confusion ended as its instincts kicked in. 24 feathers and 2 ice spears were heading toward it, and the demon protected itself with dense essence. Birdie's smattering of feathers were laced with her concept, and they still pierced into the matriarch's flesh all over its body. Ice started to cover around where they struck, and the devil soar roared in anger at the damage caused, but continued its dash toward the distant cave. Jasper's spears of ice crashed into the matriarch's chest as well, but Nick noticed rather than piercing, they shattered against her tough hide. Instead of being damaged, it was like the demon reptile was hit with 2 spear-shaped snowballs. Thankfully, the ice stuck to its skin, chilling the monster further. And the momentum behind the blows was like 2 clubs smacking into the reptile from nearly the front, almost halting her in her tracks. Which was why Nick started to catch up and land more generous blade waves onto her back. Even with his aim, the further a foe was, the weaker the wave could potentially hit. Each step toward her was matched by a swing of his blade, and his dashing double jump sent more waves striking into her back. The attacks merely scratched her skin, but once again added onto the chilling effect. His frost aura was only laced with a fraction of his concept as he was not using it, and it started to impact the monster as he got into range. Jasper and Birdie split up, with the demon bird taking to the air, and continued their frosty assault. The matriarch continued stomping toward the cave once more, but her run was clearly slowing down. And her 6 young chasing Nick were mostly dead. They had tried to continue their pursuit of Nick despite their wounds, but their efforts couldn't keep up while covered in Nick's frost aura, and were freezing over. Birdie flew around the matriarch in circles as it sent more piercing feathers, giving off cawing laughter at the demon reptile, teasing it. Jasper howled in its pursuit and was able to maintain its distance as it flung more spears of ice at the matriarch. Nick switched his focus to the monster's legs, his blade waves striking and cutting into it, building wounds up and freezing the legs. The boss-level monster slowed, and Nick caught up and changed his soul blade's focus to send a wide spread of frost. Like a powerful hose of snow, he sprayed the monster down with ice-cold frost. He dashed around and even added multiple frost shocks until the reptile noticeably slowed its charge. At this point, the Star Oni were going to get away to the cave safely, unless something changed. And the demon knew it. As the matriarch's hate-filled eyes turned to him, Nick planted his feet, preparing to fight by drawing upon his icy core. He wanted to give the monster the perception that if she turned for a moment, she could run him down and eat him, ending the annoyance quickly to continue her pursuit. The matriarch roared as she filled herself with bestial essence and leaped at Nick with a blur. Nick barely ducked under its sweeping taloned foot in time, the monster soaring over him. If Nick hadn't seen its burst of speed when it tried to swallow the fake Myron, he just might have died from the opening alone.
While it was slower than the original leap, it wasn't by a lot. He wasn't out of the woods yet. The monster's tail sought him out as she flew by, a blade whipping at his prone form with intense speed. Using Power Strike, Nick was in luck when Monstrous Blow triggered as well, his arm bulging with strength as essence was drawn in. He deflected the whipping tail, but he was sent flying away from the sheer amount of weight behind the attack. Skidding, the matriarch turned and changed direction rapidly, screeching in anger. However, that was when Nick sprung his trap. He had nearly emptied his crown of the Frost King, his core of ice, and had prepared as many chains as he could muster. The series of braided chains rose from the ground and wrapped around the matriarch's legs. He then sent even more blade waves as he strafed the monster, and Jasper bit down sharply on her leg, his concept piercing deep and sending frost into her. Jasper attempted to shake its leg and dig his teeth into it further, shredding scales from its leg with its concept. Meanwhile, Nick's braided chains were finally sending a fair amount of cold into the monster's body, freezing its legs significantly. It was then that the air suddenly changed. The matriarch became serious, its eyes turning black. Nick got an ominous feeling as dread filled him. The hairs on the back of his neck and arms stood on end, and the sharp feeling of death looming caused him to leap backwards. The demon reptile roared, and an aura spread out, like a horrifying miasma. It was a powerful curse aura, far beyond what Nick had ever faced. The curse drained Jasper in mere moments, its essence devoured into the demon's body, much like Nick's judgment. Nick felt a bit of rage seep into his mind from his loyal soul servant being killed, but its soul returned to his core nearly instantly, safe. It was a concept of consumption, and it appeared the monster weakened and drained everything around it. The aura spread out, and Nick just barely got out of range of it because he had leaped away in time. The aura just barely touched the toes of his foot, and, like a poison, it began to spread up toward his leg. And that wasn't all that was devoured. The nearby devil sores Nick had frozen started to drain into the matriarch, including a nearby corpse of a dead one, essence streaming into its mouth. Now it became clear why she hadn't cared at all about her young. They were merely fuel for her to face stronger enemies. Removing the essence from his armor, Nick's soul blade flashed, cutting off his left leg beneath his shin. The black lines on the matriarch's scales pulsed, its body filled with black and red essence. It raised its clawed hand into the air as it looked toward Nick, energy surging into the bladed claw.
Ah, shit.
Retrieving his shield from his back, he just barely crouched and raised it in time as the devil sore swung its claw in Nick's direction. A blade of black and red malicious energy came at him with intense speed, reminiscent of Kaya's own essence carry, or his essence burst. He drew out all the faith essence in his necklace and drew up everything he could as he used hardened skin on his shield. From his wives, the prismatic devotion energy gathered onto his shield, and from the enhanced soul-pact connection, Irwin's omni-barrier, boosted by her starlight concept, arrived, adding yet another protective barrier. In spite of all of this, the magical barrier and then physical shield was smashed by the immense force, knocking his arms wide, and the blade of essence sliced into his chest, sending him flying.
Blood scattered around him, and Nick just barely held on to his consciousness. Following his orders, swooping down, Birdie caught him with her talons and carried him away, rising into the sky. The matriarch roared as it tried to tear at its chains, but Nick infused the last of his mental energy, his concept of dominion, into his chains as his head swam with dizziness. As a last gift with a laughing caw, Birdie had sent feathers of sharp ice slamming into the matriarch's face and eyes. While the braided chains still wrapped around the demon reptile's legs did eventually tear and shatter, the matriarch's essence-filled charge to catch up wasn't enough. The ice was still impacting the beast. The two got away, heading toward the cave. Rebecca's healing through their paired ring arrived, healing Nick's wounds, sending warm and loving energy somehow. The cut had run down from his right shoulder to his stomach, nearly gutting him. The healing stopped all the bleeding, including on his amputated foot, though the frost had mostly taken care of that. She pushed as much healing as she could until much of his wounds were healed and Nick was finally safe. His foot was still gone, and he would need some focused healing for a lot more than the ring could provide remotely. When Nick and Birdie arrived at the cave, he finally understood why it would provide safety. Orion had altered its cave to where the matriarch itself could no longer fit inside. Perhaps it had moved or otherwise swapped her den. The entrance was long and sturdy, and even twisted on the inside. Even after the trial completed, the Devilsaur matriarch wouldn't be able to follow at all. The Star Oni patriarch and his daughter were waiting for Nick at the entrance, and Birdie deposited Nick on a shard of ice it quickly created and started dragging him inside. Myron narrowed his eyes on him as Shara helped her father inside.
Wiped out to the point your servant had to carry you, and lost a foot against that monster. Not bad. You did just as you promised. I made it, but I don't think it was worth your effort. Precious poison. I'm not sure I can make it, or even if I should.
Nick's cheeks heated a bit. His wounds were originally much worse than that, before Rebecca's healing. If Birdie hadn't been so fast, maybe Nick might not have made it away at all. Nick simply had not expected that level of attack and so quickly. He could have made a foot or peg out of ice and ran quickly into the air even with just one foot, but that possibility of survival and escape to the cave was dubious at best.
It'll have been worth the risk. I know it.
At the end of the winding, narrow cave, there was eventually a large enough opening for the Star Oni to gather, with most already spread throughout the larger cavern. There were lamps for light, and many were sitting on chairs and resting in tents. They must have been able to retrieve them from spatial pouches and similar. As the three arrived inside, Nick received a prompt, and he felt the dome shift. Perhaps it had even moved the angry Devilsaur matriarch somewhere. Because he imagined otherwise, she wouldn't have given up and at least pounded on the entrance angrily for a time. Heroic trial. Fate of the Star Oni is pending completed. As a man who walks the hero's path, it's your duty to do everything in your power to rescue the innocent, the downtrodden. The Star Oni are victorious, but some still might die as soon as their restrictions return. You have been granted additional time within the trial in order to save them. Partial heroic reward granted. Granting trial closure flexibility for Soul Pact offer. A prompt appeared in front of Myron and the rest of the Star Oni.
What is this? Pending completed. But we won! This Orion.
Myron spat before he stumbled to the ground. Shara fussed over him, lifting him up and supporting him. Her look at her father was pained and filled with worry. Shara continued reading the prompt for him.
It seems it is holding off on trial closure because it is waiting for the third party, the hero, to make an offer to us, that this is a benefit it is offering us.
She looked over at Nick, her eyes having an odd look to them. Starlight seemed to swirl within, but Nick had trouble reading her expression. It was odd. It was like she had regrets, or that she was ashamed. Ashamed about what? Nick noticed that Myron was weak, truly on his last legs, and he saw that it was the same for those that had faced Thresh as well. The green and purple sores on their skins, if anything, had gotten a little worse. The poisons and diseases contained within the gas Thresh used were laced with his concepts and persisted even in his death. Not only that, but if the trial closed, their essence limitations would return. They would die within mere moments, unable to fight against the poisons. That must be why this should be considered a partial reward, extending the trial period so that he could save them. Many Star Oni were wounded, but it appeared around 120 of them had survived. That their enemy wanted to capture them at first had helped, but it was certainly a testament of Myron's leadership and sacrifice that so many still lived against an army of over 1,000 with devil sores preying upon them. Myron grimaced in pain.
I don't know what your offer is, but I'm afraid it's already too late for me, young lord. I did want to see your city before I passed, but I don't think I'll make it.
Why? There's still a chance you can live to see tomorrow. And we're lucky. The trial in pending completed state means I can create another miracle.
What do you mean? Our medicine can't keep up with this poison. We are a bit lucky that the trial has not taken away my strength yet, though. And no, I cannot live for much longer, even without the poison.
Myron opened his robe and showed his wound on his chest, an angry, pulsing scab and veins near his heart.
I mentioned it before, but my wife is dead. For us Star Oni, when that happens, it's time for the pair to die. We merge our fates, and when we do, we are destined to die with our fated on the same day at the same time.
He frowned and shook his head.
My wife did something, a forbidden thing, to give a piece of her soul to sort of come along with me, all so that I may continue to live and guide our clan to our new home, making sure her sacrifice wasn't for nothing. We have fought this off for some time to bring our clan to a brighter future, and with you—
Shara pinched him suddenly, interrupting him. She then glared at Myron. Myron coughed.
With my people safe from Blackthorne, my work here is now complete.
Nick frowned at the man and pointed at his chest.
What, she's sort of still alive in there, isn't she? I healed her a bit earlier. I think there's enough of her in there, and I can save her too. Then you don't have to defy fate any longer.
Myron sucked in a breath.
What? Don't you dare lie to me.
Nick chuckled.
I can't actually lie unless it's to protect someone. As long as you and her accept my pact, I can save you both given enough time, and that's a promise. I want to offer to you and your people a chance at salvation. If they become my followers too, I can even heal this poison from them.
You can really bring Mother back, and it's not necromancy or unorthodox magics.
Shara interjected. Nick arched his brow.
I'm not sure what the second thing is, but I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Anyone who becomes my follower is connected to me and can be brought back, recreating their original body with enough time. It's something that a combination of my magic and Orion makes possible, and even supports. My soul mend can also heal followers, and I can remove afflictions like the poison from Thresh from them. But only my followers. It's just how my magic works.
Myron seemed to realize something, perhaps remembering the prompt before.
That... I see. This is the offer Orion wanted us to hear then, is it?
Shara pleaded with Myron, holding his smaller hands in hers.
Father, please.
Myron frowned.
I don't like this. Our people did not fight hard through the cosmos against a horrible, fate-consuming enemy to become someone's slaves. We then ran away from this Blackthorne to avoid being enslaved.
Nick shook his head.
My followers are not slaves. Just as followers have a responsibility to live up to their end of the pact and obey their arcane lord, I must live up to mine. My duties as a lord of Orion. Let me address you and your people, and through the magic, you will know the truth. This is not the end of the Star Oni, but a new beginning. A home for your people is waiting for you on the other side of these mountains, I promise you.
Thanks to trial closure still pending, the protective dome remained. Before he began his soul pact, he spoke in Archaean, infusing his mana into his voice.
I call to the spirits of the Fate Strider clan. Those who died in this trial, hear my plea. Come near, and listen to my soul pact.
Myron frowned and tilted his head.
What was that? You spoke in that language while you faced the enemy.
I'll tell you later, maybe.
The spirits in the surrounding area, those that recently died, approached. The valley was massive, and some died miles away, but Nick's call with soul magic reached far beyond where his mere voice would reach. Having no corporeal bodies, the spirits drifting quickly arrived, though Nick imagined it was far from all of them. Those that too much time had passed likely had lost much of their minds if they were in the first or second stratum. Still, he saw nearly 36 spirits, which was a more than welcome sight. His eyes went white, the magic of the soul pact taking over.
Fate Strider clan, as a lord of Orion, I offer you a soul pact. Should you choose to accept, I will protect your lives with the power of my magic, and grant you a home in Frosthaven, with all the benefits and responsibilities of being a citizen. You will keep your clan in the capacity that you wish to, so long as you follow arcane law. Together, we will face the trials and tribulations of Orion, along with the enemies of Frosthaven. I will never use or squander your people, and I will protect you the same as I protect my own, as is my duty. If you so choose, I will aid you in being reborn, to follow the rule and law of Orion, and do my best to allow you to walk a path.
As always, the magic of the soul pact filled in any blanks or items Nick didn't mention. The people would understand what those benefits and responsibilities were, and what arcane law was, and that Nick was bound just as they were to do their best to fulfill the promises contained within. The soul within Myron's chest lit up, pulsing. Myron felt his chest.
Is that? I think she's telling me to accept. We both must. I can feel it.
His whole body trembled, tears threatening to spill from his watery eyes.
I thought all was lost, for me, for us. But if you can give her back to me, I suppose for that alone, it's worth being your follower. You will truly help my people find a new future.
Shara suddenly whispered to her father in her Outlander language, Nick unable to understand her.
Father! He's my fated, remember? Even if he had left you for dead, he'd have soon become the patriarch anyway. This way we can all be happy and together. You can feel it, can't you? He is bound to be righteous and good, to never tell a lie. This arcane law thing is a big deal.
Myron chuckled, replying to her in his own language with his eyes narrowed.
Yes, but you have not yet left your mark. Why are you being so shy about telling him, daughter?
If he's your fated, for the safety of the clan, it's best you leave your mark to merge your fates and tell.
Shara growled.
Don't you dare say anything! You promised before—
Her expression softened and became more pleading.
I'll tell him when I'm good and ready. He's already protecting all of our fates, is he not? He risked it all for us, and he doesn't even know much about our people yet. And I am still in shock. I don't know anything about him either, which is rare for our people. Most of my cousins and friends grew up knowing about their fated from a young age, with very few exceptions.
Myron grimaced and hesitated.
Fine. I suppose that's true. It's rare for a fated to be outside the star only. His power is a strange one, but perhaps no stranger than ours. I guess I was just being stubborn about semantics.
He smiled and continued.
And of course, like your mother, you're always right. In the first place, since he's your fated, there was only one way this ended, with you and him leading the star only together. Unless, of course, you choose to defy fate, as is your choice as a star only woman.
Myron grinned, his last words teasing. Shara blushed.
Father! Enough about me, just hurry up and accept.
Myron met Nick's eyes and answered in Orion Common.
We accept. And as acting patriarch of the Fate Strider clan, let it be known that I wish all will accept, so they may be protected and live on, here, on Orion. Fate has guided us here to this new home, and it is here that we must work hard to make our clan rise once again.
The patriarch accepted along with his fated in his chest, and one by one, the numerous Star Oni became Nick's followers, even the girl, Shara. Some of the spirits of the fallen Star Oni accepted as well, joining him within his soul core. Not all did, however, as it appeared that they considered their lives complete, and some, it was clear he couldn't revive their fated, so they had simply rejected it and drifted away. Still, nearly 24 in total had accepted, so this was a big win for Nick. With just what he learned from the knowledge crystal over a few hours, he had saved even more lives. The weight of Myron and his fated's pact was significant, to the level where it was much like he judged Elrash again. He felt the weight of his promise for protection, and even placing their soul into a soul servant instead would prove quite challenging. Heritage Quest Milestone. 500 followers reached. Earned trait. Follower Nexus. Your wives and up to 5 subordinates can be appointed to accept followers on your behalf, and you have unlocked a heritage structure for purchase that handles this same function. Heritage Quest Milestone. 3rd and 4th stratum equivalent followers obtained. Earned trait. Weight of Pacts, +4 soul. Your soul pacts now also protect your soul, strengthening its defenses. The effects of Soul Fortress have increased, and your soul should now be capable of judging and absorbing more powerful foes, and in larger numbers. A bright light filled him, and his soul core shifted. For a moment, he saw and felt hundreds of chains cast out from it in all directions, all across the sphere. Then the sphere twisted, causing the chains to wrap and overlap around the sphere partially, and it was like a lattice was created from these bonds, the weight of his pacts protecting his soul core. It was a welcome bonus, as it had been a long time since he gained anything from his heritage quests. At the same time, he groaned. If only he could have convinced Myron sooner somehow. he could have judged Thresh. Still, it was pointless to worry about what-ifs and maybes. Changing his focus, Nick worked to remove some of their poisons and used Cure Affliction on Myron. Drawing out the last of his faith energy from his necklace and with Myron's help, he was better able to overwhelm Thresh's poisons, despite them being infused with his concepts. Healing Myron's dense, special body with soul mend took way too much out of him, so he only did some first aid for now. He had a lot of Star Oni to do the same for. The half-dozen who were poisoned by Thresh, combined with Myron's healing medicine, Nick was able to take them away from death's door. The rest of the people lined up, and Nick did his best to restore his new followers, eating his essence fruit and jerky, and even drank half a canteen of the energy whiskey. The improved soul mend truly helped a lot in situations like this. After a time, finally, a wave of golden light exploded outward, and Nick received the trial prompt from Orion. Heroic Trial, Fate of the Star Oni, completed. Facing the rival, Lord of Shadowvale, you stood unwavering with your kingdom's path and defeated Elrash. Walking the hero's path, you rescued numerous Star Oni, protecting their future, then aided the Fate Strider Patriarch in his defeat of Thresh, defeating an enemy far above you. You heroically guarded the Star Oni's retreat, facing an enemy nearly an entire stratum above you. Buying any time at all was a major accomplishment, and you lived to tell the tale. Then, you saved what remained of the Star Oni, healing them and preventing the loss of their great Outlander heritage, and expanded your followers. You have truly tested yourself, and have become more. Reward, Boss Essence, Spark of Insight, and Major Enlightenment. 32,325. Hero's Path DP. 19th Heroic Ordeal Floor Equivalent has now been completed. Nick received an ornate box in his hand, the sudden appearance not that shocking because he had experienced it within the ordeals numerous times before. Opening it, a decorated bottle sat inside. Something pulsed inside the transparent bottle, a golden light that moved around and could hardly be contained, like living lightning flexing against its prison. As it flickered in his eyes, he was reminded of a moment during his enlightenment in front of Seraphera's mirror of truth, where the hawk of light and the raven of darkness fought, and where their energies crossed, formed a mysterious golden energy. Somehow this bottle contained everything. He was thankful for it. With his pounding headache, Nick was not in a position to be able to consume some kind of enlightenment at the moment, and he would enjoy this back at his concept chamber. Nick wasn't sure precisely what it was, but he thought it was either going to help him a lot with his heroic redemption because of the golden light, or, thanks to the name, this was like a one-size-fits-all enlightenment, that it would help him with whatever concept he imagined when the spark touched him. Then, the amount of DP gained was significant. The fact that it involved over 100 Star Oni facing enemies, some of which were in the third stratum, made it fit in Nick's mind. He had only fought for at most 15 minutes, but had gained so much potential for his kingdom and himself. A major enlightenment on its own was something that could create an early mastery concept on its own, or upgrade one into middle mastery. It was a shame he was unable to defeat the Devilsaur matriarch, but, thinking on it, it would have been nearly impossible for him as he was today. The only way he might have managed it, even if he was completely fresh, is if he sacrificed Myron's life, and the lives of many Star Oni. That wouldn't have been very heroic at all. He noticed that many of the Star Oni received special rewards, much like his, boxes, vials, and some with special pills. They did not hurry to consume them, however, as it seemed they received a message about Orion recommending them to be initiated into Orion first. Those in the first stratum, including Shara, were covered in golden or prismatic light, receiving some form of tempering. Nick imagined this tempering was one that would stick around when they were initiated, the people receiving traits or improving their affinities, bloodlines, and more based on their actions. Shadowvale's conquest eventually ran to its conclusion, and Nick received a prompt about merging it into Frosthaven. Serafera's Inquisition would be able to continue for up to 3 days before closure, and then once again the cities could be merged. Confirming with Irwin, Luna, and Jasmine through their special connection, Nick went ahead and selected to merge Shadowvale with Frosthaven. By the time trial closure was done in 3 days, they would have captured all the bad guys and be ready to be transported home. Nick was somewhat worried that bandits might have gotten away from the trial and escaped, but not overly much. There were still Devilsaurs left, and he knew they would hunt them down. Not only that, but they were nearly 1,000 miles from anywhere. They would take months to sneak through the jungle, and likely, not guided and protected by their numbers or Elrash and Thresh, they would die to the dangerous monsters within the jungle. Shara and Myron both sat across from Nick, recovering from their battles. Birdie picked a high place in the cavern to roost, overlooking the many Star Oni. Myron's status in the clan became quite apparent, with how each of the Star Oni treated him, asking him for orders and bowing to him. The Star Oni men would rest for a time, and they would soon start scouting the caves, while the women stood guard over any nearby branches or entries within the caves. Shara asked in a small voice,
"This Orion, what does initiation to it entail?"
Myron added,
"Yes, I am interested in this as well. What will it do to our people?"
Nick replied,
"When we get home to Frosthaven, I'll be able to help your second stratum and above folks be reborn, so that they can cultivate here on Orion. That includes you and your wife, Myron. As for those in the first, I think the initiation involves attuning your Dantians to the essence of Orion. What that will mean for your cultivation arts, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe a large majority will be compatible. The same with your Dows, your path. Not everyone must initiate, but I think it's very limiting if you do not."
He added,
"The essence outside of an ordeal's control radius is very wild, and not appropriate for cultivators, not even outsiders. The beasts cultivate it through conflict and consumption, and from special treasures. My understanding is that to cultivate it would be like taking in the essence from monster cores. It's full of impurities to cultivators, and would be a major detriment. Even that within the city isn't exactly perfect. It's only that which is gained from Orion's rewards that is perfectly suitable."
Myron rubbed his chin.
"Interesting. That matches what we've learned ourselves. I'm looking forward to what this entails, especially seeing my wife and being able to cultivate again without being restricted. But before we can move, It's clear we need to spend some time and recover. If we start heading through those caves, we may lose people to monsters.
He grimaced.
To think, we're down to only 120 from nearly 200 that left from Starhold.
Nick smiled.
Almost 150 now, roughly, actually.
Myron frowned as he looked back at his people.
What? I counted. Wait.
Nick grinned.
Many of those that died in the final battle, I was able to form soul pacts with them. As not too much time had passed, it helped that many of them were in the third stratum, even if they were limited.
Myron was moved.
That's truly a miracle. We still lost more than 50 of us since arriving on Orion, but to think that many of our people made it. You've made a believer out of me, young lord. Your heroism, combined with your power over life and death, has truly brought our clan salvation just as you promised.
He bowed to Nick, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Shara had joined him, and then many of the other Star Oni bowed as well in thanks. Nick inclined his head to return their bows, not really knowing their protocol. When they stopped their bow, he replied,
You're welcome, Myron. But wait until you see Frosthaven. There might be threats inside this cave, and I might need to fight with a peg leg, but I can't wait to show you your new home.
Shara smiled, but at Nick's attention she blushed and looked away shyly. Some of the Star Oni that bowed came over and thanked Nick more personally for his efforts. He met with all his new followers, but eventually begged off to rest. Moving through the caves was not likely to be all that easy. The Star Oni men made for good scouts, and he would hear a report after a nap.
Chapter 48 Kaya The Battle of Shadowvale. With Nick gone for his heroic trial, the two armies met in battle in the Forest Valley clearing. The battle lines on the Noblefrost army's side were orderly and well coordinated, but the bandit and mercenary forces were spread out and chaotic. Many of them used sneak abilities and similar, disappearing from view. With the shadows came numerous monstrous beasts, but the Noblefrost army was ready to deal with the ambush predators. The numerous elemental shamans, led by Agatha, covered the battlefield with a rain of ice shards and freezing winds. For the Noblefrost army, the winds and shards had nearly zero effect. A vast majority of the army had, at some point or another, received a trait from the first floor in the Path of Kings ordeal, which granted a small amount of frost resistance. The monsterfolk, especially the wolfen, often had 2 or more traits related to frost and ice, and, if anything, they were empowered in the freezing cold. On top of that, their entire army wore frost iron armor over treated drake scale. This aided in their protection against the frost when they sent essence flowing through their equipment. But for the enemy army, the cold and rain of shards interrupted their stealthy movements, making their sneak abilities useless. The shards of ice pierced their flesh and slowed their march. The bandits had their own archers, which quickly found spots high in the trees to rain attacks down against their army. However, the orc scouts, combined with many scale folk and wolfen, had also taken to this role. Supported by the many shamans, and the fact that their army was well armored, the archers quickly began to influence the battlefield much more drastically than the enemy's archers. Their powerful shots, enhanced by shamanic magic, found vulnerable places on the enemy's bodies and dealt devastating blows. Kaya's roar skill stunned a small group of bandits,
as she transformed into a large, angry red panda, wielding axes in her 3 tails and a large, wicked one in her hands. The drums beat in her mind, sending feral essence throughout her body. She began her dance with her axes, her body swaying and spinning to a tune only she could hear. Her feral essence pierced their flimsy armor with ease, and with every swing she dealt a debilitating blow. Their goal was to capture as many of these people as possible, so she focused on wounding and maiming the enemy soldiers rather than dealing the death blow. Her steps sped up and slowed, interrupting her enemy's timings, controlling the tempo of battle as she cut through the enemy's lines. Kaya's target was the enemy elites in the back, wanting to quickly put an end to the battle. Because unlike Nick's other wives, she had very little in ways she could support Nick from afar. Irwin and Rebecca both had a method to assist him through the trial he was facing. As always, Kaya was sure that Irwin was observing Nick, ready to send an omni-barrier or some other beneficial spell at a critical moment. For Rebecca, the sense of need would come through her ring. The best Kaya could offer was sending her desire and trust that he would succeed, and trying to bring this battle to a quick conclusion. She could feel her devotion core responding, the essence being carted off to their heroic mate. With every swing of her axe and every movement she made, Kaya moved with purpose. As the shadow beasts began to flank the army, a series of lights rose above the 2 armies and scattered away their protective shadows. The ice had revealed many of the panthers, rats, wolves, giant snakes, spiders, and other predator insects, as it was easy to see figures when they're being struck by falling ice or freezing winds. However, they were still protected by the thick, mist-like shadows. Until now. Sarah Farah's elite clergy drew up nearly a dozen light of wisdom orbs, which were then fed by the lower-level clergy, making the orbs grow with their faith essence and mana. The shadows shrunk away from the bright, faith-fueled lights of Sarah Farah's wisdom where the 2 armies met, and now even the sun above them was visible, the darkness of the valley penetrated. Then beams of light started striking out, damaging mercenaries and shadow predators alike. Renzu could be seen, leading his unit of future town guard of 50 men and women, and Lothar charged forward to fight near his many warriors. He was there less as a combatant and more of a deterrent. The enemy's elites were strong, and if they were allowed to fight unchecked, they would slay many of their warriors. Fang led the Wolfen along with Ironclaw, howling as she protected the tribe of warriors. Luna's new totem pulsed, covering their tribal warriors with a protective sheen of ice. The special spirit inside had several spells and auras, and this one formed a lesser version of Fang's Frost Guardian armor on all allies within about 10 to 15 meters of Luna. Sable was sneaking through the shadows, and Jasmine, too, was cutting through the enemy forces, focused on finding the enemy elite that denounced her master. She covered enemies with webbing, holding her glowing spear above her head and dispelling shadows surrounding her. Rebecca and Irene were with their clergy, which stood next to the barrier containing those that surrendered or otherwise desired the Noblefrost Kingdom's protection. Kaya could see Rebecca's worry, as she knew Nick might end up needing her help in his personal struggles. As many of the shadow predators were cleaned up, the orcs started getting rowdy, shouting and laughing as they faced off against their enemies. The bandits and mercenaries clearly weren't their match, most of the bandits unable to pierce their skin or thick armor. Andros and Zarog threw away their weapons and started beating up the bandits with their fists. Many of the orcs followed their lead with a laugh, and Kaya realized this was a good method for capturing as many of these mercenaries as possible. Not only that, but this gave the newer forces more opportunities to make a larger impact and be challenged. As Kaya neared the rear of the enemy lines, a familiar small spirit appeared in her peripheral near her shoulder, Shakhtera. The troll pointed to shadows in the distance. They were thick and ominous, not pierced by Seraphera's wisdom on the outskirts. And Kaya was sure more powerful shadow predators besides the elites were likely waiting.
Take care here, Wild One. They are getting pretty desperate as they see the writing on the wall. Their leader looks to overwhelm and perhaps ransom one of you wives of the Lord in hopes to buy their freedom.
Kaya snorted.
Good luck with that. But I'll be careful, thanks.
She realized that perhaps that could be a good plan, one the enemy might not expect.
Can you gather the rest of the girls and send them to reinforce me?
Baiting them out. I can do it. There are many enemies there, and there are also some stronger, stealthy beasts on the way.
Be wary.
The spirit disappeared, leaving Kaya. Finally, Kaya spotted one of the stronger mercenaries. He wore a thick shield and looked to be a coal-skinned orc. But Andros suddenly arrived, having his glaive thrown to him. With a laugh, he began his duel with the stronger mercenary. With a roll of her eyes, Kaya continued her search until a creature leaped from the nearby shadows. Its gangly long limbs ended in thick, bone-like claws. The ghoulish appearance combined with the deer-like skull made her quickly remember what it was. It was a Wendigo, and it was already charging up from the death energy from the several handfuls of deaths that did occur across the battlefield. This one was strong and deep in the second stratum, and Kaya had to quickly seize back the tempo of battle from the surprise attack. Roaring, she swung her axe with enhanced feral strength to defect its large claws, and countered with her tail axes, before her feral strike landed against its face and caused it to become disoriented. Spinning and sending her tail axes into its chest with a thunk, she brought her larger axe down with her sharpness concept, cleaving through its defenses and cutting it in half. As it died, she was forced to dodge to the side, her soul sense catching a stealthy enemy's assault. A shadow mantis chased after her and swung its scything limbs, forcing Kaya on the back foot. Then another attacker appeared, one of the elite mercenary warriors, leaping from the tree with 2 swords of his own. Kaya chuckled at the challenge, facing the shadow mantis and the mercenary at the same time. It was a barrage made up of the 2 mantis sickles and the warrior's 2 curved swords that she danced and deflected. A third and a 4th attacker appeared, one with a net and the other with shackles, which was why Kaya didn't hesitate. Charged strike had been building for some time, but she used her convergence skill, whirlwind, instead. She spun, sending waves of cutting, feral essence combined with her sharpness concept. The attack devastated the shadow mantis, and the mercenary barely blocked the attacks with his own essence carry, his own concept fueling his defense. The net was destroyed, and the man carrying it was killed as he was cut in half. The man with the shackles was wounded, and then 2 more men leaped out of the shadows. Shakhtera appeared, shrouded in essence, and sent out a wave of curse energy. As it washed over them, the men appeared to become fatigued, their movements sluggish, and energy started draining toward the troll spirit. Her spell was laced with concepts, the weight Kaya could feel coming from them surprising.
Help is on the way, Wild One. These guys really want you. I guess these boys must really like redheads. What do you think?
Irwin's arrow glimmered stardust, empowering Kaya's traits as it flew over her and struck one of the bandits. Using the opening, Kaya released her charged strike as she swung her battle axe downward, landing her attack on the man with 2 swords. The essence carried downward, cutting the man deeply, sending blood scattering onto the ground. He groaned, falling to the ground from the wound. Shakhtera snickered.
Not bad. There's a lot more, though.
A dozen monsters came out of hiding and charged her, including giant spiders, insects, tigers and panthers, and a handful of bandits with nets and shackles. Kaya was starting to run out of essence, but she was not worried, because help had arrived. Luna's defensive frost aura from her new totem covered her, and Fang's shield slammed into an approaching bandit. More powerful bandits jumped out of the surrounding trees, but Fang and Luna were not by themselves. In formation, numerous Noblefrost monsterfolk women joined Fang, fighting the monsters back. They stabbed and shot elemental spells, knocked enemies back, and controlled the battlefield. In all, they were early in the second stratum, but they were fighting like a well-coordinated team. Their smaller sizes allowed them to crowd the larger enemies with their shields, making them unable to fight back, because they were strong for their size. Kaya joined them in their assault, finishing off the stronger elite enemies which Shakhtera had cursed. Suddenly, the power of a concept appeared, behind Kaya. A man rose from the shadows, but his target wasn't Kaya. It was Luna. The man was powerful, and Kaya guessed he was in the third stratum just from his aura alone. Shadows rushed to grasp and capture Luna, but she just smiled. Her totem showed a silhouette of some kind of ice beast, its head held high, noble and proud. It looked a bit like a scaled stag, and it blasted the incoming man with a wave of frost. His shadows leaped to protect him, but he grunted in pain. Whatever it was the totem used, it bypassed the protection they provided, completely shredding them and blowing him back. Then Sable appeared, her monstrous frost shadows taking a bite out of the man, spreading its deadly frost. He roared and activated a convergence skill, which drew in most of the shadows from the area. Given that the extra shadows had been pooled from the entire valley, the amount of them that were concentrated on him was shocking. However, a powerful explosion of light erupted above them, like a second sun in the sky. It cast all the shadows away, and was almost blinding not even looking in the same direction after experiencing the dark for so long. The weight of the concept was clearly higher from Kaya's feeling, and the amount of essence used was superior. The man was completely blinded, but he swung his sword in Luna's direction, which was easily blocked by her with her spear. A beam of light shot at him then, which wrapped around his arms and legs. The intensity of the light from it was nearly blinding once again, and his flesh burnt as he howled in pain. Wait, was that a thread of light also around his crotch, too? Jasmine sounded bored as she stepped out from behind a nearby tree.
There you are. I was looking all over for you, you cowardly trash.
You? How?
He choked.
Please. Please don't kill me. Let me live.
The man sounded resigned, and Kaya noticed that his throat was burnt, probably from the very first attack from Jasmine. Jasmine walked closer, her large body looming over him.
You're begging for mercy now? But you seemed so confident before that Master was fleeing because he was cowardly, despite his actions being ordained by Orion. Have you changed your mind? Repented?
I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Your master is clearly not cowardly.
Jasmine smiled and leaned down, then tapped his cheek twice with her palm in a condescending way.
Good boy. Not to worry, you poor, pathetic thing. I will not kill you.
The man was out of breath and groaning with pain.
That's a relief. I've never done anything to your master. After all, I was just following orders.
Jasmine's look was cold as she stood back to her full height.
Oh, but you have done much wrong. You worked for true scum, a trash that works against my master. Your sins are many, and you will pay for all of them. Your suffering will be endless and tasty. I cannot wait.
No, but you said...
His voice cut out as Jasmine sprayed him with more webbing, covering his mouth first, then his eyes, and the rest of his body. A cocoon was formed in time, which hardened to near stone, with light pulsing through it within mere moments. Kaya noted,
That almost felt a bit mean.
Jasmine arched her brow.
What do you mean? He's a bad guy. He deserves torment and justice, especially for what he said about Master. He lied in his apology too, didn't he? You're right about that first and last part, but, well, you're not going to actually, eat him, right? Of course not.
Kaya gave a sigh of relief, but Jasmine grinned.
Master will, of course, and I will enjoy it as he does. Oh, Elrash was just so delicious that I've captured this tasty morsel for Master to judge. Fills me with immense joy.
Jasmine looked at the many disarmed and debilitated enemies, her eyes taking on a manic light.
So many are here to be gifted to Master and are just waiting to be consumed.
She then shivered as she hugged herself with her 4 arms and licked her lips.
Right.
Kaya wasn't sure if she should be thankful or jealous that Jasmine could share Nick's experiences as he judged these enemies. The enemies defeated, Kaya took another look at Fang's battle partners. All of them were covered in armor and held polearms or shields, some clearly having focused on shamanic magic. One even had totems, much like Luna. In all, there were 9 evolved Noblefrost monsterfolk following Fang around. They fought in a coordinated way, and Kaya was more than a little impressed at how they did. But they followed Fang to battle, and it seemed that they were continuing to follow her, like ducklings. Kinda like how Luna, Fang, and Sable followed Irwin and herself around. Kaya asked,
Who are your friends, Fang?
Fang beamed.
Oh, these are the girls that want to be Boss's mates. They're working hard to earn his favor.
Jasmine clapped her 4 hands together,
holding them next to her head, framing it. She looked pleased as she addressed them and Fang.
My, that's wonderful! So many already evolved and doing their best. Master loves smart, loving, and hard-working good girls. Surely, if you devote yourselves to him, he'll eventually smile upon you with his love.
Sable chuckled, arriving next to Fang.
Yes, they are a cute bunch. Luna and I have spent some time with all of them as well. I just know our Alpha is going to love to spend time and meet you girls when he gets back.
Luna nodded.
Such a bunch of sweet, beautiful girls. When Boss returns, I know he's gonna love them.
The girls all smiled, listening intently. The Wolfen girls' tails were wagging, while the reptilian scalefolk and Naga had their tails lashing in excitement. There were 3 each of the scalefolk, Naga, and Wolfen. Kaya frowned.
All of them? But 9 new mates, Fang, isn't that?
Fang's face fell, her ears going flat on her helmeted head.
Oh no, I didn't realize.
Kaya patted her shoulder.
It's fine. These girls haven't even met him in person or talked to him at all yet. I'm sure they will understand.
Fang looked sad for a moment, then continued.
You're right, we've failed him. Boss is about to enter the 3rd stratum and is now alpha of so many cities and even more folk. Of course it's not enough. We need to find way more mates for an alpha as amazing as him. No, wait!
Kaya should have realized she might get the wrong idea, but Fang's tail was already wagging faster than before as she turned to the monsterfolk girls, ignoring Kaya's pleas.
Come on, girls, let's go catch some more bad guys and then look for more mates for Boss. There's got to be some more here in Shadowvale.
She howled, which the girls copied, and then ran or slithered off together. Luna and Sable left as well, leaving only Kaya and Jasmine standing there, muffled sounds still coming from the rock-like cocoon.
That's too many.
Kaya finally finished, mostly to herself.
That's not even including the priestesses.
Jasmine chuckled and licked her lips.
This should be fun. There's going to be a lot of little masters running around here soon enough.
With the final elite was defeated on the battlefield, the remaining forces broke and attempted to flee. However, the dome was still present, which meant none would ultimately be able to get away. As the conflict had determined, victory meant their surrender into slavery or death was ordained by Orion.
Oh, looks like they are trying to get away!
Jasmine gave a feral grin.
Can't have that!
She rushed off, shooting webbing into the many people's legs, tripping them. Conquest complete. Sarah Farah's Inquisition may continue over the next 72 hours. Conquest closure must be decided by Lord Noblefrost within 24 hours. Shadowvale and its ordeal, the Path of the Shadow Predator, is now under his rule and ownership. Blackthorne's altar of subordination has been purified and sublimated into your kingdom, and a backlash has been caused due to how it was destroyed. Personal rewards will be provided based on contribution. Kingdom reward. Merge option available. Free. Purified altar of subordination. Altar of offering. Sarah Farah's holy wisdom. Defensive building. Personal reward. Enhanced due to personal risk from Archaean husband's heroic trial. Minor enlightenment. Codex, Kenbu of endless blades, ideal, epic rarity. It seemed this Kenbu was some kind of sword or blade dance. She had been utilizing a dance to build her body and focus her mind on the tempo of battle, and it seemed that this was like an upgraded version. Kaya's mind then drifted into a vision, and numerous people throughout the battlefield were also granted enlightenment or tempering. Time seemed to stop for everyone else except for those being rewarded, enabling only a brief moment to have passed while they received their benefits. While her first vision appeared to focus on the sharpness of a wandering swordsman's blade, she received a new vision that drew her eyes to something else entirely. Various scenes played before her, where warriors of all kinds fought, wielding blades of different varieties. A shield was shattered, an arm was cleaved off, a swung axe landed onto a man's back with a meaty thunk. And in many, blows were deflected or parried, or blades scraped off armor and shields rather than causing any damage. The blades were sharp, and the angle of attack was good, but some just didn't cut. Kaya started feeling the difference between the attacks that were successful and the ones that weren't. It was the weight, the strength behind the blow, the transfer of momentum. In the final scene, a powerful cultivator with an axe as the focus. He was facing another, one who had barriers surrounding them in protection. The axe wielder raised an ethereal axe high over his head with both hands, its size larger than the alpha drake they fought, like he was going to chop wood. The axe fell, containing a heaviness that felt like it contained the weight of the world itself. The barriers of the enemy cultivator shattered, the blade cutting through all their defenses and shredding the enemy in two. The ground beneath buckled under the weight, and a cut line extended into the distance. The vision completed, she couldn't help but reflect on her fights, and those she had seen fight. Even her first vision was remembered, of how the heaviness or weight of the attack influenced the blade's ability to cut. It wasn't just the speed of a blow and the sharpness of it, but the transfer of momentum to the blade that increased the cutting and armor-shredding power. Of course, her axe dance included the transfer of momentum in her movements to deal devastating blows. However, she didn't make it a part of her, nor did she focus on its importance in her actions and thoughts. As a red panda beastfolk, she excelled in strength, precision, and speed. If she mastered this, she could greatly increase the cutting power she could bring about against enemies with thick hides. She would spend some time reflecting on this and make it hers within her enlightenment chamber. Spotting Irwin, Kaya jogged across the battlefield. Their people had done well, and many were still binding their downed enemies with rope and their own shackles, separating the defeated from the dead. Arriving at Irwin, Rebecca joined them as well. Kaya asked,
"Any news on Nick's fight? I felt like he really needed us for a moment there." "He really did. It's looking like he's gonna make it. Rebecca healed him through her ring. This last fight was tough, like lava elemental kind of tough. He's wounded, but mostly fine now. He won and should complete the trial after he gets some new allies."
Rebecca looked a little relieved, and Kaya smiled, her tails lashing behind her.
"New allies? Is he going to be back soon?"
Irwin grimaced.
"He and I have my doubts he's going to be granted a portal back. However, based on what he's learned, he's on the other side of the mountain range to the northwest of Frosthaven. He'll have to traverse a cave, or it's a long ways around.
Irwin then shared her map of Frosthaven and the surrounding area, and told her a little about these Star Oni. Then she also shared the point she believed Nick was currently. The mountain range began nearly 100 miles out from Frosthaven and went north and south for probably 1,000 or more, based on maps they had been granted. Then west for several hundred as well. Nick appeared to be over 400 to 500 miles away to Frosthaven's northwest.
I'm surprised our control radius reached that far. And that's gotta be one long-ass cave, Kaya noticed, probably full of other dangers.
Irwin tilted her head.
An ass cave? Interesting choice of words there, Kaya.
She teased and giggled at Kaya's blush. Somehow this must be Nick's fault. The sheep girl continued.
Apparently, the Devilsaur matriarch had her nest there until Orion moved her for the trial and shifted the entrance. It's hard to know how it might have been before it was shifted, but the thought is that the matriarch was too large to go deeper and might have sent her young through to hunt instead.
Luna arrived and took a look and was caught up quickly on their issue. She noted,
How sure is he that it comes out on our side? If he's right, it means if we find the entrance on our side, we can enter and work to meet them halfway.
Irwin sighed.
He's not 100%. Orion's logic made it a win condition. The Outlanders wouldn't actually escape Blackthorne's clutches without some kind of path home to Frosthaven, or maybe something else. If they had to head south again, it would take months. Then they'd be right back in his territory where they started. They'd have to flee from Blackthorne's people all over again. If he could scrounge up enough people to stop them, anyway.
Luna noted,
How will we even find the entrance on our side if such exists? The mountains are massive in height and stretch for hundreds of miles. That's a lot of area to search.
Rebecca nodded.
I do believe there are some ordeal structures focused on scouting, both enhancing it for those classes or enabling us to scan areas for resources and more. We should have enough, or maybe Shaktera can help.
The spirit reappeared next to Irwin. I should be able to speed up your search efforts significantly, yes. Bring me over to these mountains, and I should be able to find a cave within a few hundred miles, should it exist, within a day or so. Sable chuckled, dropping down from the boughs of the trees above them.
It sounds like this is going to be tough, but I got some good news. It turns out we did get a useful building by conquering Shadowvale. Perhaps it might be useful for our current situation.
Kaya asked,
What is it?
It seems this Elrash was able to use a shadow teleport, a power of the monolith, to cross over to a different location of the mountain range too, based on their control radius. Since we're merging the cities and I'm in tune with the shadows, I could probably use it to join Boss after the merger is completed.
Kaya said,
That's definitely better than nothing, but it will take a few days for the merger to complete. Really, I'd feel a lot better if Winnie or Jasmine could join him too, or ideally all of us.
Sable shrugged.
You never know. We might get some better options than Elrash did. We'll have the DP from the Path of the Shadow Predator, and we can even spend that on heritage stuff if we convert it.
Hey guys, I found 'em!
Jasmine dumped a cocoon onto the ground in front of them, the shape inside it struggling against his bindings. Kaya squinted her eyes at the bound prisoner.
Who? The fence sitter? Here, I think his name is Boron or something.
The webbing unraveled, just revealing the man's head. He looked to be a bear beastfolk man, by the small ears on top of his head. The man was outraged.
Fence-sitter? I'll have you know.
The bear beastfolk man then shrunk under Jasmine's glare, sighing before speaking more softly.
It's Turon, and I wasn't even going anywhere. I'll have you know that I've always done my best to help the people of Shadowvale, to make things as hospitable as possible under Blackthorne's rule. I've had to make tough choices, but none you meet will say I didn't do my damnedest to help those that were struggling. I would have loved to join Frosthaven, but my hands were tied. Mayor Nelson and Elrash never would have let me or my family go, even if I wanted to.
He added,
When Mayor Nelson was killed, I considered trying to escape to Frosthaven. But our new rulers were just as dangerous, if not more so than Elrash was.
Kaya saw and felt that his soul matched his words, and he certainly believed what he said. Irwin must have noticed this too. She said,
I can see he speaks the truth, Jazz. Maybe lay off a bit.
Jasmine rolled her eyes and started looking at her nails.
Fine, but I can't help but penalize him for not bending the knee just after meeting Master, even if it was just the one time. How foolish.
The webbing unraveled, and the bear beastfolk man was revealed. He began dusting himself off and fixing his clothes. Rebecca said,
We're going to begin our inquisition soon. What can you tell us of the people of Shadowvale? We only know what our scouts have told us, and it seems that most of the residents have kept themselves out of the fighting.
Turon cleared his throat.
From my estimate, only about 30% of us chose the asylum choice. Being teleported near Serapharis faithful, nearly 20% had joined the fighting, either happy with Elrash's rule and its benefits, or simply too afraid of the repercussions of not attempting to aid the mercenaries. The rest remain within Shadowvale, unable to fight or too concerned about similar to make either choice.
Kaya noted.
It's looking like we got our work cut out for us then. There's likely at least a few opportunists in either group.
Irwin added,
Ranzu's men, along with the orcs, are already headed to Shadowvale establish order, with the monsterfolk backing up Serapharis clergy like planned. We'll work through the asylum seekers quickly, then head to the city. That should prevent any looting or riots. Thankfully, Orion's dome will prevent people from most savagery, as they'll know they can't really get away with their crime.
Turon nodded.
This is true, and I'm thankful for Serapharis faithful taking part in this conflict. What is your plan? You don't plan on enslaving the 300 or so that are left in the city, do you?
Irwin replied,
We plan on determining guilt and treating criminals like criminals, and mostly law-abiding citizens will be treated as future citizens of Frosthaven. Those who've committed the heaviest of crimes will be enslaved or imprisoned. Criminals with forgivable, non-violent sins will work off their transgressions with community service or join the church, and the rest will be granted the opportunities and benefits of Frosthaven right away.
Turon frowned.
And how will you determine guilt? There are few in town who hasn't burnt a few bridges among their neighbors. Their testimonies will be useless, and things will quickly devolve into finger-pointing and vengeance-seeking. Are you sure this is the correct path?
Rebecca said, I'm afraid for us to tell you precisely how you must become Lord Noblefrost's follower, but suffice it to say that few will be able to fault us in our investigation when they reflect upon it. In order for there to be law and order in a kingdom, justice must also be present. Do you not agree?
Turon looked a little surprised at that line of questioning.
That, of course, I agree. I just question how exactly one might accomplish this so perfectly. One cannot be all-knowing of the truth. And not only that, Shadowvale was ruled by a tyrant, a lawless despot. Some people did what they needed to do to survive, me included.
Irwin said,
Let us worry about this for now, and just believe your concerns will be addressed. Among those in the city and of those asylum seekers, we'll be happy to allow you to look over those that have been sentenced before we carry them out.
She paused and then continued.
Now, the Noblefrost Kingdom very much values those like yourself, those who work hard, have a valuable skill set, display valorous traits, and have such a positive reputation, have chances for important positions, but only if they become Lord Noblefrost's follower. Are you willing?
Just what does becoming a follower entail?
Irwin smiled.
Well, you see.
Kaya left Irwin to it, knowing that Turon was likely to be convinced quickly enough. Walking away, she decided to take another look at the valley that was now theirs. The place was a bit dark and foreboding, even during the day, but the grass, the plants, and the trees were made up of darker colors, with an iridescent sheen to them. They nearly sparkled as the light struck them, giving off a strange glow from some angles. While there were numerous predators in the valley, there were also many treasures that sparked the growth of these creatures and drew them into conflict with one another. She knew once the valley was a part of Frosthaven, it would only gain in both beauty and value. The area around Frosthaven would change once again, the entire city and people becoming more. Epilogue. The wraiths of Caltharis marched down the road, finally in the correct direction, north. They had spent the last several weeks in the wilderness, wasting time traveling to numerous cities. It was only when she used her feminine charms that Anya finally heard the rumor they were needing to hear. Of mercenaries gathering for a ship to Silverbrook, the pay just right. That there was an ordeal that was recently conquered, the Path of Kings, one left unconquered for over 1,000 years. That they would face a veritable bandit warlord, and Anya was getting a little excited to meet their new liege. Anya had spent far too long frozen, and before that, under the watchful eyes of parents with good intentions. Aside from keeping her family's ancient promise, she would finally have a few years of freedom. She'd do everything she could to make the coming years fun and exciting, and make her parents' teeth grind when they learned of all the things she did, or perhaps didn't do. That'll show them.
What's that smug look on your face for, sister?
You wouldn't understand, little brother.
Enrique snorted.
Oh, I wouldn't. You weren't looking proud of yourself because you found that hint about our frost elf, would ya? It's not fair. I can't just show a little cleavage and make a guy stupid and loose-lipped, spilling every rumor they'd ever heard, all in an attempt to earn your favor.
Her brother was totally off what she was thinking about, the pitfalls of being the oldest daughter, but she would play along. Anya smirked.
Oh, I don't know about that. There are some men bound to be interested in your fair, pale blue skin and elvish looks. A line might even form in the right place. Just, perhaps you might have difficulty dissuading them from the idea that you're not at least a little into men, with how you style your long hair and your mannerisms. Are you sure that you're not? That bare beastfolk man that made his interest clear was probably able to give you a night you'd never forget.
Enrique paled in remembrance.
That's not funny, sister. I don't want some bare man, literal or figurative, wanting to put things into my holes. I want to have a fair and pretty girl hanging off of me and listening to all my words, and all of her hair to be on top of her head, maybe a tail, preferably.
Fairer and prettier than you. And perhaps you should try closing your mouth and listening for once instead, brother. It'll help give the illusion that something meaningful is happening inside that noggin of yours.
That's not nice, sister. Oh.
He froze, checking his magical senses.
Look, try to look weak for a minute. These bandits might not come out otherwise.
Enrique tore his shirt, altered his aura to look like a beginner's. Then he reached inside his coin purse at his waist.
It began to bulge out and get bigger as he filled it with chips of ice by casting a simple ice magic cantrip. Anya had sensed them coming, but hadn't thought they would be so stupid. All 15 of the wraiths were armed, with little belongings on them besides their weapons. She herself was wearing threadbare clothes, having only traded for the bare minimum from their hunting, and from slaughtering a handful of bandits. Anya did wear her sage blade at her waist, which looked like a black, ornate, expensive sword, but, well, their auras alone should dissuade anyone from attacking, if they used their magical senses to check their skill anyway. Besides, would bandits really think a group of trained knights were easy to rob? Even the way they walked should give it away. Anya rolled her eyes. If you entrap them just to slaughter them, it's not fully an act of valorous good, you know.
Whatever. Come on, hurry up. Do yours.
Anya just gave him the look, and Enrique scoffed.
Don't be such a sourpuss. I'll make sure my soul is at least good and grey before we meet our new liege. Would hate for our new liege to hate me right off the bat, of course. Or wait, maybe that's better.
He tilted his head, his eyes getting a vacant look as he thought. She sighed. I'm not liking where your thoughts are going already, brother. His smile grew wider, and he started gesticulating wildly as his idiot plan came together.
No, this is better. We're supposed to serve and help him, right? But can he really get a good challenge in this backwater? If anything, don't you think our help will hurt him?
He then spread his arms wide with a goofy smile, as if he had made the perfect case for betraying their cause. Anya groaned. Stop talking and looking like an idiot. I know that the second part is challenging, but please do your best. He continued, ignoring her objection.
Wouldn't it be better if we became a foil? A challenge that they must overcome. Orion loves that, doesn't it? We could claim a dark kingdom of our own from some bad guy and then...
Anya's heart beat, flooding her body with essence. Drawing upon her concept, her body was empowered with superiority as she dashed toward her brother. He was ready and waiting for this, but his concept of drain was overpowered in but a mere instant, as her gauntleted fist slammed into his face. Then his stomach, causing him to double over, and then she tackled him to the ground with her knee on his chest and grasped him by the throat as she put a hand on her sage blade's hilt. Enrique paled, and Anya's voice came out with authority. I said I don't like it. We came here with a duty, an ancient promise to be upheld. I understand you are unhappy appearing on this frontier shard thousands of years after it opened. I am not much happy about it either. We are true elites of Keltharis, and we deserve our own shot at ownership of a shard, not some scraps at another's table. Let us see if this heir holds up to his bloodline, and then... if he is not up to the measure, then and only then can we consider other options. Are we clear? He had trouble breathing, with her gauntlet grabbing his neck and freezing his blood.
Yes, sister. Ice crystal clear.
She let him go, helping him up from the ground and dusting him off. In all, perhaps she was a little unfair to her little brother, overpowering and bullying him a bit. Good. Now, if nothing else, you will definitely get your duel against the heir, and so will I. And maybe he has some worthwhile subordinates to sate your curiosity. The mercenary said there were orcs and beastfolk there too, did they not? You know that they make good fighting and drinking partners, if nothing else. She elbowed him and waggled her brows. And I heard there are some sort of nuns there, and they're all pretty. Enrique snorted, a small smile touching his lips.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose it might not be too bad. They're also already fighting some kind of dark kingdom, it sounded like. Even if the recruiters all denied it.
She nodded. That's right. And then... A voice interrupted them, and she realized that her fight with her brother had distracted her a little too much from her surroundings.
Well, 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 look what we have here. It looks like some noble children have some valuable toys, and heavy coin purses to boot. Hand them over quietly, or I'm afraid your mommy and daddy will be paying to get your bodily remains.
Her jaw dropped. She was completely dumbstruck as she looked at the bandit. He was still in the first stratum, and his equipment looked so terrible she wouldn't even stop to pick it up off the ground if it was laying there for free. It was true that she and her brother should look about 19 or 20 years old, but that's the case for most reborn elites. That would change as she increased in stratum, and based on their desires. And of course, Anya was pretty, objectively speaking. The wraiths of Caltharis mixed vampiric and frost spirit heritage, which led to elvish, beautiful feminine traits. Her long white hair, hauntingly blue eyes, and well-proportioned body led many a man to act foolish around her. The bandits saw her and her brother fight and thought they could win. Meanwhile, Enrique was grinning like an idiot again. Anya narrowed her eyes on the bandit. Are you just really desperate, or some special kind of stupid? Now it was the bandit man's turn to be dumbstruck.
What? No. How dare?
Calling upon her magic, she drew and swung her sage blade from her waist in one motion, and a cone of ice shards erupted from her swing. She impaled the man, his rant cut off as they cut deeply into his chest and began freezing him over, the man's body toppling to the ground. In that case, on the behalf of the wraiths of Caltharis, I condemn the bandits before me. You extorted us on the road, threatening death in broad daylight within lawful, civilized territory. Your sentence? Death by ice and blood. In your next life, strive to be better to your fellow man. The rest of the wraiths drew their swords of blood and ice, not having their own sage blades. The bandits were numerous, but covered in frost and wielding blood, the wraiths cut through the superior numbers with ease. Anya slayed several bandits in quick succession, and absorbed the frozen, purified blood of her enemies through her sage blade, using her trait and empowering it. Cultivating as she fought, from Orion's reward, she enjoyed the thrill of combat, a smile touching her lips as she slayed the last bandit in a hurry. Enrique laughed.
And you berated me for wanting to fight. You enjoyed that more than any of us.
Yes, well, in life one must endure the bad and enjoy the good. Is that not right? Besides...
She reached out her hand to one of the frozen-over corpses and drew up the cold and the blood. The corpse broke into numerous pieces and began orbiting her. After a moment, the chunks became a red and white mist, then wrapped around her armor, which at this time was only a gauntlet. Anya continued,
We are empowered by our enemies. At this moment, I feel practically naked. We'll need to fight many more than just scrub bandits if I'm ever to complete my armor.
The other wraiths were doing the same in the background, absorbing the frost and the blood, the rest crumbling to the ground. Enrique shrugged, and did the same to another, drawing icy blood into his shield instead.
Be that as it may, you didn't have us join those mercenaries. There was a ship heading almost straight to Frosthaven. We could have been there in a month without issue. They'd have been happy to have us all join their mercenary caravan.
Anya put her hand on her hip.
Just what are you trying to say, brother?
I think you wanted to hoof it because you wanted chances to explore, to adventure, or maybe find a Roman trial. You're just as much a battle junkie as I am.
In one quick motion, she drew a coin from her pouch at her waist, and she flicked it at his face, smacking him right in the forehead. Enrique rubbed his head.
Ah, shite! What the hell was that for?
For once, your thoughts are worth a copper. You might be right, but it wouldn't do for us to show up to our future liege empty-handed now, would it? And if we enjoy ourselves while we're at it, that's not exactly a crime, now is it?
Enrique's face lit up.
Now we're talking. Yeah, and we won't be useful if we show up in the first stratum anyway. Let's get moving now. We have essence to burn. Hey, I wonder if these scrubs have a hideout.
He held up his sage blade, the eye suddenly opening on the ornate hilt. It looked around, and was likely speaking with Enrique in his mind, casting several spells.
Found it! It's that way.
He pointed with the blade.
If they have enough money, maybe we can get mounts, or maybe a vehicle.
Don't look too excited, brother. It seems there are no motorized vehicles, and the tamers on this shard are rather pathetic. It's nothing but weak horses and lizards, or... She shivered. Farm animals.
Enrique snorted.
Rather just run there then. It'll be faster.
The wraiths took off at a jog, and then began leaping through the forest. By enhancing their spirits and reducing their corporeality, their bodies became lighter. Their partially spirit bodies allowed them to float through the air and dash through the forest rapidly, their speed supernatural. And they could unfreeze the blood that made up their armor, making it become liquid and lighter. They had just begun traveling, but Enrique opened his mouth. Again.
Ah, man. Now my coin purse is all wet. Winter's supposed to be coming, but it's still hot out here. I sure hope it's cold in this Frosthaven place. It's gotta be, right? You wouldn't call it something like that unless it was.
She groaned.
Oh, for the love of Orion, could you shut up for a whole minute for once, Enrique? You just lost the copper you earned.
Enrique side-eyed her, the group continuing their run, half floating through the forest.
Well, if saying something smart earns me a hit in the face with a coin, then maybe I just won't say anything smart.
She flicked another coin and smacked his forehead. The man once again interrupted. Chuckling, she said,
Duly noted, brother. From now on, see something stupid like that, and a copper will be your reward. If it's dumb enough, maybe a shard of ice or a large rock just might be next.
Enrique groaned, his expression indignant.
I'll keep my thoughts to myself for a bit.
Now you're learning. If only you learned that sooner, House Bloodbean might have accepted your courting proposal.
Enrique nearly tripped, his eyes lighting up in recognition.
House... Wait, what? You talked to her? What did she say? She thought I talked too much, that's why she said no. You never told me this.
She groaned.
This is going to be a long trip north.
Nick woke up from his nap and tried pushing his soul mending, the healing component, into his foot. Unfortunately, it looked like that particular spell, if it was capable of restoring a limb, would take him quite some time. He couldn't really tell whether it was regrowing it or not. For a soul servant there was no difficulty, but for a follower or himself... He could drain Birdie and maybe restore it. However, after some testing, he had learned that his ability to drain his soul servant's health into him was a bit painful, and he really did not want to piss his sort of savior off. Plus, he might need the servant to be at its full strength. Having some time to himself, he reviewed his status sheet. Name: Nicholas Noblefrost. Race: Archaean. Level: 18. Class: Lorded Soul Knight, Epic Lord Class. Attributes: 50.42 Body, 69.44 Soul. Core: Frost King's Crown, S Grade. Concept Mastery: Early Heroic Salvation and Redemption. Early Dominion of Frost and Fealty. Skills: Expert Archaean Swordsmanship and Shield Mastery. Expert Soul Magic. Expert Body Enhancement. Intermediate frost magic and manipulation. Spells: Soul Mending, Judgment, Create Soul Servant, Remove Affliction, Frost Aura, Frost Shock, Power Strike, Double Jump, Harden Skin, Shield Bash, Heroic Cloak of Twilight, Inexorable Grasp of Winter, Bolster Servant. Traits: Soul Bound, Advanced Soul Sense, Mana Resistant, Will of the Frost King, Soul Blade Efficiency, Monstrous Blow, Monstrous Body, Soul Fortress, Dream Weaver, Monsterfolk Empathy 2, Monsterfolk Bloodlines, Divine Concord, Seraphera, Soul Blade Resonance, Follower Nexus, Weight of Pacts. He had grown. He had practiced his ideal for body and soul, judged criminals and forged his soul blade for improving his soul, improved his body using demon cores, and made redemption pacts, which improved his body and soul beyond what just his levels from his class and core provided. These granted him several levels worth of these attributes, and now he was truly becoming powerful. His scores had more than doubled, nearly tripled since he ascended, and for how much his body could lift on its own, it wouldn't be that much more substantial. But when he flooded his body with essence, using his mastery or used his skills like Power Strike, it would be even more than that. When he got back to Frosthaven, he had more than enough essence just waiting for him to reach the 19th level. Then he would certainly work harder on mastering his soul and ice magic, ideal, and would certainly have many people to judge and redemption pacts to form. And, thanks to all the work of Lumos, he had plenty of materials to work towards awakening his soul blade. He also had the golden lightning in a bottle, which would take one of his concepts to the next stage of mastery, at a minimum. When he did that, he would likely be able to combine his concepts into his spells and abilities further, much like his frost aura. Creating his peg, he created some ice to replace his foot. Testing it, it was terribly clumsy to use, and he decided he'd rather just hop on one foot like a weirdo. He tried a few other options, and what seemed to work the best was him taking out a new shoe from his pouch. He attached it with ice, but he also filled it with his essence as if he were attempting to absorb an attack. And, with that, it was like he had a viable prosthetic, since it had a tiny bit of flex to it, but was still supportive. Walking out of his tent, he found Myron and Shara sitting cross-legged in their own, the tent door wide open. While there were a few niceties in the tent, like mats and short tables, many rocks and cavern debris were present within. Shara smiled, and Myron nodded at him. He said,
"Pardon the mess, young lord."
Nick chuckled as he walked in.
No problem at all. We are in a cave, after all.
Myron spotted his prosthetic.
Ah, interesting choice.
Nick was still walking around, testing it out.
Still trying it out. Unfortunately, I might have to wait until we get to Frosthaven to heal it. Even if my spell might be capable of it, it might take me too long.
Myron nodded.
Your powers to heal are certainly strange. Unfortunately, limited to the first stratum like my healers are. I doubt they will be much better than that. However, I suppose...
Shara scowled at Myron.
Father, don't be stingy. Nicholas is our people's saviour and currently our lord. He received that wound in service to our people. Surely there's something in that pouch that might help his situation.
Myron narrowed his eyes on his daughter.
Being stingy is why there's anything in that damn pouch. If not for me, it'd be nothing but a pretty bag.
Shara glared at her father at first, but then her eyes turned pleading and watery. She looked down on him from where they were sitting, but she still gave her best puppy dog eyes and adorable pout. This seemed to work much better on Myron, and he eventually groaned and reached into the bag.
Fine. It's not life-threatening, but perhaps I still have a few pills left that might aid you in this.
Nick felt the partial truth there and decided to point it out.
A few, you say?
Myron shivered.
A few dozen, perhaps. But they're now irreplaceable.
He tossed Nick a pill, which he swallowed after taking off his ice and shoe prosthetic.
Direct the healing energy to your foot.
Nick did as directed, and the healing energy contained within the pill was immense. It felt a lot like Rebecca was healing him, his flesh being restored to its original state. Even after his foot was restored, the healing continued and brought it closer to its previous strength. When the healing energy ran out, his foot was no longer a problem. With just a few meals of second stratum meat and maybe Birdie hunting some things, his foot would be restored in no time.
Thanks for that. That helped a lot. I'm all good now.
Shara gave him a wide smile.
Wonderful. Would you like tea, Lord Nicholas? Father?
Myron nodded at his daughter with a smile, and Nick answered,
I'd like that, thanks.
She got up, her body towering over them both. It was surprising just how tall she was, especially when Nick was now sitting. She then took out several items, placing them and sitting between Nick and Myron. Before Nick realized she was going to prepare it in a traditional Asian manner. There was a stone container of water, a ladle, a sort of whisk, and a bowl. Taking out some tea leaves with a powerful, pleasant odor, she began her preparations. It felt like a sort of ceremony, and Nick knew that one wasn't really supposed to talk during this. He waited patiently as she prepared the tea, her motions measured and practiced. Nick looked over her kimono, noticing that it had changed from her usual pink one. It was now a more golden one with purple and pink flowers, with a sash and elaborate tassels. Her pink hair was styled upward in layers with an elegant comb, and her slender neck was shown. Her 2 oni horns matched her purple flesh, and she had a tender look as she whisked the leaves and made the perfect consistency for the tea. Eventually, she served the tea, and the 2 men took their first drink. It was filled to the brim with essence, and revitalized his body even further. Shara smiled at him.
You looked like you wanted to say something.
Nick scratched his neck.
I love the tea, by the way. I was just thinking that's a pretty... Is it a kimono? Or what do your people call them? The pink one you wore in battle suited you. But I like how elaborate this one is, and how your hair is done up. You look great.
Her smile was beaming.
It's our cultural robes, and thank you. I'm pleased it's had an impact on you.
The quiet portion of the tea ceremony completed, Nick now spent more time enjoying it. Myron seemed a little too pleased about this interaction with his daughter, making Nick feel a little strange. Wasn't he saying not to think about his daughter unless he was this fated thing he mentioned? Myron broke the silence after a pleased hum.
When you arrived, you were talking to that hell rash. It was mentioned you were assaulting Shadowvale. Does this Orion tell you about this? Are all of your compatriots okay?
Nick nodded.
Yes, it did. I had to choose whether or not to merge its ordeal into our city. It looks like my people were successful. Shadowvale's mine now, and it seems things went pretty well. We've captured most of the bad guys, and our people have gotten some excellent rewards. We had very few deaths of my followers, and I'm pretty happy how everyone performed.
Shara tilted her head.
You know how they performed? Do you have a way of communicating with your people, or did Orion tell you all of that?
The menu from Orion mostly only told me the kingdom reward, which was a few buildings. Some followers joined me in my soul core when they died, which is how I can revive them. So I knew about that. But I can communicate and see through the eyes of a few of my wives when I focus, and I can see their rewards from Orion, too.
Shara froze.
Wives? As in more than one?
She seemed to get a little dizzy and leaned up against a rock next to her. Suddenly, her face twisted, and it looked like she had swallowed a bitter bug. Nick nodded.
Yes. You see, I'm the last of my kind, and of my noble family. I need to raise numerous heirs to give my people a chance at survival, and rebuild my kingdom to its former glory. Because my race is also being hunted by some kind of crazy evil race.
Myron had a thoughtful frown, but he remained quiet as he drank his tea and watched his daughter. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but was keeping himself dutifully out of it. Shara eventually said,
I see. So, just how many wives do you have?
So far, you mean?
Nick had to think about his answer, his eyes gazing at the ceiling as he counted them.
Well, 7, I guess, but there's probably half a dozen or more waiting to join that number back at Frosthaven.
He chuckled.
Maybe more already.
Suddenly, Nick heard a shattering sound. Looking down, a shower of stone and dust seemed to be emanating from Shara's position. Did she just crush the boulder she was leaning on with her bare hand? And now it looked like she was pretending nothing happened at all, her face having a polite smile on it. He had to ask.
What was that?
Shara hesitated. A boulder broke, so anyway, that seems like a lot. Nick's eyebrows were at the top of his head. He was not about to force her to explain her action, and by the look on Myron's bulging eyes and how he continued to drink his tea slowly without putting it down, he wasn't about to either. He let out a breath.
Tell me about it. But they're all really great, and they all get along well. Before they became my wives, their expectations were set. Actually, it seems most of them would prefer it this way, and believe that me having more wives or mates makes me a more desirable partner.
He added,
Beastfolk and monsterfolk often have a pack or tribal mindset. And a lord. Anyway, I love them all, and I wouldn't trade any of them for the world. Most of my wives are my partners. When I arrived on Orion, I was truly alone. No friends or family at all. I was saddled with the burden of having to both reclaim and revive an entire fallen kingdom and race. All by myself, and without knowing anything about the world. My wives have helped build me up, reclaim my kingdom, and build it up to what it is today, with hundreds of followers and thousands of citizens.
Shara frowned, her eyes searching the ground in front of her, her breaths getting heavier, before she let out a calming breath.
I see. That sounds wonderful for you. Excuse me, I'm gonna go for a walk.
She got up gracefully and walked out of the tent, leaving Nick and Myron together with their tea. Nick let out a breath that he hadn't even realized he was holding.
What's up with her?
Myron looked left and right, his face taking on a look of concentration. Nick got the feeling he was searching for the right words as he drank his tea. He set his tea down.
She is not used to this world yet. She's worried about the people, the customs. It seems the people of Orion are perhaps a little different from what she expected or envisioned. I would not worry about this, as she just needs some time to accept the things might be different than she originally pictured.
Nick arched his brow at Myron. A lot of his words felt like partial truths, obscuring the real reason. There was clearly something up, and it likely had to do with this fated thing, but he left it alone because he could feel the intentions of Myron were good. Also, Myron did believe the last part.
Huh. Well, I already gave you my promise, my pact. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure you and your people are welcome, Myron. That's not to say it'll all be sunshine and rainbows. The people of Frosthaven might have their own stigmas against outlanders like yourselves. And of course, Blackthorne is after us. But there's law and order within Frosthaven, and you will be treated like any other citizen of it.
Myron smiled.
and I thank you for that in advance. Heaven knows that two clans often have difficulty getting along.
He grinned.
I look forward to letting some other poor soul take the lead in managing that for once. So, what's the plan for you and us once we get back to Frosthaven? There's Blackthorne.
Nick sighed.
No rest for the wicked, huh? Well, I have a special resource that must be earned and claimed, the Frostspire Mines. But it's full of ice demons. Supposedly, some are in the third stratum. Then, underneath Frosthaven is a special place called the Barrows. I've several challenges to unlock benefits there, a heritage left by my people. I've only recently gotten strong enough to face those challenges, so soon after I rejoin my wives, we'll be looking to challenge them.
Myron looked more than a little excited about this, the stars in his eyes lighting up.
An ancient heritage? Please, tell me more about this.
Nick chuckled at his excitement and told him a little about the mall. How there were 4 separate wings with special challenges that would likely unlock special resources or structures, just like what had already been unlocked.
Fascinating. You must hurry and claim your birthright. This is common among powerful cultivator clans. Your bloodline must truly be special.
Myron looked Nick over again from head to toe, and suddenly had a proud smile on his face.
Why are you looking proud about this, old man? You're acting weird.
Myron coughed.
Never mind this. Now I can feel you are nearly on the cusp of golden, the third stratum. But your foundations are not quite at where they should be for a true elite. There is much you can do to prepare. You aren't going to rush it to face this Blackthorne, are you?
Nick shook his head.
Actually, I'm not all that worried about that guy any longer. We just gained a defensive building, and we'll have another before he could conceivably arrive. As strong as he might be, he cannot deny geography, or the need for numbers. An army. I plan on preparing my foundations for a few months, then I'll enter the ordeal in hopes of reaching the third stratum when I come out. We should have more than 2 or 3 months before he could possibly arrive there. And that's if he left today.
He added with a grin.
And it's not just me that will get stronger. Our army's growing in both numbers and strength, and his people have only shrunk in numbers as we've won victories over him. I've mercenaries and freed monsterfolk slaves coming. Your people and more. I'll get Silverbrook and maybe even other kingdoms involved, and we'll outclass his army in every way possible by then.
Myron grinned, but he had a thoughtful frown on his face.
Your world is strange, that people cannot fly on implements. A few months, then. Good. That should hopefully be enough time for...
He coughed again and got a weird look on his face.
Anyway, how is it that you ascend here on Orion?
For ordeal owners, we fight within the ordeal, and once we've completed the 20th floor, it'll grant resources tailored to us, provided the difficulty was enough, that we were properly tested. Then we'll use our concept or ascension chamber, where we cultivate and ascend. That'll be another thing I need to upgrade soon.
Myron frowned.
Just what is an ordeal, anyway? That's the tower, right? While we learned a little from our interrogation of the bandits, many of them had never actually been inside one. It felt a little complicated for how people cultivated.
Nick snorted.
How much time you got, buddy?
He let out an exaggerated breath.
Settle in. This is gonna take a while.
He did his best to explain the logic of Orion, the ordeals and their tests, trials and tribulations, paths, ordeal owners, and more. He told him about a few of his adventures, giving examples of what it was like inside of them. Myron had found it all fascinating, though it didn't make him nearly as excited as his ancient heritage.
Interesting. So it's kind of like what we set up for our young ones. We often build pocket realms that include challenges, so that new cultivators can compete to earn these resources. After all, if you merely grant a novice everything they need to excel without conflict, they will simply become a greenhouse flower that wilts under any kind of adversity. But to think it's on such a large scale, these shards, and then ordeals are tied to a kingdom's development, and these paths, it almost sounds like your fates are tied to your citizens. Very peculiar. I wonder.
The man froze at Nick's gaze. Nick asked,
You wonder...
Myron frowned in thought and was seemingly searching for his words.
This pact is difficult to get used to. While I don't want to lie to you, it still feels weird to even lightly obscure something from you. I'm sorry, young lord. I made a promise to someone, and I intend to keep it. I'll have to keep that particular thought to myself.
Nick shrugged.
Fair enough, old man. Anytime you aren't comfortable answering my questions, it won't really bother me. How long before we hear from your scouts? My wives will likely be heading in from the other side in the next few days. So if there's any danger, we should be able to wait for them to arrive with some of my forces, in order for us to receive some help.
That's reassuring, and it shouldn't be too much longer before we hear from the scouts, unless something has gone wrong. I just had a thought, however. Why do you think Blackthorne's people were also given the path, the objective to flee through the cave in the mountains?
Nick snorted. He had already thought about this exact detail.
Because if you lost, Thresh would have been able to attack Frosthaven through them, penalizing me for my failure if I just ran away when I lost. It increased my personal risk to the maximum. They could have taken a shortcut to Shadowvale if they wanted to.
Myron blanched.
Merciless heavens. Orion truly is cutthroat, isn't it? It's like it called you out here to a death trap. From what was certain victory. You prevailed, but only barely.
Nick grinned.
It is, but that's why the rewards were as good as they were. And that's why when I conquer the 20th floor, I definitely won't be far from challenging Blackthorne, that's for sure.
Myron grinned back and looked a little proud with how he looked Nick over again.
Yes, that's right. The fact you wounded Thresh so, and delayed that devil sore at your realm of cultivation, your stratum, was quite impressive. Still, someone at the peak of the third stratum will be quite different from someone at the beginning of it. You would do well to improve your foundations, maximizing all your methods to power before ascending.
Worry about yourself, old man. I'm gonna need to give you and your wife and all those in the second stratum or above new bodies. Then we'll see if your people are as good as you think they are. I can't wait to hear how you sweat your ass off in the sweltering jungle, or manage the many bugs and sandstorms in the hot, dry desert in the Path of Kings ordeal.
Myron chuckled and gave him a proud smile.
Bring it on. My wife will crush this lava elemental with her Tetsubo with ease. There's not a single doubt in my mind about that.
Nick couldn't help but smirk at that. It was definitely true that the Star Oni women were something else. If she was a true elite, maybe it wouldn't even be that challenging for them. At the same time, however, if they weren't tested, that means their rewards, their gains, would be less. However, already having the mastery of the Tao would quickly translate to having concepts, much like Jasmine. Because it was already part of their soul, it wouldn't take long to be able to manifest it on Orion.
Patriarch, we have news.
A man's voice entered the tent, a little distressed. He rushed inside, carrying a scroll.
What did you learn?
Myron asked. The man spread out the scroll on Myron's table, revealing an empty scroll. The man then waved his hand, and it was like he spilled stardust on it. Within moments, the map transformed into a 3-dimensional drawing. He tapped his hand near the lower left corner of the map.
We are here, in the western portion. As you can see, the cave descends rather rapidly. However, after a dozen miles, roughly, the cave opens up to an underground world. It's quite expansive.
Nick's eyes widened in shock. The tunnel in the drawing expanded to the north and east, and it looked like an immense valley, one that rivaled the area of Shadowvale, potentially hundreds of miles across, if he was reading the map correctly. However, that wasn't what made Nick alarmed. The formations drawn looked a lot like... Myron pointed.
There's a road here, heading to this very cave, to the southeast toward Frosthaven, and then into the north?
Yes, that's right. Now underground and limited to the meridian cleansing. The first stratum, that is. Our connection to Starlight is low. However, around this area, about 200 or so miles to the north at the base of the valley, appeared to be the makings of some sort of city. And at the center, a tower.
Nick was more than a little alarmed now. He asked,
"What about the residents? What kind of people did you see?"
The man shook his head.
We could not see the city well at all. It was obscured by something, a strange mist of fog. We could only barely make out the tower, and the structures underneath. We did not see any people underground, not even on the roads, only monsters. As soon as we obtained this information, we fled to make our report. We wanted to get a better view, but weak as we are on this world, we knew this could be foolish.
Myron nodded.
"You did the right thing. Revealing ourselves to this kingdom could be exceedingly dangerous. Excellent work."
The scout eventually left after a few more answered questions, and Nick was left to stew on the issue. They had to cross through this underground world to get his new people to home as promised, but that was just the start of his concerns. Based on the scout's description, Nick was guessing that it was a monster kingdom. It was just as close to Frosthaven as Shadowvale was originally, a surprising discovery that shocked him. Such a place could be a tremendous opportunity for his people to fight and grow, or even find new allies, should Nick be able to win the various races and people over. Or, perhaps, it could be the greatest danger to his people and kingdom yet. End of Book 3. This is the end of Soul Knight, Book 3, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out at royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Soul Knight, Book 3, written by J.J. Bookerson, performed by Alyssa Poon and Evan Jordan. Text copyright 2025, J.J. Bookerson. Production copyright 2025, Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.